Even in summer, rain takes away all the heat, and what follows is cold. This is especially true in high-latitude regions like the border, where a single rain shower can instantly drape everything in sight in a thin veil of desolation and loneliness. People are most vulnerable when they are asleep. Not long after falling asleep, Alice trembled slightly and snuggled even closer into Ethan's arms. They were resting with chairs in front of the cabin, which caused a problem. Ethan couldn't get the blanket. Although he could do something somewhat fantastical, like controlling a sword with his chi, his fighting spirit didn't allow him to fly over from a bed several meters away while carrying a blanket. But I can't let my wife freeze. Just as Ethan was about to get up, Alice grabbed his hand. Looking at her stubborn hand, Ethan sighed and picked her up. The elf's hand moved up and wrapped around his neck. "Darling, don't leave me," she whispered. Finally, Alice's body nestled comfortably against Ethan's, and the two enjoyed the coziness and tenderness of lying on the bed in the rain-soaked cabin. Ethan couldn't tell whether she was actually asleep. Whether it's a disguise or an unconscious act, it all aligns with Miss Elf's underlying logic. This girl, who would be considered young among elves, still retained her purity and shyness. Only in her sleep did she dare to utter those bold words. She clearly wanted to be close to Ethan, but she never tried to win him over, and could only watch enviously as Wolf nestled in Ethan's arms. To be honest, the pressure made Ethan feel a bit stuffy in his chest. This is such a huge worry. However, Ethan says he can endure this kind of hardship. He'd be willing to put Alice under such pressure for another year? Darling. Alice rubbed her eyes and lifted her head from Ethan's chest. When she saw herself shamelessly lying on top of Ethan, she desperately wanted to get off. Ethan grabbed her waist, stopping her from struggling. "You seemed to be sleeping quite comfortably, didn't you? This can't be allowed. We're an old married couple, what are you shy about?" "Who said we're an old married couple?" Seeing that she couldn't break free from Ethan's shackles, Alice had no choice but to lie down again. To everyone's surprise, Ethan was actually considering it. He said seriously, "That's true. We should find an opportunity to go on our honeymoon sometime." Honeymoon. Alice blushed again, such intimate words still made her uncomfortable. "We're not strangers, so why are you always blushing? That's not good." Ethan pinched her smooth, delicate face. Even if it's with lovers, this position is still too embarrassing." "Lying isn't a good habit," Ethan said, pinching her plump thigh again. "You yourself seem to feel quite comfortable, right?" Alice lowered her head and said nothing more. "Even though you say no, I can tell your body really enjoys it every time." Ethan suddenly became serious and said to her pointed ear, "We're lovers, you know. There's nothing to be ashamed of in admitting it. It's better to say it openly than for me to struggle to guess what you're thinking." Perhaps she was persuaded, or perhaps she didn't want Ethan to feel tired. After hesitating for a moment, she stammered softly, I like you?" After saying that, she pulled her head back under the covers, completely encased in them, looking exactly like a pupa. The volume, barely louder than a mosquito's buzz, pleased Ethan. He let the elf girl go for the time being and focused on waiting for the rain to stop. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The rain not only didn't stop, but it poured down even harder. A muffled clap of thunder, carrying the roar of the heavens, descended upon the earth along with the ceaseless rain. Looking at the dark, gloomy sky, Ethan silently closed the door. The rain was almost pouring in. He probably wouldn't be able to go home today. Turning around, he saw Alice with her back to him, leaning against the windowsill, anxiously watching the tree of life swaying in the wind and rain. "Great opportunity, I'll take it." Ethan rested his head on her shoulder. "What's so great about a broken tree? It's just a little wind and rain. If it can't withstand that, what kind of tree is it?" Alice twisted her waist, intentionally or unintentionally adjusting Ethan's trajectory. In its early stages of growth, the tree of life didn't appear to be particularly resilient. Ethan nibbled at her earlobe. "So, now that you've had enough sleep this afternoon, what are we going to do tonight?" This time, Alice didn't say anything to refuse. Her slightly disheveled maid outfit accentuated her beautiful figure. Looking out the window at the tree of life, which was still growing vigorously in the rain, she made a decision that went against her original nature. "Don't rush." She hesitantly closed the window and slowly drew the curtains. Instantly, the room became pitch black. In the darkness, the two could only confirm each other's presence through physical contact. If you can't see it, just pretend Ethan can't see it. That's what she thought. Ethan sat on the edge of the bed, his mischievous impulses growing stronger. "Honey, what should I say when I wear this outfit?" Making innocent young girls say shameful things is also part of their play. Ethan couldn't see her face clearly, but he was certain it was completely red. In the darkness, the elf girl knelt down before him. "Sir, let me serve you?" After Alice took the initiative, her movements quickly transformed from awkward to skillful. Every gesture exuded feminine charm, and even her repertoire of moves increased. During a lull in the fighting, she lay on top of Ethan, somewhat awkwardly licking his chest. From this warm touch, Ethan could conclude that the elf's tongue was thicker than the wolf girl's, thus providing a more intense stimulation. But then the question arises, "Honey, where did you learn all these skills?" Alice's flushed face showed her reluctance. She didn't want to bring up a third person during their time together, but she still said it hesitantly. "It was Wolf taught me before. This sentence was rejected 2 months ago," she said. "You like it this way?" Seemingly having rested enough, she stuck out her tongue. "Let's continue." Ethan glanced at the faint light filtering through the curtains. Before he knew it, a whole day had passed. How about we call it quits? It's been a whole day, you must be tired. Alice exhaled a breath of hot air. Is it too late? What did you say? I say, a dignified viscount like you, is this not enough? Seemingly blinded by the ambiguous atmosphere, Alice uttered such a bold statement for the first time. Ethan grabbed her and pinned her down. War. Afterwards, the rain continued to fall until it finally stopped completely. Ethan rested by the bed for a long time before getting up to look at another room specifically for showering, which contained a bathtub. I'll go boil some water for you. Ethan pointed outside. Alice, slumped on the bed and wrapped in the blanket, nodded weakly. The water was boiled quickly. It's time for a bath. Ethan looked at Alice, who remained motionless. Ouch, the elf girl has also learned to act cute. Why did you have to provoke me? Now you know what pain is, don't you? Ethan picked up Alice with a look of tenderness, and the two of them soaked in the bathtub, which was perhaps intentionally placed large enough for two people to bathe in together. Once the water had cooled down, Alice reluctantly got out of the bathtub to dry herself. She opened her arms, hug. Ethan was very pleased with her initiative. Being needed is also a form of love. After the sheets were changed, Alice, still huddled under the covers, stretched out a snow-white arm and pleaded, "Can you stay a little longer?" Alice's pitiful expression evoked sympathy, and she was able to hug Ethan's arm again, just as she had hoped. This is her warmest harbor. Does it really hurt? I can barely walk. How could you sit for so long, you rascal? Wasn't that because you deliberately provoked me? Now you know you were wrong. Ethan pinched her delicate, smooth cheek. It felt wonderful. Miss Elf was really stubborn. Even at this moment, she still insisted on wanting it again next time. However, the tougher the words, the softer the reality. This is the experience Ethan has learned. 2 days later, Alice was finally able to walk with difficulty. In the midst of her blissful intimacy, she suddenly remembered something very important. She pulled a large trunk from under the bed, inside which were her most treasured possessions. Do you know why I agreed to your request so easily? She brushed the dust off the box. Alice continued, before we set out, the tribe's sage made a prophecy for us. The others will be safe and sound, and their military fortunes will be prosperous. She paused, then said, mine is destined for marriage. As she spoke, she looked at Ethan with a hint of resentment. I just didn't expect it to be you, you sentimental fool, who made me forget everything I prepared. She opened the box. Inside was a small package. Ethan stared at the package, and as Alice moved, the contents inside were revealed. It's a pile of jewelry. The word piled up suggests the sheer quantity of the jewelry. Ethan estimated it weighed at least 2 pounds. Bracelets, anklets, necklaces, earrings, and several head ornaments. Even a wedding wouldn't have been this elaborate. Once everything was ready, she hooked her arm around Ethan's neck. You know what? Only 2 elves have ever seen themselves like this. One is their mother, and the other is their beloved. So you must remember what I look like, my most beautiful self. It really looks great, so, can you wear it for me again in the future? In Ethan's view, Alice in this form is a pure work of art, with incredibly high numerical values in the modeling. Jewelry imbued with the essence of life is as sacred and unattainable as a deity. Let's see how you do. Alice took the initiative for the first time, letting out a silvery laugh. Ethan, his authority challenged, pushed her onto the bed, the once sturdy and fine wooden bed now wobbling and creaking. No, no. Alice covered her face with her pale arm. She couldn't do it anymore. Just kidding. Ethan scratched her neck, making her feel ticklish. But, if you want to see, I can wear it for you. Alice nestled in his arms, her eyes filled with longing and memories. You should go back too. After all, Sister Wolf needs to be taken care of. We can't neglect a mother, she said understandingly. Once the tree of life has grown sufficiently, I will use its branches to make a talisman for you. Just wait. Wolf stood on tiptoe on the second-floor balcony, gazing longingly at the entrance to the manor. Why isn't Ethan back yet? She sighed deeply. She had only agreed to spend 2 days with Alice, but a week had passed and she still hadn't returned. Wolf turned to Catherine. You think Ethan won't go looking for other women? Catherine smiled slightly. Don't worry, madam, the young master would never do anything to hurt you. I hope so. Catherine pulled Wolf down to sit. No matter what, we have to take care of the baby in your belly. Wolf reluctantly sat down, her hand constantly stroking her unchanging abdomen. By the way, are you sure you're pregnant? I haven't had any symptoms except for feeling a little nauseous lately. A natural green fluorescence emanated from Catherine's hands. It's absolutely true, madam, there's a healthy little life growing inside you. The wolf girl grasped the maid's hand. Sister Catherine, why don't you have one with Ethan too? I'm so bored all by myself. This is unacceptable. Being accepted as a concubine by the young master is already an immense honor. How could I possibly compare myself to the 2 ladies? Catherine withdrew her hand, her words filled with panic and inferiority. Sigh, given our relationship, do you really think we would make things difficult for your child? Of course not, it's just. Wolf put his arm around her waist, and the two pressed intimately together. I remember you've been serving Ethan since he was born, haven't you? Catherine nodded. Your love for the young master is second to none, isn't it? Catherine hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. After so much affection built up since childhood, what's wrong with having a child for him? Catherine nodded mechanically, then quickly shook her head. This is different. seeing that she would.
Hey everyone, Firescale Audiobooks here. If there's a novel you'd love to hear more of, you can support us on Patreon or Ko-fi. Depending on your tier, I'll make extra parts just for the stories you're most excited about. Usually I can only upload 4 to 5 parts of each novel, but with your support we can go beyond that. And of course, don't forget to hit subscribe. It helps more than you know.
Didn't listen to reason. Wolf pulled out her trump card. Anyway, one child is definitely not enough. Ethan might want even more later. You don't want the young master to be unhappy, do you? You don't want to upset the young master, do you? These words echoed in Catherine's mind. While it's uncertain whether this will actually happen, it's certainly possible. Catherine nodded silently, accepting the idea after being reassured by Wolf. I'm home. Ethan called from the balcony. As a good husband, he naturally knew where his wife would be. Wolf pounced into his arms with the precision of a predator, then greedily inhaled Ethan's scent. For the sake of the child, please don't exercise so strenuously, understand? It's all because Ethan's been gone for so long, making me worry. Wolf pretended to bite, rubbing his neck with his sharp teeth, as if he really wanted to bite a piece of flesh off Ethan's neck. Ethan's been gone so long, has he found someone new? Wolf blinked, her eyes darting around like a cunning little animal. Of course not. Ethan picked her up and sat her on the recliner. Although she already knew the answer from his nose, Ethan's reply reassured her even more. After all, Ethan wouldn't lie to her. However, Ethan's scent as an elf was far too strong. I wonder how long they'd been doing this. Thinking of this, the wolf girl's competitive spirit rose again. She was determined not to lose. She rolled over in Ethan's arms, pressing down on him from above. Before she could do anything, a finger was placed over her mouth. No, you can't. Young master, is it really impossible for you to come back from Alice's place? It's no use trying to provoke me. If I said no, I mean no. Ugh, Sister Catherine said that moderation is fine, and that it's actually good for the child. That's what they say. Ethan stroked her wagging tail. But neither you nor I seem likely to know when to stop. Wolf was completely defeated, a fact she couldn't refute. Since things have come to this, let me brush your fur first. Wolf's gloomy mood eased slightly. She curled up in Ethan's lap, a fluffy wolf tail swaying in front of him. As Ethan gently and rhythmically stroked and soothed her, she almost let out a soft moan of pleasure. As the most important organ of a wolf, the tail's significance to Wolf was self-evident. However, under Ethan's tutelage, she had become completely infatuated with his large hands. Before she knew it, her face was flushed and her breathing was rapid. She squinted and looked up to meet Ethan's gaze, saying in a seductive tone, "Young master." Ethan couldn't refuse such a tone, so he had no choice but to compromise, saying, Fine, I'll let you have a bite." Having received a satisfactory answer, Wolf quickly knelt down, mumbling indistinctly, "I won't waste it." Late at night, Wolf rubbed her eyes and loosened her grip on Ethan. It was time to get up in the middle of the night. Ethan felt no discomfort when his arms were empty. Wolf did this once or twice almost every night, and he was already used to it. Soon, the sound of footsteps and the sound of carefully lifting the blanket could be heard, and Ethan had someone in his arms again. However, the feel seems a bit off. Before he could even fully appreciate the sensation on his hands, warm lips pressed against his. From her clumsy technique, Ethan could recognize who she was, the only woman he had never taken the initiative with. The two remained silent. Ethan was curious to see what tricks she was up to. Seeing that he didn't react, Catherine took it as tacit approval and quickened her pace. With her years of experience serving Ethan, removing these cumbersome things was a piece of cake. "Young master, let me help you." This didn't match Ethan's understanding of her. She would only say such things when she took the initiative herself. He grabbed Catherine's wrist. "Why have you suddenly changed your mind?" This seemingly ordinary question triggered a deep-seated fear within Catherine. She said tremblingly, It was my fault for overstepping the bounds. I'm sorry, young master." As she spoke, she tried to slip away. Ethan wasn't going to let her off so easily. "There's no reason to turn down a delicious meal that's been delivered to your door." He wrapped his arms around Catherine's slender waist and pulled her back into his embrace. With his other hand, he hooked the maid's chin and teased, "You were the one who initiated this, thinking you could just leave whenever you wanted and stop whenever you wanted." "Young master," Ethan suddenly said seriously, "I really appreciate that you're doing this. It's part of a mage's job, after all." Catherine blushed and tried to take off her mage robes, but Ethan stopped her. "You don't understand, it's better to dress well." Catherine's hand froze in midair. She was now caught in a dilemma, unsure of what to do. Ethan's assessment of this was, "That would be best. Ethan, have some tea." Ethan was sitting in his study dealing with state affairs, a rare occurrence for him, while Wolf was doing her own desensitization training in a very professional manner. But sometimes she would still utter the words "young master," and then Ethan would pinch her cheeks and give her a good kiss as punishment. Ethan took a sip of the tea his wife had prepared, sighed, and continued opening one envelope after another. Although Marcus could handle many things, he had to read these urgent letters himself, even though they seemed to have little value at the moment. Looking at the dates from beginning to end, the war against the cult had gradually subsided, the nobles' rhetoric had softened, and they even had time to joke in their letters. The Demon King cult seems to be disappearing from the borderlands. After Ethan painstakingly wrote back to the nobles, the South Rock region was doing its utmost to restore production, and Westwood and Eastleaf were also preparing to regroup. For the time being, they all needed to appease Viscount Northwind, the only one who had not suffered too much damage from the cult's incursion. Ethan was happy to live in peace with the others, lying low was his only goal. That is, if it weren't for this gold-embossed letter in front of me. The frost-resistant flower, which grows in the harsh winter, is the symbol of the Sins family. The appearance of this family crest also signifies an escalation of the situation. The fact that the Earl's forces could get involved suggests it's most likely related to a cult. With that in mind, Ethan already had a clue. Upon opening the envelope, the smooth, flowing aristocratic script appeared before his eyes. Lega Hines, the current head of the Hines family and heir to the earldom, extends his sincere greetings to Viscount Northwind, Ethan Joel. After skipping over a long string of flowery greetings, the last few lines finally revealed the main text written by Lega. A large number of refugees of unknown origin have appeared in the Wasteland province. What is the situation at the border? The question from his superior. Ethan pondered. A noble earl family like theirs couldn't possibly be without their eyes and ears on the border. However, their informants were not positioned high enough to have a complete picture of the situation. Only a few viscounts on the border could see the whole story. Damn it, you guys weren't this concerned when we were struggling against the orcs. Now that you're in trouble, you're the first ones to ask us. Ethan muttered under his breath, but the style of his reply was a model of aristocratic formal writing. After a long string of text, only a few useful sentences were revealed. A cult had appeared on the border, causing heavy losses to all 4 viscounts. After temporarily repelling it, they were no longer able to govern it, and it has disappeared without a trace recently. Ethan summoned a servant to have the letter delivered by Marcus. Calculating the time difference, there would be a 6-day gap between the round trip. Hopefully, Earl Hines could hold out. Young master, don't be angry. Here, have an apple. Wolf looked unexpectantly as she used a fork to feed herself small pieces of apple. Ethan muttered, if you deliberately say something wrong again, I'll never pinch you again. No, Ethan, don't ignore me. Wolf seized the opportunity to grab his arm, shaking it pitifully. Sigh, my wife's little schemes. Wolf picked up a large palm leaf fan from beside her and began to fan Ethan. Indeed, having someone fan you on a hot summer day is a very pleasant thing. But to be honest, the wolf tail wrapped around my waist was warmer than the sun, and the cool air it fanned was not as warm as the warmth from Wolf's touch. She's still his wife. Ethan couldn't bear to scold her. Isn't Ethan worried about the cult? Wolf asked. Ethan disliked discussing this kind of thing, but he still said, a military aristocratic earldom isn't so easy to deal with. Unless the 2 earls of the Wasteland province are foolish enough to start fighting at this point, the so-called cult will have a hard time gaining the upper hand against them. This unsustainable approach, relying solely on gradual encroachment to grow stronger, will inevitably lead to a crushing defeat after a period of stalemate. As for the possibility of a decapitation strike, the Sins family became an earldom precisely because of the strength of the former patriarch. Even an old, 4th-tier knight is not someone that giant-horned demons and mind flayers can easily mess with. Except, that swordsman. White Blade, didn't you say you were going back to the demon realm to rest? It's been days and you still haven't left. The sorcerer asked with concern, noting that their recent operations had been going so smoothly that they had the leisure to concern themselves with the matter of the White Blade. Byron sat cross-legged, holding his sword, his usually calm face now showing several bulging veins. His Highness has already replied to my leave application. He took a deep breath. They actually forbid it. He was unusually angry. He had already missed the agreed time, and he was sure his wife would scold him when he got back. Byron calmed himself down and slowly said, His Highness believes that what I've done here isn't substantial enough, and doesn't count as any real achievement. He wants me to first show some commitment. That's roughly the gist of it. So what are you planning to do? Byron's eyes sharpened, and the scabbard in his hand trembled involuntarily. Leader Sins, the former head of the glorious Earl family in the Wasteland province, single-handedly overcame numerous obstacles and was promoted from Viscount to Earl under pressure from the Snowstorm family. His success was due to his wisdom, courage, and minimal physical strength. A 4th-tier knight's mere presence was enough to deter the Wind and Snow clan from making any rash moves. This is the power of a strongman. Although he is old and frail, and his energy has declined considerably, as long as he is alive, he is the greatest guarantee for his family. Therefore, he relinquished power to his son early on and continued his cultivation, attempting to reach that distant realm. It's just a pity, he's already missed the best years of his life. He sacrificed too much for his family. Even at his peak, he wasn't confident he could reach a higher level. But now, he still retains enough power. After reviewing his eventful life, Let changed from a cross-legged position to a standing position. His hairstyle carried the boldness unique to people from the north, with long braids flying in the heat of the scorching sun. Even though the ends of his hair had turned white, his brave and imposing manner was as strong as ever. The Hammer Warrior, Leader Hines, he shouted with a powerful voice. In the Sins family's private backyard, a white figure quietly arrived. Byron also announced his name. An unknown nobody. Leth scrutinized him for a long time with a suspicious look, finally saying slowly, I think I know you. Byron repeated what he had just said. What do you want with me? Let asked. I want to take a vacation, so I'm borrowing your name. The doubt in Layton's eyes deepened, but the unspoken understanding between experts made him nod. Could I go get my weapons first? The old man is getting on in years, he'll be useless without them. Byron stepped aside. Go ahead. As a nobleman, Leth's residence was extremely simple. A thatched hut, with nothing but a large hammer besides some daily necessities, which is where his nickname comes from. In his youth, he once used this hammer, named Valor, to kill a third-tier knight with a single blow. The knight was a retainer of Earl of Wind and Snow. From then on, the two families were sworn enemies, and their open and covert struggles never ceased. But now it seems that these struggles were all meaningless. Compared to third-tier elites, the physical differences between fourth-tier warriors are secondary. The biggest difference lies in their domains. It was a world that belonged only to him. This man possessed a delicate mind that belied his rugged appearance. In this situation, calling for help is no longer useful. Since the opponent is a respectable swordsman, let's settle things with strength. Let's begin once you're ready, Byron said casually. After all, the longer you waste time, the more likely you are to get a severe scolding. Shouldering a sledgehammer taller than a person, Let didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed his full power. Domain expansion. Leth didn't reveal the name of the domain. This was a tactful tactic employed by the seasoned veteran. Byron placed his sword sheath on the ground, closed his eyes, and sensed the overwhelming power of the enemy's territory. Even in enemy territory, a swordsman's perception remains their weapon. They've arrived? The grass where Byron stood was instantly blasted apart, as if a fully loaded truck had overturned, plowing up the entire lawn, with black soil flying everywhere. With just one move, Byron determined the effect of his domain. The ability to accelerate instantly, it's different from those clumsy guys. In a short time, the two had exchanged over 100 blows, leaving the entire back garden in a complete mess and alarming countless guards. However, the former patriarch's rebuke, which resounded throughout the entire manor, prevented them from approaching. Everyone was speculating about what the old man was doing, causing such a commotion. Another hammer blow was swung, but Byron still calmly dodged it. Leth stood there, panting heavily. He was getting old after all. But he couldn't accept this humiliation. What kind of skill was it to dodge and weave? Now that things have come to this, the other party isn't even expanding their territory. Isn't that a sign of looking down on us? Do you dare to fight me head-on? He shouted, just when he thought he was about to be humiliated. Okay. Several sword energies were unleashed. This was the first time Byron had drawn his sword in battle. As expected, these sword energies were easily blocked by Let's hammer. Let frowned. Something was off. He didn't sense the slightest bit of sword intent. Where is your sword intent, sword warrior? Just a nobody. Where would he get his sword intent from? Let's doubts deepened. A swordsman's sword intent is the foundation of his existence. Without sword intent, he could not even advance to the 3rd rank, let alone the 4th rank. And now, a guy with no sword intent is fighting me to a standstill. It seems I'm really getting senile. I even mistook someone for someone else. He gripped the sledgehammer tightly, his confidence finally growing. But the ensuing battle filled him with despair. Although the sword energy was weak, it was still at the level expected of a 4th-tier warrior, and it was endless like flowing water, making it difficult to defend against. It's as if this guy's fighting spirit is limitless. Finally, his fighting spirit exhausted, the hammer slipped from his hand, and he only had his last strength left to speak. If I were 5 years younger, maybe I would still have a chance. He hated it, hated that he was getting old and his skills were declining too quickly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to even touch his opponent's clothes. If he had just hit him once, victory would have been his. Byron sheathed his sword and strolled towards him. If I were 5 years younger, you wouldn't last 5 minutes in my arms. As the blade was held to his neck, Let opened his mouth and uttered his last words. Who are you? Byron looked at the old man whose hair had turned gray and whose legs were trembling, and shrugged. Sword Saint, Eli Joel. Suddenly, Let's eyes opened wide like copper bells, and he slowly fell down along with his corpse, filled with countless thoughts and words. It was another dull summer evening, and Ethan and his wife, bored out of their minds, clung together as always. Now that Wolf's belly is finally showing, the two are so nervous that they no longer joke and play around as usual, but look at her growing belly over and over again every day. At this point, the wolf girl had an absolute and sufficient reason to act recklessly, and whatever she did would be understood and tolerated. For example, spending the whole day glued together in the study with Ethan. Ethan gave Marcus a leave of absence, and every trivial matter in the territory was brought to the Viscount's desk, which was utterly outrageous. There's no other reason than that Ethan would probably get bored out of his mind if he didn't find something to do. For the first time, a second chair appeared in Ethan's study, and then it was replaced with a bench covered with a soft blanket. The chair armrests prevented Wolf and Ethan from getting close together. Ethan had his arm around Wolf's waist. It was truly torturous to have such a beautiful woman by his side but not be able to make a move. There was a knock on the study door. Marcus tactfully bent down and handed over the letter, then quietly withdrew and closed the door behind him. Another urgent letter from Earl Sins? What an idiot. I've never even met him, and he expects my help. Ethan opened the letter, grumbling. Nobles wouldn't even acknowledge each other, let alone be in a superior-subordinate relationship. Unless something truly major has happened that requires an announcement to everyone. Ethan unfolded the letter and raised his cup to take a sip of his cold tea. Pfft. Cough cough cough. Grass. Wolf, who was fast asleep with her head on his shoulder, was awakened by the violent shaking. She twitched her wolf ears and asked with half-closed eyes, "Ethan, what happened?" Ethan calmly wiped the table with a cloth. "It's nothing, just an old man who had nothing to do with us died. He just invited me to his funeral." "Oh, I want to sleep." Her tone was soft, like that of a harmless fawn. "Do you want me to come with you?" Ethan asked, lifting her up in his arms. She snuggled closer to Ethan and said understandingly, "No need for that. Let Sister Catherine take care of you tonight." Ethan helped her to bed, tucked her in, and ended their intimate time together with a good night kiss. Then he wiped away imaginary cold sweat. The former head of the Sins family died at such an inopportune time. It was a crucial moment in the fight against the cult. How could he suddenly go mad and die from exhaustion? Reason had already given him the answer. It was most likely the work of a cult. Oh dear, they're really not easy to deal with. I hope the two earls will do their best. Anyway, he's already at level 4. But then again, could dual cultivation really speed up cultivation? As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Since it's not certain yet, he decided to repeat the process several times to prove its feasibility. As he was thinking this, he had already arrived at the door of Catherine's laboratory. A focused nature mage is studying the mysteries of magic on a messy desk covered with books and papers. For any mage, this kind of practice is more practical than simple meditation. Unfortunately, Ethan ruthlessly interrupted Catherine, who was engrossed in her story. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from behind him, the mage's legs went weak. "Young master, isn't it a bit too early today?" "What, you don't want to?" Ethan had already touched her stomach from behind and was reaching upwards without stopping. I might not be able to handle it," she stammered. She had been taking care of Ethan these past few days, and the strenuous activity every day was really taking its toll. Ethan felt the soft texture through the clothes, and based on experience, he was probably not wearing anything. "Tell me the truth, do you want to?" I'll listen to you, young master." Ethan was annoyed by this lack of initiative. He was past the age of enjoying the feeling of conquest. "If you don't want to, then forget it for tonight. I'll just go find Alice." After saying that, he let go of her hand and made as if to leave the laboratory. "Don't want." Catherine slammed Ethan against the wall, the first time she had been so assertive in her 20 years of service to her master. Catherine kissed Ethan passionately, quickly removing his unnecessary clothes. In her madness, she finally revealed her true feelings. "Young master belongs to me. I've had this thought for a long time." Ethan chuckled softly. "Do you think I don't know?" Their positions soon changed again, this time to a large table covered with books. The fitted mage robe was held together by only a rope at the waist, which Ethan pulled loose, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Ethan lifted her chin with one hand. "Is this how you take the initiative after making up your mind? Letting me do whatever I want is no different from being a maid." Young master." Ethan leaned closer. "I've told you, I consider you my older sister. Are you going to keep calling me that distant title?" "Younger brother." Ethan kissed her dark red lips. After a long while, he raised his head and smacked his lips as if savoring the memory. It tastes even better than before." He looked at Catherine, who was completely powerless to resist, with a mocking expression. He still felt he hadn't taken the initiative enough. The thick walls of the study blocked out all sound. That night, the two slept in each other's arms, using books as their bed and scrolls as their blankets. The following day, Wolf thanked Catherine, who had come to take care of her, as usual. "Thank you for your hard work, sister. It's already hard enough taking care of the young master, and you're still troubling me." Catherine paused, then smiled, and said, "Young master, you're quite easy to handle. Sometimes you can be quite childish. As for a situation like Madam's, other servants would only be in the way, and I'm worried about them." For some reason, Wolf felt that Catherine seemed to have changed, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. After thinking for a while, she turned her attention back to Ethan. "Is Ethan still not up?" "He's sleeping soundly now, like a contented child." Wolf saw, doting in her eyes. "What's going on? Surely their relationship can't possibly progress further after just one night?" After all, according to Ethan and her, Catherine and he had a very good relationship from the beginning. The current situation is no longer that of a simple husband and wife. Wolf felt a sense of crisis for the first time in a long time, but she quickly calmed down. Her smooth, delicate hands gently stroked her now-grown belly. This growing little one was her greatest source of confidence. "You'd better grow up quickly, otherwise Daddy might abandon Mommy and find someone else." Although she's not so fixated on it anymore, having a child really makes a difference, especially an eldest son. During her pregnancy, she had gotten used to Ethan going out to spend the night with other people. But it still hurts so much. All this love and affection should be mine. Wolf mentally added another mark against Ethan, that BD who abandoned his wife and children, she thought, and vowed to punish him properly once she recovered. Achoo! Ethan rubbed his nose. "Sure enough, even in summer, you shouldn't sleep naked on the floor. Now he's made a mess of things." As soon as he entered, he saw Wolf staring at him with a resentful look on her face. She puffed out her cheeks and whined, "Hug me." Wolf was able to return to Ethan's warm and tender embrace once again, just as she had wished. Alone in the study, she finally asked, "What did you two do last night?" Ethan ruffled her hair. "What else can you do? Just do what you're supposed to do. Or have you forgotten what a husband and wife are supposed to do?" No, that's not it, it's just that Sister Catherine seems a little off. Don't worry, what could possibly happen between us? Oh, Wolf lay back down, still doubtful. This chapter has been heavily edited, I'm wondering if I can put the original text in the author's notes. Ethan set off a little late, but not too late. After all, considering the geographical situation, it was already a courtesy that the border nobles were able to participate on time. This time he traveled light, with only a few knights accompanying him. Since they were unfamiliar nobles he was meeting for the first time, it would be more reasonable for the Earl to present the gifts to the Viscount. After all, the only so-called specialty of the Northwind territory is its well-developed animal husbandry industry. Ethan wouldn't even consider having a barbecue on someone else's grave. During the funeral, the Hines family raised their security to the highest level. Even when Ethan displayed the banner of Viscount Northwind, he was still stopped and questioned about his identity. That's how it is with foreign nobles, even if they put up a sign, nobody recognizes them, so naturally they won't be respected. Lega gave Ethan a very warm welcome, to the point that it inevitably raised some questions. With such an unreliable head of the family, does he have absolutely no confidence left after his father's death? Several old acquaintances also attended the funeral, Nanyan, West Mu, and Dongya. All four of the border heroes were there, a rare treat. So at the party, after getting to know a few nobles, everyone tacitly and automatically formed small groups. This time, everyone of importance in the Wasteland province has come, Dong Yi said. Including us, all 10 viscounts and 46 barons are present, except Earl of Snowstorm. Nanyan took a sip of his drink. In this situation, no matter how deep the hatred, the deceased should be respected. He has always been old-fashioned and held life in the highest regard. The funeral is in 3 days, perhaps Earl of Wind and Snow is a little late. The group exchanged glances, and the corners of their mouths turned up simultaneously. Whether Earl of Wind and Snow comes or not, the conflict between these two families will only intensify and will inevitably erupt sooner or later. At that time, they will have room to take advantage of the situation. It is foreseeable that both sides will need to win them over. As long as they don't express their stance, things will get better sooner or later. As fellow viscounts, the man on the border is a man, not some cowardly coward from the north. Even now, when Viscount Nignan is extremely weak, his strength is no less than that of any viscount from the north. Ultimately, local tyrants are powerful and awesome. The next day, Count Wind and Snow still hadn't arrived, and everyone waited for him with great patience. For those eager to see a good show, they're willing to wait as long as it takes. Meanwhile, Lega, the no longer young count, secretly approached Ethan. I had heard that Viscount Northwind was a promising young talent, and now that I've met him, he truly is extraordinary. After a series of tedious pleasantries, he finally asked, I've heard you're an excellent swordsman. I wouldn't call myself outstanding, but I might have a slight talent for it. Lega glanced at him with considerable skepticism, convinced that the elite-level swordsman was merely being modest. Actually, my father didn't die from a chi deviation, but was killed by an unknown swordsman. Ethan smirked. It was indeed that white-haired swordsman who did it. Hopefully, based on your assessment of the traces at the scene, we can find some clues. With that, Lega led Ethan to the back garden, which had not been visited by anyone since then. So-called clues are nothing more than judging a swordsman's approximate sword intent and style based on traces. In the Bade Sun Empire, where swordsmen are few, knowing the sword intent can give a rough idea of who did it. Ethan's eyes fell upon a landscape scarred and reclaimed, clearly the work of the hammer warrior. There were very few traces of sword energy. The gap in strength is huge. What? Lega's tone was filled with anger. Didn't this imply that his father was incompetent? Ethan ignored him and continued. There are very few traces of sword energy, which means his attacks almost all hit their mark. As for the power, judging from the marks, it's far less powerful than your father's hammer. However, the strangest thing is that I couldn't sense any sword intent from it, not even the slightest trace of the aura that a sword domain should have. I can't see any other possibility besides him not being a swordsman. Really? Why don't you take another look? No need to look. I don't recognize this guy. I've heard of all the famous swordsmen in the country, and none of them have this quality. Well, okay. Lega's clenched hands did not loosen, he still wanted to avenge his father. Let's save our breath. A fourth-tier being is difficult to eliminate even with the army alone. Ethan patted him on the shoulder, then turned and left. Back in the still bustling banquet hall, Ethan quietly found a corner to sit down. A swordsman without sword intent. Ethan naturally remembered what his older brother's sword intent was like. After all, he had been taught a lesson by him many times since he was a child. It is fierce and intense, indestructible, and possesses boundless destructive power once it strikes. It's definitely not just at that level. Could it be that I've really mistaken someone for someone else? His older brother was the opposite of him, with white hair and white eyes, definitely not red eyes. A swordsman's sword intent can never be changed, much less disappear. Ethan finally showed a nervous expression. Although he was also at the 4th rank, he was not yet confident of winning against opponents of the same rank. If left unchecked, it could lead to serious trouble. After all, someone suddenly coming to kill a hero out of the blue can't possibly be there just for fun, right? There must be another purpose behind it. Clearly, he was wrong. After all, no normal person would commit murder just to get a vacation. However, judging from the reactions of the northern nobles, the matter of cults doesn't seem to be of much concern to them. Just as Ethan was thinking this, 2 more nobles started arguing because they had drunk too much. Great, idiots like them would have died long ago at the border, Zemo said, his elbow pressing on his shoulder as he drank and watched the 2 fools who had already started fighting. Tell me, how could such a fool possibly inherit so much land for generations? Zemo gave him a meaningful look. I didn't hear anything. Ethan said to his retreating figure, the wasteland provinces will pay the price for their underestimation, they'll have a hard time finding reinforcements. Zemo stood still without turning around. He shrugged and chuckled, I'm just a businessman, I don't possess your extraordinary martial prowess. Ethan thought about it for a long time, but ultimately decided not to reveal that he had advanced to the 4th rank. Having reached this level, his mere existence was enough to attract everyone's attention, and he didn't want to bring endless trouble upon himself. Besides, Sword Hero is not a title that represents good fortune. Of the first 2 owners, one is dead, and the fate of the other is unknown. But if their fate is unknown, then they are dead. At least that's how it appears to others. He can only rely on himself. Here are many businessmen among the border nobles, but only Zemo has made a name for himself like him. Many nobles in the Wasteland province were old acquaintances of his, as well as business allies. This meant that Westwood could be well connected among them and obtain sufficient benefits. The way the northern nobles treated them was enough to tell the story. Westwood chatted and laughed with them, while the other 3 were categorized as barbarians and were mostly ignored. Maintaining relationships is such a hassle, Ethan remarked, watching Westwood constantly chatting with people. That's how businessmen are, they always think about not offending each other and cooperating for mutual benefit. Nan Yan scoffed at this, as he hated dealing with such cunning businessmen. You don't understand, this is called a steady, long-term approach. Zemo's annual revenue is at least 30% higher than ours. Dong Yi looked at Zemo with considerable envy. Although he also disliked the northerners, it would be a good thing if he could benefit from them. Keeping vigil is an extremely tedious task. During this time, no entertainment activities are allowed in the home, and no dancing or music is permitted. Violators will be considered to be disrespectful to the deceased. Therefore, the nobles who gathered together could only pass the time by chatting, and even the food they ate was meager. Earl of Wind and Snow still hasn't come today, not even a word from him. The Sins family did indeed send them an invitation, they either had to come or reply there had to be some kind of response. The funeral will never be held before a response is received. Until the very last day before the funeral, people still hadn't seen a messenger from the Snow family, which was causing them considerable frustration. Just when everyone thought Earl of Snowstorm was going to stand Earl of Let up this time, Ethan noticed a detail. The flags that were only half raised a few days ago are now all hoisted high. It seems the conflict between the 2 families is more serious than I imagined. Before dusk fell, the Wind and Snow family's convoy finally appeared slowly on the distant horizon. The Sins family butler, with a professional, insincere smile, said, Thank you, Earl of Wind and Snow, for taking time out of your busy schedule to attend Lord Liga's funeral. Count Wind and Snow ignored him completely and headed straight for the reception room. His servants followed suit, and none of them paid any attention to the butler. The butler's expression shifted several times. Since becoming the Earl's butler, he had never suffered such humiliation. Even a viscount had to give him some face. Count Snow and Leth met in the drawing room. Their eyes met, sizing each other up. They were only a few feet apart, but neither was willing to speak first. No one would sit in such a scene, everyone stood up and gathered around the spectacle. Earl of Wind and Snow appeared to be around the same age as Nan Yan, around 50 years old, with a calm and dignified appearance. At this moment, the Count, who had maintained a serious demeanor, seemed unable to contain himself, and a smile gradually appeared on his lips. Old Master Liga was a truly remarkable man, it's a real shame he passed away so young. I wonder if the Sins family is prepared for this. The Sins family's affairs are none of your concern. Count Wind and Snow said in a deep voice, May we pay our respects to the remains of the Hammer Hero. My father's face is unkempt, he's not very presentable. Really? It's a real shame I didn't get to see her face at the end. Feng Shui's words were filled with doubt and confusion. In any case, it shouldn't be that he couldn't show his face. A bold guess formed in his mind, could it be that he faked his death? Thinking of this, he slightly toned down his arrogance and said very sincerely, It's such a pity that this happened at this critical juncture, with cults causing trouble in the Wasteland province. The 2 counts exchanged a knowing glance, and everyone present perked up. The important business is here. Although the news came from the border, no one seemed inclined to call them out. Ethan was happy to watch them negotiate while he and his brothers ate sunflower seeds. The whole thing can be summed up in one word, wrangling. It was just constant wrangling, and damn it, wrangling. A group of nobles, led by 2 counts, were arguing incessantly about which lords should be in charge of the matter and how much money and grain the other lords should provide in aid. Ethan kept yawning as he listened. These guys are clearly quite capable, but they're all afraid of suffering even the slightest loss. As they were talking, Ethan suddenly thought of a very serious problem. If all the powerful nobles in the Wasteland province come here for a meeting, who will control the cult? They won't patiently wait for the meeting to finish. A wise man does not stand under a crumbling wall, so Ethan decided to return to his territory to take charge as soon as the funeral was over tomorrow. As for the affairs of the Wasteland province, let them handle them themselves. Ethan will never get involved until there are sufficient benefits to be gained. Demon Land, Demon King's territory. This is the Demon King's private domain, the custom-designed home of successive Demon Kings. In a land known for its chaos, smoke, and barrenness, a pristine region free from the disturbances of war is naturally extremely precious. Unfortunately, few people are qualified to live in this palace complex, apart from the gardeners who have tended the flowers and trees for His Highness for generations and the servants who sweep away every speck of dust. Only one owner lives here, and he is always asleep. This vast palace city needs no guards or army, the master of the territory is everything, representing everything in the world. Therefore, Bai Ren stepped into the entrance of the Demon King's palace without any hindrance. In fact, without the Demon King's permission, no one can get within 10 miles of her. Bai Ren stopped in front of the large bed draped with gauze curtains. From a distance of 100 meters, he spoke, "Your Highness, I have come to report for duty." The indistinct figure made no move. Bai Ren habitually spoke to the air. He quickly gave a complete account of the current situation. Next comes a rare vacation period, at least a month's leave. As he was thinking this, he turned around and tried to leave. Well done. Bai Ren's eyes widened. In an instant, another person appeared behind him. He turned around and, forcing a smile, said, "I dare not accept such praise." A slender, fair finger lifted his chin. "Why are you so shy? I still remember the arrogant air you had when you stormed into my palace back then. You really do have a handsome face, and you dared to come all alone just for your wife. I'm starting to admire you more and more." Bai Ren didn't dare look at her face, he turned his head away. "Your Highness, please don't do this." The Demon King withdrew his hand with a hint of disdain. "How old are you?" Still blushing like a little chef. "No fun at all." Her teasing expression turned serious. "This so-called cult, although it uses my name, does have some uses, so I won't bother with those details. However, since you've put in the effort, you deserve a reward. What do you want?" Bai Ren's face lit up with joy. "Your Highness, I think." The Demon King interrupted him. "Let's make this clear first, I can't reshape a sword heart. Let's choose something else." The Demon King patted his face as if teasing a child. All right, how about I give you some advice? Your wife is always home alone, she must be very lonely. How about we get her a pet?" Bai Ren was taken aback, then subconsciously said, "That's true." The Demon King pulled out a giant egg he had prepared long ago from behind his back and shoved it into Bai Ren's arms without saying a word. "In that case, this little guy is yours." While Bai Ren was still in a daze, she waved her hand and teleported him outside the palace gate. Looking at the crimson eggshell in his hand, speckled with rust, Bai Ren sighed. "Is it really okay to use this as an apology for breaking my promise?" Bai Ren's residence was right next to the Demon King's palace. Theoretically, he was the Demon King's guard. But does such a being really need protection? He held the unidentified egg in one hand, while fumbling for his keys on his person with the other. "He's been away for so long, he feels a bit like a stranger to me." Before he could find the key, the heavy door was pulled open, and a beautiful figure rushed into his arms, her hands quickly groping his entire body. After confirming that he had returned unharmed, Cholet breathed a sigh of relief, then angrily said, "You untrustworthy BD, you made me worry." Eli was always at a disadvantage in front of Shurael, and he could only defend himself by saying, "Don't worry about me, I am the Sword Saint after all." Is a Sword Saint who has fallen from his cultivation level still called a Sword Saint? Shulaer puffed out her cheeks and walked into the house, clearly displeased. "What are you standing there for? Come in now." Eli carried the giant egg into the house, and his wife looked at him with a puzzled expression. "This." Eli didn't know what it was either, and just made it up. "It's a gift I prepared for you, a local specialty from the border." After looking at it for a while, Shulaer finally asked, "Shall we have fried eggs today?" Shule covered her mouth and chuckled softly, "Hee, just kidding. But I've never heard of dragons appearing on the border, and you even brought its offspring here." Shur looked at Eli, waiting for his explanation. No matter how strong her husband was, he couldn't possibly have slain a dragon with his current broken body. If he were still a Sword Saint, then it might be possible. "Well, actually, His Highness gave it to me. He just said it was a little pet to keep you entertained." Eli gently stroked Shurael's blonde hair, instantly dispelling her displeasure. "This gift is too expensive, but compared to you, I still want you to stay by my side forever. I probably won't be staying long this time." As Eli spoke, he took off his red-rimmed glasses, revealing that he was now completely white. He didn't explain why, but simply carried his long sword to the courtyard and began to swing it with difficulty. Before long, he was covered in sweat, and his throat was constantly emitting signs of exhaustion. Shulaer gently wiped his sweat with concern. "What's gotten into you again? Why are you practicing swordsmanship all of a sudden? Didn't you say it was useless?" "I must recultivate my sword intent." With just this one sentence, Shulaer nodded and said, "Okay." Regardless, she supported her husband. "Let's take a break first, and then we can discuss how to hatch this little guy." Eli hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded. Some things are kept secret not only to prevent others from worrying, but also because walls have ears. Comments. Previous. Next. Neither of them had any experience with hatching eggs. Shurael could only pin her hopes on having some knowledge of the books she had taken from the Vatican, otherwise, the two of them might really be eating fried eggs tonight. After some investigation, Shuli received both good news and bad news. First of all, this egg is indeed a genuine red dragon egg, and it will hatch soon. The bad news is that this egg is somewhat malnourished. Eli could easily hold the egg in both hands, which shows just how tiny this little guy is. Shurael flipped through the book in her hands, sighing, what a pitiful creature. All newborn dragons are born on Dragon Island, anywhere else they only produce something that looks like a premature baby. The red dragon egg needs suitable heat radiation to provide it with energy. Although my light magic is useful, it can only guarantee its hatching. Shul gestured with her hands, by then, this little guy will probably only be this tiny. Dragon Island's influence on the eggs, do you think it might be related to the Tree of Life in Ultsum? Shulayer frowned slightly, she had never thought of this angle before. Maybe, perhaps. Are you going to take this egg to the elf forest? She cautioned, dragons and elves have always been at odds, not to mention we're now demons. If we go out, we'll probably be captured and tortured by those old fogies. As for Dragon Island, if we go there, we'll never get our eggs back, and the risks are even greater than going to the elf forest. Eli looked up. That's not what I meant by those two places. After much hesitation, he finally spoke up. If the Demon King were to harm him, he would have already done so. As for the others, he was, after all, a former sword saint. I met my younger brother at the border. Oh, that little brat isn't dead yet. Clam. Shurer, who had remained calm throughout, finally showed signs of panic. Although that little rascal was hateful, always secretly tipping off her and Eli, ruining their plans, she couldn't really say she disliked her clever and quirky younger brother. Are all members of your Joel family dead? What are you sending your second young master to that desolate place for? Eli remained unmoved. Speak up, you BD. Don't you even care about your own brother? Our family has fallen on hard times. Eli found a chair and sat down. I've heard some rumors, but I never imagined the family's situation had deteriorated to such a critical point. Even the original heir was driven out. He comforted him, saying, but thankfully, my brother isn't a useless coward. Although he's a bit greedy, lazy, and lecherous, he's ultimately doing quite well. Shur sat down next to him and leaned comfortably on his shoulder. But that's the border after all, too far from heaven and too close to the demon realm. Let's find a safe place for him. But where in this world is truly safe? In the end, you can only rely on yourself. How long has it been since you said something like that? Shur asked back. Eli fell silent again. He hadn't said anything like that in a long time. But at some point, his words became as sharp as his sword. His courage, his dreams, were just like that. And his sword, and his heart. 5 years ago, if his sword was drawn, it meant he wouldn't lose. Unfortunately, he lost the most important battle, and lost badly. His lifeless eyes swept over Shulayer, who was cupping her cheeks, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. Fortunately, the ending wasn't too bad. So, for your brother's sake, you're planning to start practicing swordsmanship again? That's no small feat. Eli didn't intend to continue the conversation. Instead, he said, there's a newly grown world tree on his territory. Shulayer, my younger brother got married to. The series of surprises overwhelmed Shurael. She twisted her thigh and stopped asking where the Tree of Life had come from. So, what should we send? Although it doesn't match the rumors about orcs, from what I've seen, his wife is an elf. Oh, elf. Shur looked at the bright red egg in her hand. Why don't we give this to him as a wedding gift? Although elves and dragons have never gotten along, raising them from childhood to adulthood should make things different. Eli thought for a long time before finally asking, so what are you going to do? Shur placed the red dragon egg aside, gently embraced Eli with both hands, their fingers intertwined tightly. You're all I need, you fool. 3 days later, Eli carried the red dragon egg across the demon land and once again set foot on the borderland. He has always been very efficient, and with the speed of a sword saint, he will be able to see his brother soon. In the study of Harvest Manor, Ethan paused, his pen still. A figure had appeared on the balcony to the left without anyone noticing. Eli casually pushed open the door, and neither of them dared to speak first upon seeing each other. Eli silently walked up to him and carefully looked at his younger brother, whom he hadn't seen for many years. He forced a smile. You've grown up. Ethan placed his hand on the sword. Weren't you dead? I am Eli, and I have long been a demon. Eli placed the red dragon egg on the table. This is a congratulatory gift for your wedding. Goodbye. After saying that, he quickly walked to the balcony, took one last look at his younger brother, and then turned and left. Ethan stared at his departing figure for a long time, finally letting out a sneer. Still the same as always. Comments. Previous the fact that my brother is safe and sound and can see me is the best news I've had in a while. The two brothers had an absolute understanding. They could learn a lot from just one meeting. Ethan touched the giant egg in front of him, which was trembling slightly, displaying a vibrant life force. What my brother sent was definitely not something simple. Let Alice study it. Wolf, having soaked up the sun in the garden, strolled into the study. By then, Ethan had almost finished his official business and had time to spend with her. She first snuggled into Ethan's arms as usual, then looked curiously at the dragon egg on the table and asked, Ethan, what's this? Ethan was still immersed in the past and hadn't quite recovered yet. It's a gift from my older brother. He said it's to wish me a happy marriage. Ethan has an older brother? I've never heard you mention him. I haven't seen him for many years. He's my last remaining family member in the world. Wolf responded with a hint of annoyance, but her quick wit allowed her to understand the importance of this older brother, whom she had never met, in Ethan's heart. I just missed the chance to meet him. She blinked. Then, will my brother accept me? Ethan paused, stroking the wolf's tail, as he recalled that night when he had been drugged and made drunk. So he stammered, probably. I already told him. I like kimono-mimi, animal-eared girls, and stuff like that, he muttered to himself. Feeling more confident, Wolf looked up and posed a fatal question. Did your brother mention that the wedding gift he's giving you is for your wedding with someone? Ethan felt like he couldn't breathe. These things were really hard to predict. He couldn't exactly boil the egg, divide it into 3 portions, and eat them all together, could he? Wolf pressed her advantage. If he still knows you're married after all these years, has he met anyone else? Ethan knew perfectly well who she was referring to, and could only nod stiffly, saying, that day was when I fought 2 demons, and Alice happened to be there. Oh, I see. But Ethan and Alice did a great job. Your brother could tell you two were a couple at a glance. She emphasized the word sister. In this situation, Ethan could only raise his hands in surrender, and the 2 of them rubbed their cheeks together affectionately. Fine, I give up. What do you want? Wolf touched her slightly protruding belly. It's been a bit cold at night lately. Ethan turned to look at the gleaming sun, its intense heat making even the weeds droop. He doesn't even use a blanket in this kind of weather. But he still affectionately stroked the white wolf ears. Then I'll warm your bed tonight. The wolf girl smiled happily, then took his hand and said, I want to go for a walk. The doctor said I need to exercise more to keep the baby healthy. She whistled, and a nimble gray figure deftly evaded all the servants, quickly running up from downstairs. Little Gray sat obediently at the door of the study. The vase next to it was shaken by the noise and almost fell over, but it caught it gently with its tail. Wolf picked up the egg, which was much larger than her belly. Let's give this gift from my brother to Alice. The tree of life continues to transform the environment. It is no longer content with simply turning farmland into forest, but is constantly spreading towards the estate. Marcus repeatedly asked Ethan for his opinion on whether to let the trees grow freely or to prevent them from approaching the estate. Ethan thought about it and decided to leave it alone. A manor located in the woods did have some unique features. Aside from the abundance of mosquitoes in summer, all things have a spirit, except mosquitoes. Alice expressed both delight and hesitation regarding the gift. Although she was happy that a big brother had suddenly appeared out of nowhere to offer his blessings for her and Ethan's marriage, the red dragon egg was not only a valuable gift, but also far too unusual. However, the tree of life of Othersome treats this unborn little life differently. When Alice placed the red dragon egg under the 3-meter-tall seedling, the tree of life, which was usually so stingy with sunlight that it refused to share even a ray with other plants, unusually swayed its branches and leaves. The 2 little creatures, both less than a year old, communicated through the pulsating leaves, eventually causing the tree of life to move aside a small space, allowing sunlight to fall upon the red dragon egg. Whether it was Ethan's imagination or not, he felt that the life force inside the eggshell was stronger. That night, the group huddled together and fell into a deep sleep. However, the incompetent wife trope played out again. Comments. Priest. The first rays of morning sunlight streamed through the treehouse. Ethan slowly opened his eyes, and there stood Alice, who had been waiting for him. Honey, it's time to get up and have breakfast. She bent over, her eyes full of anticipation. Ethan, who understood her, immediately wrapped his arms around her neck and pulled her close for a passionate kiss. Alice, her face flushed, floated away to serve breakfast to the group. He didn't know when, but Wolf woke up in his arms, her ruby eyes making him feel uneasy. Her desire was written all over her face, so Ethan could only lower his head and kiss her forehead. However, she was still unhappy, muttering to herself, Ethan is a bad guy. You promised to sleep with me, but I ended up watching you the whole night. Ethan rubbed her head, the soft white fur stroking his hands, providing a wonderful feel. Don't worry, I'll make it up to you properly later. Wolf patted her belly in dissatisfaction, as if blaming the baby for taking so long to be born. Child, if you don't want it, you don't have to have it. Breakfast was a classic 3-piece set of bread, goat milk, and salad. Considering that Wolf, being a carnivore, didn't like to gnaw on the greenery, Alice replaced the salad ingredients with fruit. Boiled goat milk loses its fishy smell, replaced by an extremely rich and mellow taste. Soft bread paired with fresh and sweet summer fruits is a true delight. The only downside is that the group often struggles with who should feed whom. These days aren't bad, if no one comes to cause trouble. The Northwind region has been peaceful recently. The ever-vibrant orcs have spread out of Northwind City and are diligently repairing roads for the Master. At this rate, in another 2 years Ethan will be able to accomplish the feat of repairing all the official roads in the entire area. The outcome of the nobles' long wrangling last time was exactly as expected. They each went their own way, with each noble family in the rear contributing only a token amount of manpower and resources, and that was it. However, the Northerners had been recuperating for a long time, and their troops were strong and well-equipped, so they could still muster an impressive number for the time being. More than 13,000 troops formed an overwhelming defensive line. It's important to understand that auxiliary soldiers aren't counted in the army. This means the actual number of soldiers in the army is around 30,000, which exceeds Ethan's expectations. Although they appeared indifferent, the two counts still gave the cult, or rather, the border viscounts, ample face. Such a force, which even a viscount could not handle, naturally required a heavy blow. Under their leadership, other nobles followed suit and quickly raised troops and assembled. Even with such rapid mobilization, the cult's destructive power reached a level that was difficult for others to match. During the very days they were bickering, the long-planned cult breached several outlying knightly territories, and its power continued to expand, causing several baronies to fall within half a month. Only then did the allied forces hastily arrive. It was already the end of August, and by the time they had finalized all the details of their troop deployment, the first city in the Viscount's territory was breached by the cult. The giant horned demon led the charge, smashing the impregnable city gates and shattering the pride and dignity of the northern nobles. That is to say, the Viscount was more shrewd and did not perish with the city, thus narrowly escaping death. This move thoroughly enraged everyone. In September, the enraged allied forces formed an impregnable defensive line and slowly advanced. Everything encountered along the way was no different from the dust on the road in the face of this war machine that had already begun to operate. Whether it was the fleeing survivors, or the villages and settlements along the way, none could escape the fate of being detained and destroyed. Lords would not tolerate their armies looting indiscriminately. It was an important part of maintaining morale. Furthermore, if they don't plunder it themselves, then everything is free. Lords never show the slightest mercy to refugees who leave their territories without permission. The men were forced into hard labor and enslaved, subjected to beatings and abuse. As for the elderly, children, and women, their fate was even more tragic. For unarmed civilians, thieves, and convicts pose a greater threat than cults. The area recently occupied by the Demon King cult was swiftly cleared out. Under the organized sweep, only destruction awaited the cult members who remained in place. Then, the residents who had just survived the disaster would be looted again. As a result, the allied forces became increasingly arrogant. After all, the opponent is weak, the battle is going smoothly, and those who charge ahead have a chance to be among the first to seize the spoils of war. Such good fortune doesn't come every year. As for accountability, that's out of the question. According to the rules, 90% of the spoils belong to the Lord. They're not stupid, they certainly wouldn't keep anything for themselves. Even so, this wealth was enough for them to live a life of luxury, and from the lowest-ranking soldiers to the highest-ranking officers, everyone was in an atmosphere of arrogance. No one seems to care why the cultists, who were able to conquer so many territories, were so weak. Count Snow and Count Let maintained their due caution. Their intuition told them they could not underestimate any opponent. This is the wisdom passed down through generations of an ancient family. So they ordered the cult members to be slowly surrounded, inch by inch squeezing out their living space. The operation went smoothly. The ironclad defenses built by a sufficient number of soldiers would not allow a single cultist to escape. They had only two choices, either break through to the front and make a futile resistance against the overwhelming enemy forces. The other option is to retreat to the border. Their plan was shrewd, they had already made enough profit this time. Now, all they had to do was resolve this problem, and it would be another achievement etched into the family's glorious history, a legacy for future generations. As for how to solve the problem, that's not important. All they had to do was drive the cult out of the wasteland province, their territory, and that was it. The life and death of the border nobles were none of their concern. That's what they thought, and that's what they did. As for how to deal with the orcs after all the people on the border are killed, they would just give a dismissive laugh at this question. Never underestimate the wisdom of future generations. In October, the Allied forces tightened their encirclement, and the cultists' living space dwindled. They launched several breakout attempts during this period, but all were easily crushed by the Allied forces. Earl of Wind and Snow beamed with joy. Not only was the old man who had been dominating them dead, but he had also easily suppressed the cult rebellion, which was worthy of being reported to the Empire. Even after he retired, his name remained renowned, ranking among the top of all family heads. However, the cultists' resistance was more tenacious than he had imagined. After 4 failed organized breakout attempts, his cavalry could still spot large numbers of cultists. He was incredibly stubborn. He believed that the cult only had a few towns left in its territory and simply did not have enough power to fight against the army. Indeed, they have confirmed that the number of cult members is not large, at most 30,000. Sufficient caution makes it difficult for cult members to have a stable food source, and their numbers will only decrease. As for the so-called prayer ritual, he had already witnessed it. It can improve the physical fitness of ordinary people to a level similar to that of armed soldiers, nothing more. Apart from that, he hadn't encountered anything unusual. It seems that the mastermind behind this cult is nothing but trash and incompetent fools, unable to even control the followers. What they didn't know was that the border nobles had concealed a large portion of their information about the cult, leading them to believe it was just an ordinary cult causing trouble. In October, the hidden dangers finally surfaced. A large number of cult members were mixed in with the slaves captured from the army, and their level of faith was not low, they were at least devout believers. After being tormented for days by bastards in the army, they finally unleashed the threat of a cult. At night, a number of cultists with strength reaching the second tier caused trouble in the camp, a situation that would be difficult for even the most experienced general to handle. The first outbreak was finally suppressed after suffering heavy losses. just as they were licking their wounds and thinking this was the cult's last counterattack. 3 days later, another cult disturbance broke out in the camp. This time, it wasn't the refugees they captured and executed, but rather some of the soldiers. Many of them had killed numerous cult members just 3 days prior. Now, the soldiers could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. After Counts Wind and Snow and Count Ret joined forces to suppress the rebellion, the first uprising of the army broke out. What followed was a series of collapses. The fanatics hiding in the last few towns effortlessly defeated the Allied forces. After this battle, the Wasteland province was no longer able to organize a coalition army and could only fight its own battles. After all, nobody knows who the enemy is and who the friend is. This situation was beyond the Earl's control, and while they reported it to the Empire, the news also reached the ears of those on the border. After many years, the Wasteland province has once again come to the border. In November, Earl of Snowstorm was beheaded by a giant horned demon and a mind flayer while out on a reconnaissance mission. The news leaked, plunging all the nobles into panic, and the situation on the battlefield deteriorated rapidly. In December, the entire Wasteland province was swept away by the traces of the cult and refugees, and defeated armies filled the region, with everyone living in fear. The towns were overflowing with corpses, and the plague was spreading rapidly. In January of the new year, the orcs broke through the border defenses, and countless orc tribes poured into the Wasteland province. In this chaotic time, a small life was born in the still peaceful Northwind territory. Ethan had just been discussing the situation in the Wasteland province with Bull when he received Alice's message without even having a sip of water. He stood up, patted the bull on the shoulder encouragingly, and said, "You can go for it. Whatever you gain, it's all yours. If you really can't keep going, you can always run back to Eye Valley." The bull nodded somewhat fearfully. He and his tribe were making rapid progress in strength. However, the stronger one becomes, the more one understands just how powerful Ethan is. Fortunately, I've been performing quite well. This mission is to lead the other orcs to cause trouble for the cults and nobles in the Wasteland province. The more chaotic, the better. That was Ethan's mission to himself. Without a doubt, they will execute orders perfectly. The orcs are all about loyalty. After all, Ethan gave them way too much. Bull watched Ethan leave, then effortlessly departed the manor. The location of the Tree of Life in Utsum, where the once sparse branches and leaves now obscure the entire blue sky, has an astonishingly large area of half a kilometer in radius. Now it no longer needs the supply of energy essence. The free-floating energy in the world is enough for it to be self-sufficient, and there is even a surplus to give back to Alice. Beneath its thick trunk, a ray of sunlight pierced through a gap in the branches, illuminating a dragon egg that was constantly swaying. Alice had already determined that it was a genuine red dragon egg, and Ethan, upon learning this, was naturally filled with anticipation. Who wouldn't want to be a dragon knight? Now, nourished by the Tree of Life, this egg has undergone an amazing transformation, not only growing several times larger but also brimming with vitality. Alice patiently tended to it. The original treehouse had been destroyed by the rampaging Tree of Life, so she had no choice but to rebuild a platform on the Tree of Life. Through prolonged interaction, the tiny life hidden beneath the eggshell successfully became familiar with her scent, and she could sense a wondrous connection forming between them. When Ethan arrived, the little creature inside the dragon egg was already stirring and about to hatch. "Tell me, just how big is this guy?" The dragon egg in front of us was already half a person's height. Considering the size of the cub, it would be an exaggeration even if it were a giant dragon. Alice had studied this extensively, and living near the Tree of Life year-round was one of the few things that brought her amusement. This guy suffered a lot in the past, probably never even had a decent environment, so his development was very slow, and he was on the verge of death when he was brought here. After arriving at the Tree of Life, it almost took revenge by absorbing excessive amounts of energy from it, thus becoming much larger than its kind. Could it be that she's developing early? Ethan listened to the constant noises coming from inside the eggshell, the screeching sound of claws scraping against the shell, and the dull thuds as his limbs stretched out and collided with the shell. Soon, the little guy they had placed their hopes on successfully broke through the eggshell, and a cautious red lizard head slowly emerged from the broken opening. His constantly shifting eyes scanned his surroundings, cleverly ignoring the two people who had been keeping him company. After confirming there was no danger nearby, she lowered her head and began to slowly nibble on the eggshell beside her mouth. This was the first meal for every dragon cub. From her bare head, Ethan could see that she had a pair of small, reddish horns, covered in sticky mucus. Soon, the impatient little creature lost her pretense of slow and deliberate eating, wolfing down her food in a flash. In no time, she had finished all the eggshells and was now licking her paws with relish. 4 legs, 2 wings, horns on its head, this is the purest form of red dragon blood. The little red dragon let out a satisfied burp and roared to the sky, finally having the strength to utter the proper cry. "I am the dragon of world destruction, the ruler of all things, the tyrannical dragon, Caesar." Cough cough cough. She started coughing halfway through her sentence because she choked on her saliva. After a moment of calm, she glanced furtively at Ethan and his companion with her vertical pupils. Confirming that they weren't mocking her, she regained her confidence. Yes, he must have been intimidated by his own domineering aura. She repeated what she had just said and gave her real name. Caesar model, Seraphim. Just as she tilted her head back, waiting for the two men to submit, Alice, captivated by her innocent and adorable voice, reached out and picked her up. So cute. To the little red dragon's surprise, neither of them could understand dragon language. To the two of them, the dragon's elegant tone, spoken in such a cute voice, sounded almost like a spoiled child. Seraphim was stunned for a moment, then quickly realized that he had been treated like a pet. In an instant, anger seized her mind. She was, after all, a noble red dragon. Even at birth, they possess considerable fighting power. She was determined to teach this ungrateful elf a lesson. Just as she was about to lash out, Alice threw her into the air and showed her to Ethan. Ethan, look, it's a female. Ethan gave a faint reply and exchanged a moment's glance with the little red dragon. With just one glance, Seraphiel abandoned her intention to attack. She had no desire to die. No matter how powerful a newborn cub is, it poses no threat to a mature transcendent being. Moreover, this elf doesn't seem weak either. Alice held her precious baby in her arms again, stroking it gently. He doesn't move at all, what a good child. Darling, could you let me raise her? Alice pleaded. Ethan didn't see any problem. After all, these resilient creatures were hard to kill. It's just that she had just seemed to pose a threat. So he reminded him, red dragons eat meat, can you bear to do that? Alice hesitated for a moment, then said, it's part of the ecosystem cycle, no problem. Then why don't you eat meat? Ethan thought to himself. Sigh, what a hypocritical sprite. So, what do you think would be a good name for this little one? The little red dragon's bright yellow vertical pupils revealed a pitiful expression, as if it were begging not to be given any strange names. This is Alice's opinion. Actually, Seraphiel meant to call her by her real name. Good girl, I'll call you Irina. The dragon is a symbol of emperors. Unfortunately, Ethan doesn't want to become emperor yet. Although the empire is too weak to intervene in the troublemaking cults, it is still very easy to swat a scurrying ant. Moreover, it's not necessarily a matter of lacking the strength. A new order established on ruins is often easier to control than a family that has been established for hundreds of years. Moreover, all he had was a young dragon. The red dragon did not display the legendary ferocity and arrogance before them, it simply preferred to quietly bury itself in its food. Yes, it's usually after Alice has lectured me. Putting aside the question of whether the red dragon could understand it or not, even if he could, Ethan thought the sermon was a waste of time. After all, who would try to persuade a red dragon not to eat meat? Irina licked the remaining bits of flesh and blood from her kiss, still savoring the memory. After a month of living together, she had grown accustomed to the name. Real names don't matter at all, being able to eat is the most important thing. In just 1 month, her weight doubled and her body grew more than half its original length. Alice, the gentle elf who cared for her, had come to accept and become accustomed to her discipline. There was nothing I could do, after all, I was just a little dragon unwanted by my parents. Alice endured the discomfort of the bloody smell and carefully wiped her mouth and body. Dragons always ate in such a crude way. Fortunately, Irina, who is gradually becoming more sensible, has tried her best to control herself, which saves Alice some trouble. Alice could no longer hold the growing baby dragon, but her overflowing maternal love still sustained her in loving this adorable little dragon. Irina's daily meals were delivered by servants, consisting of fresh beef and mutton, along with some vegetables to provide her with dietary fiber. Unfortunately, despite the weekly menu updates, today's food no longer satisfied her appetite. She lowered her head pitifully, sticking out her long, pink tongue to lick Alice's leg. No, we've already finished all the meat for today. But if you're really hungry, there are vegetables for you to eat, Alice said understandingly. Irina's face showed a human-like expression of pain. She had no intention of becoming a vegetarian. She yawned, closed her eyes, snuggled against Alice's legs, and sat down. Are you going to sleep? Irina shifted her neck, finding a more comfortable position. Honestly, how can you sleep on the floor in the dead of winter? Go home and sleep, okay. Alice built her a house next to the Tree of Life, where she could sleep peacefully even in her current size. It's cold now, and even Alice, with her constitution, feels the chill. Irina lay motionless on the ground, and as the infection spread, the snow beneath her began to melt. Alice touched the tender scales on her body that had just molted, which were now emitting warm breath. I just can't do anything with you. You need to move to a different room before you go to sleep. Alice cautioned that dragons are most vulnerable during their slumber, and the duration of their slumber increases with age, especially for young dragons, who often sleep for half the year. Alice stretched. Taking care of children was such a hassle. She was going back to sleep in the room with the fireplace burning wood. Yes, it's the same room as Irina's. After a while, Irina silently opened her clear, vertical pupils. She could clearly sense the steady, even breathing in the room. The spirit that had been tending to her was already asleep. Irina reached out a paw and touched her stomach. Her powerful digestive system had almost finished digesting the food she had just eaten, and now she was showing signs of hunger. Ugh, I'm so hungry. But it doesn't matter, she can support herself. Although it's unclear why so many animals around the Tree of Life aren't afraid of her dragon might, they live peacefully and contentedly with her. But she wouldn't hold back. After all, it was just food. Alice had warned herself. Never mind, eating is the priority. Soon, she set her sights on a genie deer that was leisurely taking a stroll. Known as the animal closest to elves, it is gentle by nature and lives only near the Tree of Life. Yes, and most importantly, the meat is delicious. This is all knowledge she inherited from her memories, and it's coming in handy now. Soon, a mournful cry rang out from the vicinity of the Tree of Life, which had been filled with tranquility and leisure. Startled, they scattered and fled across the snow. Irina couldn't wait to start eating. At that moment, Alice was instantly awakened and connected to the Tree of Life. She felt a wave of sadness. Irina. She stormed up to the stunned Irina. I've told you so many times, you're not allowed to attack others. What are you doing? Irina's brain was working at lightning speed. Her intelligence had reached its peak. How can I avoid getting a beating? Oh, and begging for mercy is absolutely effective. Thinking of this, she no longer hesitated and replied in a hesitant tone. Mother. To survive, he even called out for his mother? The Dragon Clan's inherited memories contain countless pieces of knowledge that their predecessors considered important, and the common language of humans is one of them. The extended time spent together allowed Irina to quickly adapt to the common tongue environment and intonation. However, her first time speaking was a little awkward. Alice paused for a moment, then gently patted her beautifully shaped kiss. You disobedient brat, who's your mother? Irina knew her trick had worked, and ignoring the snow on the ground, she rolled over in the snow. The pale pink belly was on display, making one want to touch it. A series of pitiful sobs could be heard, and finally Irina managed to utter a mumbled Alice stopped. Mom. Irina blinked again. Alice stomped her foot, bent down, and warned, if you do that again, I'm leaving you. Irina quickly rubbed against her leg in a fawning manner, then swiftly stood up, shook off the snow, and looked at her mother with anticipation. Alice ignored her and instead devoutly clasped her hands together in prayer for the cold, fallen spirit dear, trying to soothe its soul. Finally, she pointed to Irina's paws, then to the ground. The little red dragon quickly dug a pit that was neither too big nor too small, just enough to bury the elf deer. No creature is better at digging than a young dragon, it's in their nature. Some young dragons who lack ability and are not favored may actually be so poor that they have to eat dirt. In Irina's inherited memories, many red dragons ate dirt because they were so hungry that their skin turned brown. Alice took a bamboo umbrella from the house and frowned slightly as she looked at the fine snow falling from the sky. Come on, Mom will take you to find something to eat. The little red dragon wagged its tail and followed closely behind the elf. Ethan, I want to experience something bitter. Wolf grasped Ethan's hand and pleaded. Why have you become so picky about food? I don't know why, but I suddenly crave this taste. Ethan got up to make her a cup of hot coffee. Caffeine-rich drinks were very popular among the nobility in winter, as they helped pass the time during the boring winter days. Wolf took a sip and put it down, her eyes filled with bitterness. I'm craving something sweet again. How about braised pork ribs with radish? Good. While Ethan was busy with his work, Alice brought the little red dragon to the manor gate. Lady Alice, this dragon, I'm afraid we can't go in, the guard on duty said with difficulty. Alice glanced at Irina, who was lying pitifully at her feet. She's a good dragon, I'll keep a close eye on her. The guard thought of his usually mild-mannered master, and figured that even if something really went wrong, his enlightened master wouldn't hold a grudge against him. If we keep arguing, it won't be good if the lady remembers it. Anyway, I've already advised her against it. Thinking of this, he said with difficulty, since you've vouched for me, madam, then please go in. But it would be best if you informed the master first. That's exactly what I was looking for, Alice thought to herself. He thought that raising a baby dragon would encourage Ethan to visit the forest more often, but Ethan never came back, and a month has passed without a word. Her displeasure grew stronger, and she said in a commanding tone, find me some fresh meat to feed this little guy, if he gets too hungry, he might cause trouble. After saying that, she led Irina strode toward the main house of the manor. Ethan was feeding soup to the pregnant woman who was lying in bed. Alice was able to maintain her composure in their presence. How is your health, sister? Are you adjusting well? Wolf pouted, it's not good at all. Ethan always makes me lie in bed and rest, even though I'm not tired at all. Her eyes lit up when she saw Irina. Where did you get such a beautiful baby dragon, Ethan? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, I forgot. Ethan and Irina's eyes met for a moment, then looked away. Irina, wiggling the young dragon's short, stubby limbs, crept stealthily to the bedside. Mother. Good boy. Wolf stroked its head. Going around looking for a mother, that's fine, then it's not unacceptable for her to call me dad. Ethan thought. Irina tilted her head, staring at Ethan so intently that it made him feel uneasy. After thinking for a long time, she spoke again, Mom. Ethan turned to look at Alice. Wasn't it said that dragons were highly intelligent? Has this red dragon been brainwashed by the nutrients from the Tree of Life? Besides Mom, can she call out to anyone else? Alice hesitated for a moment. After all, she had only learned today that the red dragon could speak the common language. She probably can. Maybe we can teach her. Call me Dad. Ethan asked tentatively. Irina blinked. Hungry. The child didn't know what parents were. All the child knew was that she was starving. The guards arrived quickly. They had slaughtered a plump sheep, still steaming hot. Irina breathed a sigh of relief. She could finally go eat. It's not that she doesn't know how to say it. She can use such simple words. Besides, she's already lost all face, so there's no need to cherish it anymore. There was only one reason she didn't scream. The murderous intent in the eyes of the gentle woman lying on the bed was almost overflowing. Fighting over this kind of thing with an unborn child. It's better to play dumb. The guards at the manor found her an empty barn with plenty of straw inside, enough for her to eat comfortably and have a good night's sleep. Alice finally had some time alone with Ethan. The two stood at the barn door, watching the young dragon eating as if it were taking revenge. "Why didn't you come to find me?" Alice asked resentfully. "It's been a month, and Ethan hasn't come to see her at all. I've been a bit busy lately, and Wolf is about to give birth. Why don't you move back first?" Ethan kept staring at Irina until Alice poked him, bringing him back to his senses. Miss Elf's face was filled with grievance and slight annoyance. "Feel sorry." Ethan apologized to her honestly, then cupped her cheeks and kissed her. Alice's anger subsided considerably, and she began to consider his feelings. "Things in the north, aren't they very complicated? I should understand you." "That's not entirely true." Ethan then looked at Irina. "This red dragon is troublesome." Alice nodded, somewhat bewildered. Indeed, dragons always value their eggs highly. Eggs of unknown origin like these could easily pose a danger. However, that wasn't what Ethan was thinking. He still trusted his older brother. The biggest reason he didn't go to the forest to find Alice was because of that red dragon. Seraphim's favorability rating has dropped from 0 to -10, fear. This was the system's notification to him during their last meeting. A trench system? Comments. Previous. Thank God, Ethan is a perfectly normal XP user. Although I often felt aroused by the dragons in Monster Hunter when I played the game in my past life. Names like Bingbingzi, Mimaizi, Jwejwazi, Miss Myra, Miss L, and so on, I often recited the inverted celestial scripture while fighting. But when he actually stood before it, he still found it difficult to think anything of this elegant, not ferocious creature. Unless she can transform into a dragon girl, nothing is possible. For now, let's just treat her like a pet. Seeing Irina still picking at her food, Ethan tugged at Alice's clothes. "Let's go first, let her stay here for a while." Then he stepped forward and stroked Irina's cold head. "Be good, and you'll get meat to eat." He knew a little about the habits of dragons. Such highly intelligent animals couldn't possibly misunderstand him. It was just a matter of whether she wanted to or not. As for now, naturally, I'll take my wife to do what we love first. Alice braved the snow to run all the way here. Wasn't she just here to see him? In the dead of night, the elf fell into a deep sleep, resting against his arm. Ethan was still thinking about the little red dragon who was fast asleep. The dragon race's inherited memories include shape-shifting magic, but for young dragons, high-level spells are still too difficult. It has to be at least a young dragon stage, and it has to be a dragon that has even a tiny bit of fun with magic. It takes at least 10 to 30 years for a dragon to grow into a young adult. That means it's still a long way off. Ethan was finally able to relax a little. By dragon standards, Irina was just a tiny cub, and might not even reach adulthood by the time he died. He turned over, listening to the howling wind and snow outside, and fell asleep tightly in Alice's arms. The tightly closed door was opened, and a light red lizard head peeked out from the gap. Irina walked in naturally, not forgetting to close the door with the nimble tip of her tail. It's too cold outside, even Red Dragon is finding it hard to stand. The house with underfloor heating is much warmer. The little red dragon spread her wings. The warm room made her want to fall asleep. However, she hesitated for a moment before climbing into her mother's bed. "Anyway, the space is so big, it won't feel cramped if I sleep there," she thought. She didn't know that the bed was so big because sometimes 4 people slept in it. Having gained ample energy, the red dragon begins to slumber. If all goes well, she will remain asleep for a week, drawing power from her bloodline and memories. Early in the morning, Ethan found the red dragon fast asleep, lying on the bed with his limbs outstretched, completely unsuspecting. She really has no sense of boundaries. Ethan wanted to kick her, but ultimately refrained from doing so. A streamlined body, an immaculate form, white breath emanating from its mouth carrying a sulfurous odor, and wings that remain intact even when unable to fly. And most importantly, its claws and spikes all demonstrate that this is a perfect creature in the world. Ethan examined her closely, and finally couldn't resist touching her smooth scales. Irina remained unmoved, letting his hand touch her from head to tail. "Wow, it feels really good to hold." "No, Ethan, you have a family. How could you have thoughts about such a beast?" Let me touch it a couple more times." This warm touch is truly irresistible in winter. The red dragon spent a warm winter in the manor. Without a doubt, she is happy. Not everyone can survive in this icy and snowy landscape. Just like the noble's impression of the vagrants, they all have a place to live, and they all disappear in winter, only to reappear in spring. Even under Ethan's rule, some unfortunate fellows did not survive the winter. However, the way those guys died was not surprising. Most of them were drunkards returning from the tavern on a snowy night who unfortunately fell asleep on the road. Finally, she died in a sweet yet chaotic dream. Even the poor can get enough heating supplies according to Ethan's rules. As long as you stay home obediently, nothing will happen. From this perspective, the survival rate of ordinary people in the village is higher than that of gentry in the city. However, not every resident is guaranteed such protection. The Wasteland province has truly lived up to its name, becoming a desolate wasteland filled with chaos. Settlements, villages, towns, cities. Nowhere is safe, nowhere can you feel at ease. Over the course of winter, the province's population decreased by more than 30%. The warmth brought by ice and snow in spring melts away, triggering even colder weather and countless epidemics. More than 30 noble families, both large and small, disappeared, and they died without ever receiving the reinforcements promised by King Baderson XIV. It may never come, but it's also unlikely that it won't come at all, because the chaos will eventually end, and whoever emerges victorious will gain the Empire's recognition. By May, the war in the province had been quelled. Ethan emerged victorious. The nobles were thrown into disarray by the cult, while the demon lord's cult was persuaded by Blade to travel to the more prosperous inland provinces after the giant horned demon and the sorcerer were slain by Ethan. As for the orcs, the letter delivered to the imperial officials stated, 50,000 orcs infiltrated the wasteland province and engaged in rampant raids, but were eventually driven back by the fierce resistance of the local nobles and the valiant efforts of Viscount Northwind. In the end, what was left behind was a huge mess. Orcs, cultists, fleeing bandits, and nobles clinging to life with their remaining troops. The complexity of their power caused headaches for the court nobles who were sent to investigate. To tell you the truth, Viscount Northwind, the elderly man with grey hair sighed again. No, Earl. The Empire has already inquired, and none of the nobles in the nearby provinces are willing to clean up this mess. It seems we'll have to rely on you border nobles. Ethan smiled and replied, it's my duty. The court nobleman, forcing himself to speak, said. Although the new lands you acquired are all legitimate, the officials in the Gale province and Mountain Plain province disagreed, and they persuaded His Majesty. At least half of the lands originally belonging to the nobles of the Wasteland province must be preserved. This is the reward they deserve for their desperate fight. Ethan will lose 1/3 of the territory he recently acquired. His smile slowly faded. Many ancient families have already died out. The old Marquis shook his head. Nobles never lack relatives, and they always have other requirements. He took out a map, drew a winding curve with his hand, and then pointed to the northern part. Only this territory can be allocated to the border nobles. Ethan's expression turned serious. This is utterly unreasonable. This division is clearly a deliberate attempt to separate my territory from the north. Could a nobleman's enclave be larger than his homeland? The old Marquis waved his hand. It's no use talking to me about this, it's His Majesty's decision. As for now, let's hear about His Majesty's reward for you. Leaving aside the less important material rewards, the title of Earl is an honor that can be passed down through generations. A mere reputation is nothing but a paper tiger, it's useless and can't be maintained. Seeing that he remained unmoved, the old Marquis could only reveal more information. Agree, the consequences of disobeying orders are dire. Although others don't want to take over this land, they also can't bear to see someone else do. Once news of the disobedience spreads, many will be willing to let this land lose its new master. The Marquis coughed. I have conveyed His Majesty's will. Please consider it carefully. After saying that, he left the tent. 5 minutes later, he crawled back in. Ahem, this is a private meeting between us, so please don't tell anyone about it. He fiddled with the map again, erasing all the areas where names had been written, and even removing a lot of the boundary lines. The final shape was satisfactory. To be honest, no one wants to offend you. It's just that the king doesn't want to see a province with only one earl, and one from a family of warriors at that. So, for my sake, I've found you a more moderate solution. Ethan glanced at it, then shook his head. I feel like you're trying to trick me. How could I dare? The Marquis glanced around to make sure no one was eavesdropping. Although you have to deal with quite a few orcs every year, I don't think the orcs are necessarily your enemies. Are you going to accuse me of colluding with the orcs? He then added with a fawning smile, in that case, I can arrange for you to apply to His Majesty for a subsidy to combat the beastmen. The returns shouldn't be too low, as long as you're willing to fabricate a few figures. Ethan fell into deep thought. The Marquis's approach was ingenious. This time, Ethan didn't take over most of the province by himself. He did so with the help of countless border nobles who were on his side. The ownership of the land was also cleverly determined, belonging to all the border nobles. In theory, the division could be freely discussed, but everyone trusted him and entrusted him with this power. Ethan called this division exchange of land, in which border nobles relinquished their original lands in exchange for lands in the north equivalent to at least 1.5 times the size of their original territories. This is a good deal. Besides, Ethan can help with the moving. His farm isn't just for eating. Seeing his brow gradually relax, the Marquis felt a surge of joy. He felt it was time. Ethan, you're at the border, but we can't afford to be out of touch. As a member of the great nobility, I think it's essential for you to have a comprehensive understanding of everything happening in the capital. Are you interested in finding a suitable ally? I happen to have one. Ethan grasped his hand. I'm very grateful for your help this time, so we don't need any of those hypocritical political marriages to connect us, you understand. These words made the old Marquis somewhat embarrassed. After all, seeking benefits for powerful nobles and striving to offend neither side was the best outcome for the court nobles. After he retired and returned to his hometown, all he could rely on was the favors he received from various noble families out of consideration for their past friendships. I just didn't expect this new earl to be so ruthless. Well then, brother, what else is there to say? You can have my newly adopted daughter. Their hands clasped tightly. Don't worry, I will report everything that happened here to His Majesty. Yes, that's true. Ethan's word is law. When the final results were announced, neither the high nobles of the nearby provinces nor King Badeson XIV had any objections. As for the original nobles of the north, they were very dissatisfied, believing that such arbitrary division of their land was an insult to them. The old Marquis remained adept at diplomacy, acting as a bridge between the two sides and attempting to persuade both to back down. This infuriated Ethan. He had no time to argue with anyone else. He stood up at the meeting of hundreds of people, interrupting the nobility who were arguing. My wife is about to give birth. The meeting fell silent instantly. What does that have to do with us? Ethan drew his long sword and slammed it into the table with a loud thud. I don't have time to argue with you. The war is over. If you have any complaints, let's start fighting again today. Ethan looked at the silent conference room. Very good, no one has any objections. I need to return to my territory now. Let's proceed as arranged. He turned and left, then turned back one last time and said, if you're not satisfied, let's have a one-on-one fight. The conference room door clicked shut. Nan Yen laughed, if you cause any more trouble, don't blame me for not warning you. This young man is hot-blooded and only has his eyes on his wife. I advise you not to provoke him. He stood up cheerfully, putting his arm around Dong Yi's shoulder. Meeting adjourned. The old marquis waited at the door for the meeting's outcome. He had naturally heard the commotion inside, but he had important matters to discuss with Ethan. Don't forget, your current status is distinguished. A powerful earl is not someone just anyone can compare to. They have no objections, Ethan replied. What a heroic spirit he has, he praised. However, the title of earl still needs to be conferred upon you by His Majesty in person. Please do not forget this. Ethan maintained the same aloof expression he had when he emerged from the conference room. My baby is due soon. The old marquis's lips twitched slightly. Most people would be too busy trying to see His Majesty to even think about it. All right then, you can come to the capital again in a year. Don't forget to write to me then. Must. Ethan watched as the other man rode away, which meant that the authorities were fully aware of the situation and would not interfere further. Earl of the North Wind, a good title, but not as important as his wife. Risu, wearing armor with several dents, stepped forward. Sir, preparations have been made as you instructed. We will assemble immediately should anyone else make any unusual movements. He blinked. You should go back and be with your wife. We'll take care of things here. Then I'll trouble you for a few more days. I'll bestow rewards upon you after your young master is born. After saying that, Ethan hurried towards the stables. He couldn't wait any longer. Risu stood there in a daze, forgetting even to say goodbye. Rewards. He's finally made it. Ethan, weary from his journey, rushed back to the manor. In his quest to end the war as quickly as possible, he paid a price far exceeding expectations and took many dangerous actions. Now, the moment he has been waiting for has finally arrived. Wolf lay on the large bed, with Catherine beside her, constantly comforting her with gentle words. However, the unease and worry in Wolf's eyes could not be eliminated. Even if you say there shouldn't be a problem, but Sister Catherine, you haven't had a child with Ethan, have you? Catherine's smile froze for a moment. If I had been more proactive when I was younger, who knows who would be the mistress of the house? Even though she thought that way, she still tried to comfort her verbally. We've used magic to check. The child is healthy, and you're perfectly fine too. You can rest assured. Wolf's face was pale as she slowly touched her swollen belly through her clothes. Dad hasn't come home yet. Don't worry, young master is very strong. 2 months, Wolf muttered, then fell silent. Ethan dismounted at the door, his feet leaving a trail of wet footprints as he hurried back to the woman he longed for. When he appeared before his wife, chilly and soaked, his simple words, "I'm back," were the best gift. Without disturbing her worried wife and mother, Catherine quietly withdrew and closed the door after receiving confirmation that everything was all right. Ethan took off his cumbersome helmet, grabbed a piece of cloth and wiped his head haphazardly a few times before eagerly pressing his cheek against his wife's. Before he could recover from his excitement, he put his ear to the top of Wolf's stomach. Is the baby moving? He kicked me yesterday. If you count the days, there aren't many left. Ethan straightened up, an uncontrollable smile on his face. I'll stay here with you these next few days. You have to be good, don't let mommy suffer, okay? He was still wearing silver armor that gleamed from the rain, like a knight guarding a princess. Wolf glared at him. Of course my child is obedient, he's just a little naughty. She reached out and touched Ethan's armor with eyes full of concern. You've suffered a lot these past few days, haven't you? Why are you still wearing this armor? Come, let me help you remove your armor. She didn't want any heroes who fought on the battlefield, she only wanted her husband. Knight's armor was often impossible for a single person to remove, and the complex way of wearing it was one of the reasons for the existence of riders and squires. Even though Ethan refused, she insisted on getting out of bed despite her pregnant belly, so Ethan had no choice but to cooperate as gently as possible. The little one stayed in his mother's belly for much longer than expected. Half a month later, the little one reluctantly prepared to emerge from its mother's womb. After waiting for many days, the doctor finally began his work, and Ethan could only wait anxiously outside the door. At this moment, he had lost all his strength and means, and could only pace anxiously back and forth outside the door, watching intently. You can even pray, regardless of your faith, just to ensure the safety of mother and child. The screams and cries of pain coming from inside the house pained him. All he wanted was a good outcome. God help me, may everything go smoothly. Perhaps it was fate, for after a long and agonizing ordeal, a midwife hurriedly emerged from the house. Sir, the child is healthy, and the lady is also safe and sound. It's a boy. With a weight lifted from his heart, Ethan watched as his child was carried out. Congratulations, sir, it's a young master. Everyone, whether knights or servants in the manor, spontaneously broke into smiles. This is a good omen. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the family heir has been born. A crying baby was handed to Ethan, and everyone else went down to collect their rewards, leaving him alone in the courtyard. Ethan looked at the baby in his arms. To be honest, the baby wasn't particularly good looking, still with the wrinkled skin of a newborn. However, the baby's cries were very loud, indicating that it was a strong little guy. Wolf remained lucid. She wanted to see her child. She took it from Ethan's hands, but then said, "It's not good looking at all, not even a little bit as good looking as the young master." That's what she said, but the love in her eyes still overflowed. All children are like this, they'll grow out of it. Ethan kissed her cheek. "Thank you for your hard work." The little one quickly calmed down and fell into a deep sleep in his mother's arms. "It's a boy, you can rest assured." As the eldest son, he naturally has everything. "What would be a good name for him?" Wolf asked. "You decide, I'm not good at choosing names." The little guy has wolf ears and a short, hairless tail. "Let's call him Satyr." "Does it mean anything?" Wolf chuckled softly. "I won't tell you." Ethan didn't dwell on it. After all, a name is just a label, and since his wife liked it, it didn't matter what she called him. Even leftovers from a dog's life would be fine. Wolf pressed her forehead against the child's and murmured, "Satya Ethan." The slight movement woke the sleeping child, who quickly began to cry out. At this point, Wolf was at a loss and could only look at Ethan helplessly. She has no experience as a mother. The attempts to soothe him failed. Satyr could not stop his cries. "I think the child is hungry." Ethan glanced meaningfully at the young woman still lying on the bed. Wolf covered her chest with both hands, her face flushed red. "But, I haven't tried it yet." Ethan, having finished teasing his wife, was prepared. He had instructed his servants to prepare fresh, warm goat milk, keeping it warm and changing it every half hour. 2 servants even worked this way every day, taking 2 shifts by the stove. Soon, the little one finally fell asleep again, soothed by the food. Ethan instinctively put his arm around his wife's waist. "It's been so long since I've held you while we slept." He took a deep breath. It was still as fragrant and soft as before. Wolf looked into his shining eyes and found it hard to refuse, but she still couldn't let go of her child. "Where is the child?" Ethan naturally prepared a crib for the child as well, to ensure safety. The little one would be perfectly fine. Just when he thought everything was ready and he could finally relax with his wife to relieve the fatigue of the past few days. Before long, a loud cry came from the dark room. Ethan opened his eyes and held Wolf, who was struggling, firmly in his arms. "I suddenly don't like children anymore. I'll take care of them." He has no plans to let his wife, who just gave birth, get out of bed. The final conclusion was that the little guy had peed. This happened 5 or 6 times, and neither of them slept well all night. Finally, Wolf held the swaddled baby against Ethan's shoulder, and only then did the little one give his parents a little rest. The next day, the 2 regained consciousness at the sound of the little one's cries. As dawn broke, Satyr, with a pacifier in her mouth, was held in her mother's arms. A red dragon, though still young, was by no means small, and walked in. Irina called out Mom as usual, and Wolf gently stroked her forehead with one hand. What an obedient and good child. Irina tilted her head, staring at the tiny life still in its swaddling clothes. Human infants are truly as fragile as the historical records say. As she pondered this, she uttered the 3rd common language word that she displayed before everyone. "Younger brother." Wolf was stunned, then broke into an even brighter smile. "I envy Alice so much, having such a lovely child," she said, skillfully taking a piece of jerky from the cupboard. Irina swallowed it whole, then licked her chin with a hint of lingering satisfaction. The astute woman had long ago realized that this beastman with wolf ears was the 2nd highest ranking being here, and that cultivating a good relationship with him would naturally bring many benefits. She wouldn't have acted this way otherwise, but Alice was too strict with her. "Irina." Alice pushed open the door, hands on her hips, and shouted, "You've come here again asking for food. You just ate. You know you'll get fat if you eat this much." Irina curled up into a ball, feeling wronged, and let out a helpless whimper. The last meal was barely enough to fill a tooth gap, but she knew someone would come to rescue her. "All right, the young lady is still growing, it's okay for her to eat a little more." Wolf chuckled. In her view, having something to eat was a truly blissful thing. After all, in her background, being able to eat one's fill was a sacred and significant matter. Irina practically crawled to Alice's feet, her eyes brimming with tears as she called out, "Mommy." Snort. Alice turned her head away and ignored it. Experience told her that if she softened her heart, the red dragon would reveal its true nature and become even more demanding. She turned and took the child from Wolf's arms. The little one stared at her quietly with wide eyes. "Now we all have children to raise." Alice poked the child's cheek, but Satyr didn't tolerate it at all and immediately burst into tears. Catherine followed closely behind, taking Satyr from her grasp. "You don't know how to take care of children, let me do it." Not long after, Satyr fell peacefully asleep in her arms again. "Back in the day, I practically raised the young master myself. In that case, I'd appreciate it if you could teach her." Ethan was thoroughly annoyed by the little guy. Even though he wasn't exactly cute yet, he already showed his annoying nature. The spacious room was half occupied by the 4 people and the dragon, creating a lively atmosphere. "Just like celebrating the new year," Ethan murmured. Catherine overheard this and whispered, "Having a child makes all the difference. In a few years, I want one too. We'll see when the time comes." I just think having too many kids isn't good. Catherine hugged him. Since you're such an irresponsible guy, and you want to leave the child with your sister, shouldn't you give her a little reward? The person who changed the most during this period was Catherine. She wouldn't have dared to utter such a teasing tone before. Are you sure? I've been away for months. Could it be that my brother is failing? She asked meaningfully. Ethan's lips twitched. He decided to teach this disrespectful sister a lesson. After I'm done spending these next few days with Wolf, you'd better get all clean. The only one who was heard in this conversation was the pouting elf. Today is a farewell council meeting, and all the nobles, large and small, from the border regions are present. After this gathering, everyone will go their separate ways and leave this land that has been passed down through generations. Ethan attended the meeting hand in hand with Alice, expressing his gratitude and blessings to all the nobles who were willing to support his decision, as well as their practical support. Ethan's territory expanded dramatically, from the original Northwind territory to the entire Northwind region, and the territories that radiated outwards, totaling the equivalent of 2 regional territories. As for the original inhabitants, with the permission of the Empire's masters, they were allowed to change their territories and move to the interior of the Wasteland province, where they had even larger territories. There's no need to worry about any dangers along the way, nor to doubt whether their new neighbors will accept them, because an earl was there to bail them out. The first and most likely only count in the history of the border region. Its uniqueness is rare even among earl families. The Wasteland province was already poor, and the Earl of Wind and Snow originally held a dominant position. The Empire, unable to bear it any longer, supported a new power to take over. Originally, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, so the Empire could rest easy. But the fun didn't last long before a cult appeared. You could have just come, but how did you manage to ruin 2 earls? One lost his pillar of support, the other his head of the family, and both were demoted for failing in their duty to defend their territory, and were relegated to a corner of the province as viscounts. Now, the entire province was leaderless. Numerous forces are vying for a share of the pie. This situation went against the wishes of the great master of the Badesun Empire, who was forced to find a new, viable power for the Wasteland province. After much deliberation, Ethan was the most suitable candidate. Born of humble origins, the exiled second son of an earl, and lacking connections with other high-ranking nobles, he found it difficult to forge political alliances. Furthermore, the territory's location on the border makes it convenient to defend against the orcs, making it a worthwhile deal with numerous benefits. Therefore, Ethan has no choice but to accept the title of earl. However, this title is the envy of many. An earl, let alone a duke or anything like that, even His Majesty the King must treat with respect. Its armed forces and territory can be described as a country within a country, and in times of war, it can muster at least tens of thousands of troops with all branches of service. Whether it's a duke, prince, or king, they all need the support of earls to secure their position. The Badesun Empire does not have powerful marquises. Counts are the 3rd rank, thus possessing considerable advantages and influence. For example, the governor of the Wasteland province was a position usually held by the head of an earl's family. It's equivalent to commanding an entire province. When necessary, one can mobilize the entire province's resources to launch a swift and decisive attack. Nanyan sat in the 2nd seat, the slightly cramped space making him feel a little uncomfortable. In the past, he relied on his seniority, and others would always give him face by letting him sit in the main seat. Now he could only slowly twist his body, looking with envy at Ethan, who was sitting comfortably in the main seat. The nobles showed great respect and awe when facing such a powerful figure. If a viscount could be considered an elder in their family, then an earl was a towering mountain they could not look directly at. The solemn and quiet atmosphere startled Alice, who was sitting next to Ethan. She had attended noble gatherings before, but never anything this serious. Before Ethan spoke, everyone could only sit quietly in their seats, not daring to make the slightest sound. Fortunately, she knew how to break the ice. Men of the North couldn't live without alcohol, and even Ethan was almost assimilated by this custom. Alice carefully lifted the bottle and poured Ethan a nearly full glass of wine. Ethan raised his glass, a smile finally breaking out on his usually calm face. The others quickly followed suit. Thank you all for your cooperation and help. The Ethan family will never forget this. Your generosity has spared our territory from division. Viscount Westwood was the first to reply, it is our honor to contribute to Earl Ethan. The others readily agreed, and then they all drank the wine in one gulp. Ethan glanced at Westwood, who was grinning at him. Ethan had once thought of this not-so-young Viscount as a fickle opportunist who only cared about business. Unexpectedly, he developed a strong fanaticism during the subsequent war, sending troops to the front lines like a war madman. They even have the capacity to support others. Logically speaking, businessmen hate war the most, but it must be said that Zimu's sense of smell is very sharp. This wave of business brought him second only to Ethan in terms of profits. If it weren't for Ethan's exceptionally high troop quality, which resulted in several incredible battles, he wouldn't have survived and wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Perhaps, in his view, war is also a form of investment. Moreover, by leveraging his connections throughout the province, he successfully obtained a magical device called a faith authentication device from the Holy See. Originally a product used by the Holy See to test the purity of believers' faith, it has now been modified into a cult-specific version. Simply place your hand on this crystal ball-like magical device, and it will automatically emit light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. If it is bright, it indicates that it aligns with the characteristics of the belief system. If it's dull, then it doesn't match. Using the beliefs of dozens of cult members as samples, anyone whose beliefs matched those of these samples was executed. Everyone needs to be tested like this once a day. This magical artifact is great, but they'll only sell it to them for a full 100 gold coins. As for the cost, you can buy them at any store of the Church of Light in any city in the central region. They cost 10 gold coins each and come with 2 energy essences as a bonus. Not to mention the purchase price. However, Zima was very persuasive. He added up all sorts of miscellaneous fees, including logistics costs, damage costs, intellectual property fees, and so on, and sold it for 10 times the exorbitant price. However, Ethan got it at cost price, 8 gold coins and 10 silver coins. Ethan added those 10 silver coins to his account. After all this, Westwood must have a very substantial amount of supplies at his disposal, probably even more than Ethan. Without hesitation, Westwood helped Ethan build his new territory at almost no cost after receiving this generous reward. These kinds of assistance are especially important in times of crisis, as both Northwind territory and other newly acquired territories require a large amount of resources for development. However, the nobles who moved left behind some unimportant means of production, and the houses were not demolished, all in preparation for Ethan's takeover. Their reward was also quite substantial, a territory more than half the size of their original one, and the relief of not having to deal with the orcs. Finally, everyone can live a peaceful life, this is what everyone feels. As for whether border nobles will be discriminated against, it doesn't matter. If 3 generations can integrate, then 4, if 4 generations can't, then 5. Besides, they are not fighting alone. Territorial identity is a survival rule for all animal groups. Within the Wasteland province, whether you call me a border native or I call you a northern barbarian, it's all a matter between us. But if an outsider dares to say a bad word, both sides will immediately unite against the common enemy. Because they have a common name outside, savages of the wilderness. This is nothing more than regional discrimination. The gentry in the central region considered themselves superior and discriminated against everyone of lower status than themselves. Even slaves in the central region, when they remember that they are noble people from the central region, will proudly puff out their chests. The second tier of this hierarchy of discrimination consists of the southern aristocracy, who are extremely wealthy and financially independent. Finally, there were the military nobles of the north, and among the northern nobles, those from the Wasteland province were the most discriminated against. However, this division only includes one group. People. In other words, the people they approve of. Unfortunately, even if you share the same skin color, hair color, eye color, or even facial features as nobles, you are not considered human unless you are listed in the noble family tree. As for the others, whether slaves, free people, or even impoverished families who have lost their noble status, they are not considered human. At most, the latter counts as half. However lowly a slave's status may be, they are still a nobleman's servant, tool, and property. Even when necessary, noblemen might feel a tiny, insignificant pity, making their servants grateful to satisfy their own hypocritical sense of morality. From a biological perspective, they were not human and belonged to a different race, so their status was even lower, and they were discriminated against within the slave community. This is the caste system of the Bateson Empire. The difference is that crossing social classes is not particularly difficult. With just a word from the lords, a new identity will be bestowed upon them. So you are now a countess. What changes have occurred compared to before? Nothing has changed, except that Satya will become the heir to an earldom. Oh. Wolf gave a lukewarm reply, which wasn't the answer she wanted. Ethan was sometimes clumsy in these matters. It's also possible that he's deliberately pretending to be stupid. Her feet rustled softly on the pebble-paved path. This is the highway that leads directly from Northwind City to Harvest Manor, a decent-looking gravel road. It may be too rudimentary compared to proper roads, but it is impervious to rain and does not damage vehicles or horses, making it a well-maintained road in the border region. Ethan had made the road wide enough for 2 carriages to travel side by side. Today he's going into the city to check on the orcs. He doesn't like riding in a carriage, the scenery along the way is just as important. It allows him to temporarily escape from his heavy workload. It was only a 5 or 6 mile walk, in at most an hour, he could cross the boundless fields and reach his most loyal Northwind city. Wolf insisted on going with him. After a month of rest in bed, Ethan finally reluctantly agreed to let her go out and exercise. As for the children, she entrusted them to her sister Catherine with complete peace of mind. No matter who your own son is, your husband is more reliable. The scenery along the border isn't particularly beautiful, even our own people often describe it this way. Darkness and light, barren mountains, and cold waters. The harsh, biting wind was followed by a thick layer of frost, freezing one to the bone. Birds dare not forage here, wild animals dare not venture out alone. As far as the eye can see, there is only a vast expanse of white. But now that it's summer, the scenery is a bit better, though it's still only passable in a nutshell. The two walked side by side on the ridge, their hands clasped tightly. The trees lining both sides of the road blocked the unbridled sunlight, leaving large areas of shadow. A summer breeze blew up, and the hems of their clothes fluttered in the wind. Wolf took the opportunity to slip her hand into Ethan's pocket, and Ethan simply indulged her. You were right not to let them cut down the trees. Wolf escaped the scorching sun and slipped into the shadows. Ethan sighed. Firewood is the most important thing, especially for basic necessities. This kind of business is only truly secure when you control it yourself. Everything on the territory belonged to the Lord. Firewood is a typical example. Only approved woodcutters were qualified to work for Ethan, burning a large portion of the coal into durable charcoal, which was then sold in official shops. This applies to everything from small villages to large towns. As for smaller settlements, their only way to obtain firewood was to buy it from elsewhere. It's not that you can't cut down trees privately, but every large-scale forest is guarded by designated personnel, and one careless mistake could cost you your head. Nobody is willing to take that risk. They walked this road for a long time. Wolf walked slowly, and Ethan was always willing to slow down and wait for her. But even the longest journey eventually comes to an end. After dawdling for 3 hours, they finally reached the edge of Northwind City. During their short journey, they encountered many merchants. Summer is a perfect time to do business. The weather at the border isn't hot enough to spoil goods, and this is often when border residents are most willing to spend money. They still have autumn to look forward to, so they won't regret their extravagant spending in the summer. The clatter of the old horse's hooves on the ground echoed leisurely. As the highest-ranking member of the caravan, it always strutted around arrogantly, ignoring everyone else. The driver was puzzled when he saw 2 pedestrians appear in the middle of the road, as there were generally not many travelers at the border. Moreover, local lords often imposed strict restrictions on their subjects. Thinking of this, he hesitated and called out to the merchant in the carriage, "Sir, there are 2 pedestrians ahead." A shrewd, thin businessman voiced his discontent, "And who are these people again?" He and the coachman had worked together for many years, so they naturally had a great understanding of each other. Since he was summoned, it means the groom wasn't sure if the other party was an easy opponent. He peeked out and, with the excellent eyesight that businessmen possess, saw the 2 figures from behind. Yes, very luxurious clothing. With his discerning eye, he knew that these seemingly ordinary clothes naturally had their due value. They seem to be 2 very wealthy and influential families. We mustn't afford to offend them. But there's no need to worry about it. He's in a hurry to do his business. As the coachman cracked his whip, the slow horses quickened their pace, and the entire caravan's speed increased again, bringing them one step closer to their destination. Shortly after, the coachman brought another message: 2 men are blocking the road in the middle. The merchant's anger flared up instantly, forcing him to spring to his feet and push open the carriage curtain. Who's so ungrateful as to dare interfere with my business? As the carriage slowed down, the distance between the 2 sides grew closer. He could clearly see that the other person was a young and handsome man, and a beastman, a wolf. The wolf girl, he seemed to know something. Ethan watched him jump down from the carriage, his anger instantly turning into a fawning expression. "Greetings, Your Excellency and Madam. I am a merchant from the Wasteland Province, and this is not my first time doing business in Northwind City." Ethan surveyed his caravan. It was indeed impressive, with 4 horses and a considerable number of donkeys and oxen, suggesting they were hauling a large load of goods. It can bring in a lot of tax revenue for the territory. Seeing that he remained silent, the merchant mustered his courage and asked, "Sir, would you like to ride in my carriage to Northwind City? It seems to be on the way." Ethan shook his head, looking at the merchant's convoy that filled the road, and said, "Since this isn't your first time here, don't you know the rule in Northwind territory that half the road must be left for oncoming pedestrians?" I was confused for a moment and forgot about it. The merchant thought to himself, "Nowhere else is there such a rule? Why do they care how I walk? I hope you remember the rules of Northwind territory well. If you break them again, I'll increase your taxes." The merchant trembled with fright and nodded repeatedly in agreement. For a utilitarian like him, paying taxes is like cutting off his own flesh. Ethan took Wolf's hand and stepped aside. "All right, let's go." The merchant began shouting instructions to change the convoy's route, which naturally slowed it down considerably. After all, if the dust kicked up were to splash onto the Earl, a single word from him would be enough to kill them all. Wolf watched curiously as countless cattle and horses carried various goods past, while Ethan affectionately patted her head. "Just tell me what you like, it's okay." Wolf simply tugged at his sleeve. "I want you." The carriage stopped, and the merchant pulled out bag after bag of snacks, candies, and dried fruits like preserved plums. These flavorful things were very popular in the barren land. As for money, money is such a base thing that it would only sully the Earl's body. Ethan has no interest in money. Therefore, no money will be accepted. Not only did they refuse to accept it, the merchant even offered to pay him extra. Ethan simply didn't want to carry the heavy money bag on the highway, it would be too much of a hindrance. So he declined. Before heading into town, Wolf spent one last pleasant moment alone with him. Using the excuse of being tired, she sat down on a lush green hillside, leaning against a sturdy tree, and contentedly popped free, sweet snacks into her mouth. The fluffy wolf tail wrapped around Ethan's waist, as if afraid he would escape. A slightly warm breeze blew by, ruffling the unruly white hairs on her ears. They kept nuzzling against Ethan's arm, making him feel a ticklish sensation. "Have you grown a little taller?" Ethan noticed his posture was a bit off. Normally, he didn't need to raise his arms that high. Wolf's little face froze for a moment, then she asked uncertainly, "Really?" As she spoke, she touched her head. Wolf didn't notice anything amiss, but she still asked, her ears twitching, "Will Ethan still like me?" Ethan looked up at the white clouds gradually gathering and drifting across the blue sky. He had long since lost interest in and concerned himself with this question, which he had answered countless times. Of course, as always, Ethan is the best. Wolf was satisfied with the answer, and then took the opportunity to press their faces together and rub them against each other. In any loving couple, one person is always the one who is favored. After dawdling for a while, Ethan finally arrived at his destination. On the outskirts of Northwind City, like all large cities, there are many villages that depend on the city for their livelihood. In one place, a well-organized and brand new village is under construction, accompanied by resounding work chants, with new changes every day. The bull was shirtless, revealing an extremely muscular physique. His bronze skin and perfect muscles were enough to qualify him as a bodybuilder, provided you ignored his pair of bull horns. The trials of time and the flames of war over the years have tempered him, making his once youthful face extremely rough and covered with deep wrinkles. At his current age of 15, this is truly astonishing. Even the beastman wouldn't be so cruel as to train a junior of this age to this extent. However, the bull has no elders left, and even though one came later, that one has also passed away recently. The war in the Wasteland province brought him not only pain, but also exceptional strength. However, even after advancing to the 3rd rank, he still dared not harbor any ambitions. Because he knew how strong he was, he understood how strong his master was. Ethan has the lives of 2 elite demons in his hands. After the battle, Ethan made no comment, and the bull didn't say anything either. They simply led their heavily damaged tribe to continue repairing the road for the master. Humans are easily satisfied creatures. As long as they have food to eat and a place to stay, they are willing to stay. Some time ago, he finally received Ethan's new order, to build another village near Northwind City to settle the new serfs. Even if it wasn't the answer he wanted, he could only silently say, "Okay, let's just do it this way." However, they still did a very good job. Years of hard work have given them a lot of experience and skills, and countless houses and roads have been built by their hands, even though they often don't have time to use them. A figure appeared in the distance, and the familiar figure ignited a passion in the bull's heart. He ran to greet him, immediately kneeling down respectfully and saying, "Greetings, Master Ethan, and Madam." He had already abandoned his so-called status as an adopted son the moment he heard that Wolf was pregnant. The master can joke with you, but you can't take it seriously. He could still tell who the king and queen were. There's no need for us to act so distant, is there? Ethan frowned and pulled him up. The prostrate position still felt too feudal to him. The bull rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, "What are your orders, sir?" "Nothing, just wanted to let you know something." Ethan walked over to the newly built house and casually flicked away a swirl of wood shavings. The house looked great, and the workmanship was excellent. It seems the orcs didn't cut corners. Ethan turned around and said, "I'm planning to pass a new law soon, one that concerns you orcs." The bull's heart suddenly raced. The lives of his entire tribe were at stake, and he couldn't help but worry. "Relax, it's the same as before," Ethan said, patting his shoulder. "The main issue is slavery. The number of slaves in our territory is about to surge, and I hate this inefficient system, so I plan to give them a chance to gain their freedom." The tribesmen from the surrounding barbarian tribes continued to gather. After several years of learning and communication, they were already able to listen to, read, and write the common language fluently. At this moment, they were looking at their lord with reverence. Any slave who has worked for a lord for more than 3 years, provided they receive a rating of diligence, shall, according to law, enjoy the rights of a second-class citizen. The surrounding Minotaurs held their breath, as one detail particularly intrigued them. Ethan didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "You've always been my slaves, that's your official status, so naturally you're all involved in this law." The crowd began to cheer. The difference between free people and slaves was like heaven and earth. This meant they could roam the earth freely. Moreover, the benefits and compensation are many times worse. Ethan waved for them to quiet down. "But before that, I have a small test for you. Afterwards, a group of slaves will be living with you in this village. We'll see how you perform then." The bull knelt on one knee. "My lord, you are merciful." Others followed suit. They had never imagined that anyone would accept them, these people of a different race. They never expected that such an incredible thing would happen to them. Ethan turned his back and left, taking Wolf's arm in his. The bill has not yet been released, it's just a rough idea. He still needs to observe how the Tauren and humans live together before deciding how to modify it. Now that he is an earl, he is finally qualified to do things that others cannot. Slavery is not permitted on his territory. This will affect the master's ability to make money. The specific results still need to be observed. Led by the bull, these young beastmen never fought with humans. They simply hoped that after living together, nothing too extreme would happen. On the surface, everyone is a slave. Peace and quiet are the only sensible thing to do. Speaking of which, the recent increase in the number of slaves in the territory is not a good thing either. The groups come from diverse backgrounds, are strangers to each other, and there are countless small cliques operating behind the scenes. They need to be managed by subordinates. The territory of the Northwind territory has expanded too rapidly, and he urgently needs a large number of talented people to help him manage it. The people originally trained in Northwind City are far from enough. It's time for the school's graduates to do internships. Ethan has trained them for years, not so they would take over their parents' farming jobs. It's time to talk to the teachers at the school. As Marin finished his day of teaching and greeted the energetic children as he left the school, he immediately spotted Ethan observing from the school gate. As a knight personally appointed by Ethan, he had the necessity and obligation to pay homage to his lord. He strode forward, leaned to the side, and whispered, "Greetings, Lord Ethan. May I ask what brings you here, sir?" Ethan waved his hand, signaling him to talk as they walked. The school occupies a large area and has complete facilities. Even the teaching buildings are 3 stories high, enough to make one mistake it for a nobleman's manor. It's time for school to end, but some students are still studying in the classrooms. All the school's books are free, except for those from the library, which cannot be taken out of the school. That's the rule. Students who are able to borrow books cherish this opportunity to read and naturally do not want to lose it due to a mistake. Although the management of teachers has never been very strict, no one wanted to take the risk. Moreover, for many families, the benefits of education are far less than those of having an able-bodied person work. In other words, they are likely under pressure from their families while studying. Ethan's opinion of these diligent children rose even higher. Northwind City has 2 schools, and each month they report their situation to the government office, which then delivers the reports to him for his personal review. There were no problems in the report, but you have to see things for yourself to know for sure. The school has a 3-year program, and a group of students have already graduated. They have become involved in every corner of the Northwind City management system, remaining absolutely loyal to Ethan while ensuring the smooth operation of the city. Ethan had no intention of redeploying them. As the core city of an earldom, Northwind City needed to maintain its talent pool at its peak in both quantity and quality. Judging by the time, they should be graduating soon, right? Ethan gestured with his chin towards the students who were engrossed in their studies through the window. Yes, they are all excellent students, both intelligent and hardworking. Marin sighed. Even though he hadn't spent much time at school, he still had a deep impression of these students. Are they generally around 15 years old? Marin nodded and explained, they were all students who enrolled quite early. They were already a bit older at that time. What is it about them that you, sir, have taken a liking to? Ethan led him into the archives and quickly found the students' recent grades. The school has only 3 exam subjects: general language, arithmetic, and physical education. Looking around, a considerable number of people's grades hovered around the passing mark. Marin scratched his head sheepishly. Well, as you know, sir, not everyone can focus all their energy on studying. Ethan didn't respond, but instead asked him to name a few of the better students. Marin answered fluently and quickly named several students he considered very good. Upon inspection, these individuals did indeed perform very well, with most achieving full marks, and their combat skills were also quite impressive. Yes, the school's physical education program is actually martial arts. Anyway, there are so many veterans and knights in Northwind City. It's better to just hire a few to be teachers than to let them use their demobilization pay to open a barbecue stall called Veteran Barbecue. However, the things Ethan wanted them to do required more than just theory. Considering that there were too many people, Ethan had to lower the standards and bring along the students who could be rated as excellent, making it about 30 or 40 people. Considering that this year's class at Bifengchange No. 1 primary school only has 300 students, this ratio is already quite good. To a degree that would satisfy Ethan. Principal Kuno bowed very respectfully to Ethan. As an old scholar, he was steeped in traditional etiquette and was not as uninhibited as Marin. Upon hearing that Ethan wanted the students to do something, Kuno first thanked the master on behalf of the students, which he saw as an affirmation of his work by Ethan. Someone like him, who was neither an aristocrat nor an ordinary free citizen, naturally yearned for progress. Kuno adjusted his reading glasses and pulled out a thick roster containing information about each graduating class. Background, family situation, portrait, special skills, and so on. He earnestly recounted to Ethan all the students he had high hopes for, praising them for being hardworking and capable, and certain they would satisfy the master. Ethan nodded approvingly. At least this old scholar didn't look down on ordinary people and become a hands-off manager. In that case, I will tell you students where you will be going in the future. Ethan paused, then continued, I plan to have them serve as grassroots administrative staff in various locations. The two reacted very differently to this. Kuno's first thought was that they were too young and easily taken advantage of by the cunning serfs. Marin, however, being a former soldier, immediately inquired about the whereabouts of the knight's squire. After all, many people who can't stay in the military choose to join the administrative system. Ethan simply replied, treat everyone equally. As for age, it's not a problem. Quite the opposite, only people their age can quickly and practically resolve problems, avoiding the blame game. Ethan sat in the chair, his 10 fingers tapping incessantly. However, I can't let such a good thing go to waste. I plan to send some experienced junior officials to serve as middle-level managers in the area to assess their performance. If you perform well, you will naturally be able to stay, and there's even a chance of promotion. If their performance is too poor and completely fails to meet the standards, I'll have to ask them to find another job. What are your thoughts, everyone? Kuno lowered his head and replied, I will arrange the exams immediately to rank them, and send the results to the city lord's mansion in 3 days. But how should I put this? Well, let's call it a graduation internship. Consider it my graduation gift to them. Ethan patted Kuno on the shoulder. These people were personally trained by you. You should be proud of them. After saying that, Ethan stood up. He was going to check on the situation at the second school that day. Comments. The situation at the second school was less than ideal. Regardless of the location, there is always a gap between the rich and the poor. The second primary school has a larger enrollment area than the first primary school, but it has fewer students. Even among free citizens, there are distinctions of rank. The southern part of the city is mostly inhabited by small vendors who, while managing to save some money, also deeply understand the importance of learning. Every businessman is a cultured person. That's what they think. In the northern part of the city, there are many areas that are close to slums, where the best jobs available to the residents are manual laborers for the Chamber of Commerce. Even so, their jobs were often taken by other, stronger men. You might be cautiously drinking with the caravan manager one day, only to be ruthlessly kicked out of the group the next. Even so, the slum dwellers flock to it. There's no other reason than that the caravan members are very trustworthy and rule-abiding. You'll receive your wages for each day you work, with absolutely no deductions. This is a rule passed down through generations of border nobles. Whether it's a local or foreign chamber of commerce, once they lose even a single penny, they can forget about doing business again. If you withhold wages, where will the territory's revenue come from? How will the governor explain this to the Lord? Coupled with the chaos in the slums, most people would choose to use the money to fatten themselves up. What they eat is what they truly own. As for the children who have been raised with great difficulty, it's more practical to teach them how to do chores and supplement the family income. Since taking office, Ethan has devoted most of his energy to maintaining order. Now, while Northwind City may not be a place where people pick up lost items on the street, it can at least be described as well-ordered. There was no need for the army to deal with the gangsters and brothels. A group of knights and squires training in Northwind City could handle it all. A significant number of those who failed to complete their servant training were transferred to the security forces, where maintaining order and investigating cases were their primary duties. As for the law, based on the suggestions of the staff and references from other territories, the 7th edition of the Northwind Territory Security Management Regulations has now been promulgated. The most severe punishments ranged from minor floggings and forced labor to major executions like hanging and beheading. Any one of them could be unforgettable. Aside from that, Ethan could only say he was powerless to help the poor. The production level of the Northwind Territory was still at the level of a slave society, even lower than that of a feudal society. For the Bateson Empire, feudalism was considered progressive. Actually, Northwind Territory was almost freed from all slaves, but then a series of drastic changes occurred, and Ethan suddenly became incredibly wealthy. The war in the Wasteland province was going too smoothly. The high-ranking members of the Demon King cult and the troublemaking beastmen were all on his side. He didn't know how he could possibly lose. As a result, he has now taken an unknown amount of the refugees and slaves, which has directly and severely impacted the original population structure of the Northwind Territory. Simply put, the Northwind cannot afford to adopt so many people. Moreover, a large influx of people will only plunge the local area into chaos and reduce productivity. But Ethan wasn't about to give up the benefits he had already gained. Moreover, this is only the first batch of profits. Many more are on the way. Ethan chose the common solution used by most high-ranking nobles such as earls and dukes: radiation. Or, to put it another way, it could mean establishing multiple administrative units. A country within a country is not a broad term, but a real phenomenon. Centered around one or more major cities, it administers multiple secondary cities and towns, with an administrative structure resembling a small country. While knights and even barons could personally oversee every inch of their land, it became much more difficult for viscounts to do so personally. As for the earl, he's even less likely to see anything in a day, not even half of Northwind City, let alone anything else. Fortunately, the territory Ethan newly inherited was not a barren wasteland. The villages and towns, which were in relatively good condition and were the apple of their former owners' eyes, have now been handed over to Ethan in their entirety. He selected 60 graduates from the school and, together with the same number of knights and squires, successfully assembled a capable squad. However, even calling it a team seems rather meager. In a small village, there is only one experienced minor official and one recent graduate. If all goes well, they will become the supervisor and the new minor official. Larger estates will receive a quota of 3 to 5 people. The towns were the most luxurious, and Ethan decided to assign 10 of the best graduates to each town, along with supervisors drawn from various departments in Northwind City. Ethan counted on his fingers, looking at the map filled with place names and personal names. It seems we still don't have enough people. He sighed. Now, excluding Northwind City, he still had 8 small towns, 96 villages, and more than 200 settlements in his territory. We are severely short-staffed. Aside from the officials who had served Baifeng City for many years, and the students and soldiers who had grown up under the influence of loyalty, he trusted no one else. Furthermore, military personnel must never be excessively involved in politics. Even if he still holds absolute authority now, it will leave hidden dangers for the future. Perhaps it's time to relax the requirements. He muttered to himself. Ethan thought of the students who were rated as good. Shouldn't they be given a chance? He had already made up his mind. Becoming an official serving the Lord, even a minor clerk, is an irresistible temptation for most families. Let this group of children reap the benefits of the times. Ethan can't make everyone feel it's fair. Students rated as excellent or good will both participate in the exam. The former serves as a ranking exam, while the latter is a selection exam. Students who pass the exam will have the opportunity to become administrators. This news spread like wildfire at Ethan's behest. Almost all the students who met the criteria began to study hard, while also feeling nervous about the unknown. After all, the Lord himself set the exam questions for them. In addition to the outstanding students, Ethan also needs to select 120 students from the good students. Only this quantity will meet his estimate. A small town will have 1 governor, 3 administrators, and 10 clerks. These minor officials will be filled by outstanding students. In villages, administrative officials and minor clerks were appointed in reality. The administrative officials were merely in name only, with little actual power. Ethan was powerless to manage smaller settlements, which were instead governed by the local villages. A newly reclaimed site will consist of only 4 people: administrators, technicians, serfs, and soldiers. This is also the method by which Ethan maintains the most control. Too many people will cause trouble. The purer something is, the easier it is to control. Ethan sighed in his study, where he was all alone, and rubbed his sore eyes. Other nobles don't have this kind of trouble. The coveted position of consul is something that many relatives would fight over. But Ethan was different. He had no relatives, not a single blood relative he could rely on. Having lost the natural, close bond of blood ties, finding someone trustworthy enough to share responsibilities is indeed an extremely difficult task. In any case, he's only just getting started. Speaking of lineage, the little one named Satyr is almost 2 months old and has become quite adorable. He inherited his mother's white hair and red eyes, as well as his father's handsome face. Now people surround him every day. According to them, being able to play with little Ethan is a very happy thing. This made Ethan feel a little strange. Although the father and son are indeed cut from the same mold. Although the little one is fairly well behaved and growing very fast, he still retains the annoying traits typical of babies, frequently needing to cry to assert his presence. Ethan wasn't good at comforting children, so at times like this he could only frantically hand Satya over to others. So just wait in the bedroom, Wolf will handle him. As for work, there's no end to the work in a lifetime, so let's enjoy life. Having found an excuse for himself, Ethan comfortably turned off the glowing magic lamp. Based on the current situation, he will have to wait a while in the bedroom before he sees his tired mother return with the baby. But a small accident happened today. As soon as he pushed open the bedroom door, he saw Wolf sitting in front of the dressing table, combing her hair. She held her long, white hair in her hands, carefully gathering it together. She turned her head and instinctively called out, "Young master." Ethan didn't correct her verbal error. Instead, he shouted, "Stay in that position." Wolf's eyes were filled with confusion, and her long eyelashes fluttered a few times in bewilderment, adding a layer of childlike innocence to her increasingly mature face. "Yes, that's exactly what I want to see." Ethan grabbed her hand and shouted excitedly, Is that so?" Wolf showed a rare shyness. Her mundane life had long since extinguished any passion in her, especially now that she had a child. They've grown into mature adults. Yes, the same as before. Ethan kissed her cheeks greedily until he was completely satisfied, then smacked his lips and stopped. "Why are you getting ready to rest so early today?" Ethan asked. He still felt sorry for his wife. She had been spending too much energy taking care of the children these days, and even her complexion had deteriorated considerably. "Aya is already asleep. I've entrusted him to my sister. He'll be fine." Wolf first explained where the child was, and then slowly said, "I want to rest today." Before he could finish speaking, Ethan interrupted, "It's all right. If you're tired and want to rest, just rest. You can always leave the child with the maid." This one sentence alone shows how much he dotes on Wolf. Wolf nuzzled his face. "No, this is my child." She paused, then said, "I think I'll rest with Ethan." Ethan's hand touched her stomach. "Aya, what an intimate nickname." Wolf pouted and said in a resentful tone, "How can you be jealous of a child?" Ethan shook his head stubbornly. "I don't care, I want it to." Unable to resist his pleas, Wolf could only coax him gently. "Listen, you're very tired today, you should rest." "We haven't." As she spoke, her voice lowered, and she leaned against Ethan as if all her strength had left her. Wolf's fear and anxiety never disappeared. She was still afraid that one day she would lose this favor. Over the past year, this worry has intensified. The child, which was supposed to solidify her position, has now become a burden on her mind. "Many people say that women age after having children," she said cautiously. Ethan picked her up, and the two of them, as if they had rehearsed it countless times, quickly turned off the lights, got into bed, and covered themselves with the blankets. "I don't think you're old at all. Can you call me Asen again?" Without bothering to tidy her disheveled long hair, Wolf hurriedly said, "Of course, Asen." Ethan had never received such an intimate nickname before. Even his mother only called him by his given name, not his nickname. In order to completely resolve Wolf's anxieties, he decided to do something that went against his ancestors' wishes. "Mother, what nonsense are you talking about?" Wolf's face flushed again, a shame she had only developed after becoming a mother. The word held a profound and sacred meaning for her. However, she quickly realized that this was probably another of Ethan's tricks. So she had no choice but to agree for the time being. "Asen, what's wrong?" As she wore that doting smile of a mother, Ethan's words gave her a deeper understanding of her husband. "Mommy, I want to drink milk." Ethan's tone even had a hint of coquetry. Abnormal. Asen, really, how could he steal milk from the baby? As Wolf spoke, her hand gently stroked Ethan's smooth black hair. Although she wasn't very wealthy, she was very generous. Ethan looked up, mumbling, "The child is yours, that's true, but you're mine." These words undoubtedly pleased Wolf. The two quickly became entangled again, completely unaware of the passage of time. Their child had been left unattended for 2 whole days. In the next room, Catherine was playing with her awake child. Satir's emotions are very stable, and she rarely cries or fusses. This reminded Catherine of her son when he was a child. He wasn't naughty at all, except when he needed to go to the toilet. With the back of her head against the wall, she heard a faint sound coming from next door. Then, she poked Satir's cheek and teased, "Your mother doesn't want you anymore." Satir opened her pale red eyes, and it only took her an instant to go from being expressionless to bursting into tears. Catherine was so flustered that she hurriedly went to find him a bottle, and even the next room was silent. Wolf, nestled in Ethan's arms, struggled a few times. "The baby is crying. It's all right, Catherine will handle it. What you need to do now is rest." With Ethan's hands holding her captive, Wolf struggled in vain. Finally, she could only obediently lie down in the warm bed. She was already extremely sleepy. She reached out and hooked her fingers with Ethan's. "Asen, promise me you'll sleep with me, okay? You can't run away again." Ethan took her hand and agreed. He felt a little bad that she had slipped away before he was fully awake. Even as the room quieted down, Catherine continued to gently caress the baby's soft skin without any sign of aversion. "It seems like Mom really doesn't want you anymore." Catherine thought about it, but dared not say it aloud. Satya still had tear stains on her face, and she was sucking on her pacifier with a blank expression. After he had been lying in Catherine's arms for 3 days, his mother finally deigned to slowly emerge from the room. "Aya, mommy hug you?" Satir, who had been quiet all along, finally became restless, waving her hands as she was handed to Wolf. "Good girl, call me mommy." Satir opened her mouth and made gurgling, childlike sounds. Ethan, dressed, came out of the room and kissed Wolf, who was beaming with maternal love. He then rewarded the maid who had worked so diligently to take care of their child. "I have to go to work now. You all enjoy playing with the children." Ethan remarked on how fortunate the harem was to be so harmonious as he walked towards the study. Wolf woke up very late, and he stayed in bed for a long time as well. It was almost noon, and to be honest, he didn't really want to go to work. Maybe he should just go visit his wives. Ethan turned to look out the window. The influence of the Tree of Life had spread throughout the manor, and there was now a large forest outside his study. Light wanders through the woods, shattering the shadows of the trees. At the rustling fingertips of the forest, fragments of light leap down. In his days, he seemed to see the figure of an elf appearing in the dazzling golden light. "Perhaps it's because I'm getting old, and I mistook the golden light for Alice's blonde hair?" The red dragon appeared. He was sure he hadn't misjudged it. Elf figures are never far from Irina's side. "Okay, it's decided then." Ethan rang the bell, and shortly afterward Marcus opened the study door. "What business does the master have with me?" Ethan handed him the stack of documents, nearly half a meter high. "You know what to do. Go do it." Marcus is no longer the governor of Northwind City. In his words, it is his duty to return and serve the Lord. Ethan now has a secretary to help him with his affairs. The new governor of Northwind City is a capable and energetic knight, but unfortunately, he seems a bit clueless about the situation. Doesn't he know his master doesn't like managing things? He sends a huge batch of files to the manor every day. Although this guy named Reiner didn't quite understand his own thoughts, Ethan was willing to give him the position because of his good abilities. And he's very obedient. If you tell him to sit down, he really will. Perhaps in time we can reward him with the title of honorary knight. As a governor, a respectable status is essential. Not only him, but also the primary school principal, and the factory that is still under construction. Due to the low productivity, everything always takes time to process. This isn't a game where you can build with a single button press. One must eat one bite at a time. Ethan doesn't have to deal with major issues for about half the month. Having completed his task, Ethan wiped away imaginary sweat. "Well, today was another diligent day. I really worked hard." Just as he was about to get up, the little red dragon burst in. She was the only special person besides Wolf who didn't need to knock on the door. No one would hold a grudge against a child. Her skills and habits had reached a point where they were impossible to dislike. If Alice or anyone else shows even the slightest sign of displeasure, she will immediately roll over onto the floor, exposing her belly, and call out Mama while staring at her big, watery eyes. Irina skillfully twisted the door open with her paws, then climbed up Ethan's legs step by step. She grew very quickly, so she could only rest her head on Ethan's body, squinting her eyes as she waited for Ethan to stroke her. So docile, unlike the legendary red dragon, which is a synonym for tyranny and terror. Ethan's hands touched the steaming scales. Could he use Irina as a hand warmer in winter? Upon hearing his words, Irina opened her vertical pupils and revealed a helpless expression. "If I weren't outmatched by you, I would have burned this whole place down." The dragon of destruction thought to itself, but then stuck out its tongue and licked Ethan's hand. For now, it's best to play it safe. If she, whose current combat strength is roughly equivalent to a first-tier knight, were to face Ethan, she probably wouldn't even see him draw his sword. Ethan grabbed her kiss and lifted her head. "Were you thinking about something naughty just now?" Alice came over and let go of his hand. Darling, don't bully her. She's just a baby. Irina lay listlessly on the floor, which pained Alice greatly. A baby that's over 3 meters long. Ethan grumbled, then casually pulled Alice into his arms. Alice outwardly resisted, but in reality, she was enjoying rubbing against him. I'm not only going to bully the baby, I'm going to bully you right in front of the baby, Ethan whispered in her ear. No, no. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Alice could only call out to the little red dragon, you go out first, Mom will be here soon. Irina quickly slipped out, thoughtfully closing the door behind her with her tail. She's going to find other mothers for snacks and affection. Irina sighed inwardly. Why do humans always think about these things? They've even turned my elf mother into this. She felt a chill run down her spine. She absolutely mustn't become one of those creatures. Logtown, Ethan's old home. The farmers, toiling under the sun with their backs to the earth, were always content. They tilled the land for their lord and received meager wages, a little grain from their harvest enough to sustain them. Survival is the best outcome. Later, they had a new lord, and their taxes were reduced so much that they were able to eat their fill. As Ethan's private territory, the present-day Logtown enjoys preferential treatment for its residents, and various policy pilot programs are often conducted here. They were the core residents and the first to become free citizens. Meanwhile, the ever-expanding town has also gained many new residents. The orcs, represented by the Minotaurs, are now living happily together with them. If we disregard the fact that this town of 5,000 people has an equal number of troops stationed there, then it can indeed be described as a peaceful and prosperous place. Unfortunately, I can't let it go. This is Ethan's testing ground, and also the source of his military prestige. Countless young men, eager to serve their lord, came from all over the country. Through long-term training and constant refinement, they eventually became a powerful army. Logtown is the heart of Northwind territory and enjoys a superior geographical location. It can quell the unrest in Eye Valley to the north, support Northwind City to the south, and also occupies key transportation routes and major rivers. Ethan not only intends to station troops in this important military town, but also plans to vigorously develop its economy. To date, the town of Log has maintained a slowly increasing state of financial loss. The grain they grow isn't enough to eat, so they have to buy and transport everything else. They're just leeching off the entire territory. The current governor of Logtown is Afan. He is more talented in politics than in knighthood, and he manages the complex Logtown very well. He is a very trustworthy subordinate. Now he has a brand new mission, to revitalize the economy of Logtown. However, this task was extremely difficult. Simply farming would not be enough to feed the army's livestock. Logging is considered a more advanced job, generating considerable revenue for the territory. However, local consumption is extremely high, making it impossible to sell to outsiders. As for fishing, it is affected by the seasons, and it cannot be done for at least half of the year. Simply put, it's still a problem of low productivity and overly basic industries. However, in a slave society like this, even a simple crude processing could be considered an industrial upgrade. The factory is almost ready to be set up. Although he didn't quite understand what this novel thing was, Afen trusted his master's decision as always. His subordinates often asked him what the huge, empty building was used for. According to his inquiries, it probably served the same function as a workshop. Even the most learned knight's squire could not imagine that any workshop would require such a large space. Does the master intend to build a giant millstone to grind the wheat? A knight asked, looking at the factory under construction. Afen shook his head. You'd have to ask Master Andre about this. He's always been too lazy to discuss these things with us martial artists. However, one thing is certain, the establishment of this factory will solve the livelihood problems of many people. The knight beside him chimed in, indeed, those residents were pardoned too quickly, many have no means of support. Yes, everyone here knows how to farm and fish. As the population grows, their burdens will become heavier. As a strategically important military location, Logtown rarely sees merchants. They are usually only allowed to enter and conduct business after undergoing multiple layers of checks. The locals don't have as much money as those in Baifeng City, so naturally they receive less. Residents generally sell their produce through official stores, which, although at a slightly higher price than the market price, still cost them a considerable amount. After all, it's no longer a matter of free food and lodging. Even with enough land and a house provided, the harvest depends entirely on the weather and one's own abilities. A farmer's annual income is roughly equivalent to the value of 20 silver coins in crops. The premise is that he worked diligently every day, and that heaven was kind enough not to have a bumper harvest for him. A fifth of a gold coin sounds pretty good, but what about the expenses? My own food rations cost 5 silver coins, and the master's mill isn't free either. Processing these rations will cost about half a silver coin. But people can't just eat these few things. After a year of hard work, you need to eat some vegetables, and you should have meat at least once in a while, right? There's also the cost of fertilizer. We can't afford to buy it ourselves, so we have to buy it from Baifeng City. Add to that other tedious tasks, and a farmer could save up a maximum of 3 silver coins a year. If you have a family to support, not only will your quality of life decline, but it's also normal to not be able to save any money at the end of the year. If you have no money, even a minor cold can take away the breadwinner of a family, or even several lives. However, the weather has been favorable in recent years, and the yield of new grain seeds is higher than before, which is why a tragedy has not occurred. The logging industry's output is capped. Further logging would prevent the rate of growth from keeping up. The number of people employed in the fishing industry has also remained stagnant. Currently, fishermen's incomes are barely enough to make ends meet. The town's reliance on a single industry makes its balance extremely fragile. Ethan's personal arrival gave them hope. Any project that received the attention of the supreme ruler signified its importance, and a safety net from the rulers. Ofen does have a surname. He comes from a fallen baronial family called Arif. His father gave him the rather awkward name Afen, hoping that a humble name would make him easier to raise, which made him feel ashamed when he was young. Perhaps it's the name that's working. In any case, he's doing quite well now. His men and comrades no longer dare to call him Afen, but rather Knight Arif. Hey you, Ofen, how's the progress? Ofen was bent over, making his already short stature appear even shorter. Don't worry, sir. These kids aren't eating for nothing. Construction work is part of their training. Ethan surveyed the spacious factory. Land was plentiful in the wilderness, and there was a fertile, leveled land not far from Logtown ready for construction. The craftsmanship was quite good. More than a dozen carpenters worked together to design the blueprints and personally carried out the construction, making this large project a reality. Next, I'll have the forging equipment moved over, and after training the workers for a while, the factory can officially start operations. Workers? Sir, there aren't many blacksmith apprentices in Logtown. Ofen patiently explained that every blacksmith apprenticeship was hard-won, and even though Ethan encouraged master and skilled blacksmiths to take on apprentices, their skills spread very slowly. Teaching apprentices to starve their masters is their way of making a living. I don't need those self-righteous guys, and the factory doesn't need any particularly advanced technology. Besides, I have Master Andre's full support. Just you wait and see. Who says only blacksmith apprentices can make a decent hoe? The blacksmiths had a very strict hierarchy, and blacksmiths of each rank and age could only do what they were supposed to do. Blacksmith apprentices can only do low-skilled work like hoes and axes, while only master blacksmiths are qualified to forge an iron sword using iron ore provided by customers. The skilled blacksmiths above can not only do the tasks, but also do them even better, achieving a higher grade. At the same time, starting with blacksmiths of this rank, they can produce all the necessary military equipment, armor. Since ancient times, every blacksmith has been aware of what kind of work they can take on and what kind of work they are capable of doing. If he doesn't know, his colleagues will help him find out. News of Ethan establishing a factory spread quickly among the blacksmiths, and Andre, as Ethan's good assistant, had always been the backbone of their group. As the only master craftsman in the territory, he could almost be considered the patriarch of blacksmiths, and everyone who met him would call him Master Andre. From him, the blacksmiths learned that the factory was there to steal their business, and they immediately became worried. They are also aware of potential crises. They're saying they're making hoes now, but what if they could make swords later? Moreover, they can also profit from this job that originally belonged to apprentices. So they all went to Andre, hoping their master could put in a good word with the Lord and stop this risky project. Despite the students' best efforts, Andre remained unmoved. Not only him, but also his two skilled blacksmith apprentices remained silent. They know exactly which side to sit on. As more and more blacksmiths gathered, one of them finally couldn't hold back any longer and said, "The master won't let you starve. Go back to what you were doing." Once the leader spoke, the others could only swallow their grievances and slowly retreat. The second apprentice closed the blacksmith's shop door, moved a stool over, and sat down next to his master to wait for instructions. Andre took a deep drag of his pipe, and with remarkable agility, his iron prosthetic limb pulled the pipe out of his mouth, exhaling several rings of white smoke. His beard trembled with each breath, producing a dull sound. Damn it, these ungrateful bastards! When has the master ever mistreated them? Now that they've grown wings, they think that having a few underhanded skills gives them the right to challenge the master. Do they really think this vast earldom can't do without them? The master blacksmith had a notoriously fiery temper. His hammer was smashed against an innocent block of iron, producing a deafening roar. The honest eldest apprentice maintained his usual silence. He was Andre's first apprentice in the territory and a true blacksmith. As long as he can forge iron, external things are irrelevant to him. Andre's personality used to be exactly like his own, but after becoming a master blacksmith, many things were no longer up to him. His volatile temper is both a way for him to vent his emotions and a protective mechanism. Don't bother me. The second apprentice, being more quick-witted, stepped in to smooth things over, saying, "Master, please don't blame them. They're just worried about not being able to serve the master in the future. How could they possibly be loyal to the master?" Andre snorted coldly, but did not bring up the matter again. He gazed quietly at the prosthetic limb he had forged with his own hands. Ethan had shown him not only gratitude for his patronage, but also a life-saving grace. The regeneration spell cast on him by a third-tier nature mage, even if it couldn't regenerate his severed arm, at least regenerated several tentacles, making him more adept at manipulating the prosthetic limb. Nowadays, he can perform at about 60 to 70% of the skill expected of a master blacksmith. The cold iron hand is burning hot, and the blacksmith's skill is displayed on it. Ethan has already discussed the factory with them and sought their opinions. Even a seasoned blacksmith like him, with his vast experience and knowledge, couldn't help but marvel at the Lord's wisdom. Ethan's plan sounded somewhat impractical, but only he knew it was highly feasible. Hoes and axes don't require any technical skill, the only limitations are the raw materials and knowledge of the forging process. There's no need to worry about raw materials. Valley has several iron mines that can be continuously mined, and has trained countless apprentices. Now, it's time for them to give back. The factory's first workers will be villagers and blacksmith apprentices, who will share a common job title system. As apprentices, they initially had 3 levels of professional titles, while workers only had 1 level. Each level offers better benefits and higher status. The apprentice's first task was to teach the workers how to forge iron. The blacksmith's knowledge of a hoe was unparalleled. After all, this was a task personally assigned by the master, and he dared not be presumptuous. He broke down a task that should have been completed by 1 person into 9 steps. Workers in each process only need to process the transported raw materials, and then the finished products can be sent to the next step. Honestly, it wasn't difficult. In just 2 days, the workers in each process had mastered all the job requirements. Blacksmith apprentices and master blacksmiths are responsible for errors and management during the production process. The sight of hundreds of iron furnaces operating simultaneously is truly awe-inspiring, and the resulting productivity is unparalleled by traditional methods. In a single day, the factory can produce 500 hoes, and this is just the beginning. There are still large areas of wasteland in Bifengling, and hoes, as an important means of production, are naturally in short supply. All of the factory's orders were commissioned by Northwind City, and just by forging iron for the Lord, they provided livelihoods for at least 200 people. This is just the first batch. Once the workers have tasted the benefits of reasonable wages and free meals and accommodation, the factory will be able to provide employment for at least 2,000 to 3,000 people. The subsequent impact on the economy is immeasurable. After reading the report, Andre nodded repeatedly. He had never thought much of such simple creations. Who would have thought that such an unassuming hoe could produce such a tremendous effect? Ethan took out a hoe, the first product the factory initially tested. As a product designed by a master blacksmith, it truly offers excellent value for money. While reducing costs, we strive to increase quality, and even if it's not hand-forged, the effect is still noticeable. This is the first hoe from the Northwind First factory. We'll have axes, sickles, and farming tools coming up later. You can keep them. Andre nodded and accepted it. Does the master intend for the factory to handle all forging work from now on? Well, there's no rush. The complex creations will keep you busy studying them for a while. For now, let's discuss this thing called a conveyor belt. Ethan smiled and pulled out a diagram. Today is a day to celebrate, as the young master of Northwind Territory celebrates his 100th day of life. Everyone knows that Mr. Ethan has a child, but only a few people have actually seen him. Even loyal subordinates rarely had the opportunity to see Satyr in person. The child was well protected by his mother. To dispel any potential doubts, Wolf finally agreed to host a small party for the children after being persuaded by Ethan. It's small for a count with real power. At the banquet of over 200 people, apart from Ethan's subordinates, the lowest-ranking guest was a baron, making the threshold incredibly high. Carriages laden with gifts have been arriving at the manor in droves for the past 2 weeks, carrying with them the sincere blessings of the guests to the future Earl of the Northwind. As the baby grew, Satyr looked more and more like Ethan, and with her identical calm expression, it's no wonder they called Satyr Little Ethan. After holding the child in her arms for only a few moments and playing with him, Wolf snatched him back. Let's make it clear first, Aya will only appear briefly in front of them and then go back. There are too many people around. I'm worried something might happen to the child. What could possibly happen in my own home? Ethan said, but nodded in agreement. Regardless of safety, if some brain-dead idiot were to rush up and try to trade one of his sons for another, even with only a 1% chance of success, Ethan wouldn't want that to happen. And do I really have to wear such heavy clothes? Wolf tugged at her heavy dress with obvious disgust. It wasn't just heavy, it was also constricting and uncomfortable. She wouldn't wear it out unless Ethan thought it looked good. Her long, blue-purple dress accentuated her beautiful figure, while the numerous yet simple pieces of jewelry added a unique charm to her look. Even I, as an earl, need the support of others to do things well. Since they respect me, then we should respect them in return. Besides, it looks great, doesn't it? Ethan kissed Wolf so passionately that he got his freshly applied lipstick all over the place, and the maid had to clean it up again. Satyr was caught between the two, silently watching the couple show their affection in front of her. At midday, the nobles of the entire Wasteland province gathered together, quietly awaiting Ethan's appearance. This time, everyone who came was one of their own. Whether it was the earls from neighboring provinces or the imperial court nobles and officials, Ethan didn't invite a single one. Drawing clear lines is sometimes a good choice. Being too flashy will only attract more attention. This also sent a signal to Ethan's men that he was from the Wasteland province and would stand on the same side as the nobles. The gathering took a different form than a typical dinner party. The long tables and chairs were removed and replaced with round tables. Each nobleman had his own appropriate place, and those who sat together were usually friends with good relationships and similar status. The guests alone could fill 2 tables with viscounts. The 2 former heads of earldoms, whose relationship remained strained after the Great War, now sat at separate tables, clearly divided. The former 4 border heroes are now chatting and laughing at 2 separate tables, mingling with the nobles who once looked down on them. They didn't have to wait long. Ethan soon appeared before them with Wolf. Earl Northwind wore his usual warm and friendly smile, while the Countess behind him showed absolutely no politeness, not even a fake smile, her face cold and arrogant. The beastmen named Wolf are mysterious and unpredictable beings to them. Even nobles like Nanyan Dongyi, who were close to Ethan, had never seen this wife of Ethan's. Wolf's beauty was enough to attract their attention, and for a moment, many people's attention had not yet shifted to the main character of the banquet. Nanyan nudged the young Viscount beside him with his elbow. Stop staring. This is Beifeng's little darling. Don't indulge in unrealistic fantasies. Look what's wrong. The man pursed his lips, turning his face away with resentment. Speaking of which, why would the Earl like beastmen? He's clearly lie. Nanyan feigned seriousness and said, your tonic is potent. If you're similar, don't drag me along, or the Wolf Riders will be at your doorstep tomorrow. Real. The man swallowed hard. He had witnessed the power of the Wolf Riders firsthand, and he knew all too well that this force was beyond his ability to withstand. Fake. Nanyan possessed a dark sense of humor typical of the elderly. As long as you don't run up to Beifeng and say your wife is a lowly beastman, he generally won't cause you any trouble. He stroked his chin, a half-smile playing on his lips, and said, knowing his character as I do, if madam says something to you, you might be hanging up. The young man turned his face away. Viscount Nanyan, please don't make such dangerous jokes. After delivering a very formulaic speech and expressing his gratitude, Ethan picked up the child and showed him to the guests. Logically, the next step should be for the guests to take turns offering their blessings to the child. But Wolf couldn't wait any longer. She gave Ethan a resentful look, then picked up the child and headed back into the room. Ethan awkwardly touched his nose and could only immediately announce the start of the dinner. Ethan isn't a big drinker, and he used to be forced to work out of respect, but now he doesn't have to put up with others anymore. The 2 former earls, Let and Wind and Snow, didn't say anything, but simply congratulated him on having an heir who could inherit the family business, a future earl. After the banquet, which was as formulaic as could be, everyone left, leaving only a few of Ethan's confidants at the table. With his face flushed from drinking, Zimu expressed extra sincerity to Ethan, wiping out Ethan's previous debts. His magnanimity was almost unlike that of a businessman. Why? Ethan was still puzzled. In this peaceful life, he was still able to repay this debt. Moreover, he was quite certain that Zimu had no use for him now. The others readily agreed, then pointed at Ethan's face and said, it's no big deal, Your Excellency. It seems you are still somewhat unaware of the Earl's power, Dongyi said slowly. In the central regions, a count might mean nothing, but on this frontier, you are the king. On the surface, a count in a remote, impoverished area may seem inferior to a count in a prosperous region, but in reality, their influence in the local area is entirely different. Nanyan patted his son on the shoulder, and the young man looked quite uncomfortable. I'm counting on this kid to make a name for himself under your wing in the future. Judging by the time, you'll soon be returning to the capital for your official duties. Then you'll know your true status. Dongyi raised his wine cup and drank it all in one gulp. Given His Majesty's habits, he'll probably bestow upon you the title of Lord of the North Wind. The others raised their glasses. Cheers to the Lord of the North Wind. White Blade, the affairs of the Wasteland province don't seem to benefit the Demon King's cult. Give me an explanation. The red-haired woman in front of him spoke in a languid tone, her beautiful eyes holding a teasing smile. Every time Eli sees that smile, he can't help but feel a chill. Back then, he was full of vigor and believed he would be invincible after breaking through to the 5th rank. He went to the demon realm to save his lover almost without hesitation. His final result was the same as his master's. The 5th-tier swordsman fought his way through the ranks and successfully reached the Demon King with his sword. Then he learned how his master had lost back then. His swordsmanship was useless against the Demon King, even though it was only 3 moves. The smile I had then is exactly the same as it is now. Equally powerful, equally invincible. Even though I've been working under her for years, if I displease her, at my current level, I probably couldn't run 40 meters. However, over the years, he had come to understand this person's personality somewhat. Perhaps it was counterintuitive, but the Demon King disliked killing and was a playful person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have risked his wife's safety to betray the Demon King cult's actions. As long as you make her happy, nothing will happen. So he forced a smile and said, Your Highness, the situation is somewhat beyond our expectations. The border nobles' armies are stronger, more organized, and possess magical artifacts to test our followers compared to those within the province. To minimize losses, I propose that the Demon King cult disperse to various provinces and cease all operations, thus preserving its strength for the next plan. The Demon King's smile remained. So, all the Demon King cult's previous efforts were in vain. She floated off the bed and came to Eli's side. Do you know how important this new and exciting thing is to me? She said slowly, emphasizing each word. Your Highness, this infiltration is for the purpose of serving you better. In just a few years, the turmoil unleashed by the Demon King's cult will span the entire continent. Haha. The Demon King let out a clear, crisp laugh. The way you're desperately trying to explain yourself is really unlike a sword saint, unlike those other old men who are so rigid and boring. I already said you can decide for yourself what you want to do, there's no need to tell me. Besides, that power of faith is having less and less effect on me. Her fiery red eyes dimmed for a moment, as if she hesitated. Anyway, you're my subordinate, you can do whatever you want, even if it's just to keep your brother company. Eli was speechless for a moment. He never expected the Demon King to bring up his brother. After all, anyone with even a slight understanding of the situation would likely know that he had gone easy on Ethan. Otherwise, given his strength and leadership skills, how could he possibly have failed to defeat a coalition of mere nobles? Having loved ones alive is something to cherish. The Demon King turned his back, displaying the coldness and ruthlessness befitting his title. Go ahead, we'll talk when you want to come back. A wave of guilt washed over Eli, and he said in a low voice, I will return as soon as possible, Your Highness. After saying that, he strode away from the Demon King's palace. With the Demon King's permission, he and his wife were finally able to go out and rest for a while. After he left, the Demon King lay back on the bed in a starfish position. Sigh, young people are so easy to fool, it's so funny. The Demon King then turned his gaze to the velvet mattress. His younger brother seems quite interesting too. I might go and tease him sometime. Ha. She yawned, and her eyes returned to their half-closed state. Sleep has now become her instinct. The stronger a living organism is, the more fragile it is. This is the law of all things. Soon, she muttered. In just a little while, she would have the chance to reach the legendary realm. Wishing everyone a happy new year, a prosperous year of the horse, and abundant wealth. So, you and your sister-in-law were released by the Demon King. The two people in front of him maintained their usual style. When they were with their loved ones, Eli always remained silent and let his wife take the lead. When they crossed the demon land and braved the wind and rain to arrive at the manor. Finally, I've seen a living person. That was Shalayir's first thought. Then the guard introduced the two men, who looked unusual, to the master's study. His decision proved to be correct. The usually composed master surprised and exclaimed, Big brother. It's safe? The former papal saint, shedding her mature facade in front of acquaintances, warmly embraced Ethan. Wah, little Ethan, do you know how long it's been since I've seen a living person? Sister-in-law, demons are just people with horns on their heads. How can that be the same? Those demons are only thinking about fighting and killing all day long. They can even start a fight while chatting, she complained. Shore shook Ethan's shoulder. Oh right, didn't you mention in your last letter that the baby was due soon? It's getting on in years, isn't it? Come on, let me play with it. Ethan was pretty sure she'd gone crazy from being cooped up in the demon lands for the past few years. Otherwise, given her past as a saint who could keep the Vatican from finding her, would she really go to the trouble of conducting magical research? Don't make your sister Shalay laugh. You can't win over a sword saint as a husband by doing magic research. In order to get closer to Eli, she gave him many gifts and secrets of the Vatican. As a result, during that period, Eli would coincidentally encounter the papal saint being robbed by audacious bandits even when he went out to buy groceries. It's pitiful that this person who loves traveling and sightseeing only has her blockhead husband, whom she can talk to, in this magical land, and he's often away on business trips. The study door was pushed open, and a head with wolf ears slowly peeked out. Wolf said timidly in a soft voice, Brother Eli, Sister Shurael. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Wolf, Ethan's wife. She emphasized the last two words again. She then took a step forward, revealing the child in her arms. Shur quickly glanced at Eli and found that his eyes were just as blank as hers. Wasn't it supposed to be elves? What the heck is this orc? Realizing what was happening, she released her grip on Ethan's shoulder and then took out a handkerchief to wipe her face. Ha, men really are all scum. Finally, she added one more sentence. Eli, I wasn't talking about you. Upon hearing this, Eli simply sighed and said nothing. Wolf, holding the child, leaned closer and said, Sister, don't be angry. Ethan is still very good to me. That sister touched Shulayer's heart. For a woman nearing 30, a warm sister was more effective than 1,000 words of flattery. She quickly accepted her younger sister. My younger sister is so beautiful, unlike me, an old, faded woman whose husband barely pays any attention to me anymore. Wolf looked at the unfamiliar older brother. At this point, Eli finally said with a what expression, I didn't. He's just too busy. Having completely gained the upper hand, Shuray looked at the baby in her younger brother and sister-in-law's arms, and then at Ethan. The only redeeming quality of a scumbag like you is that you're handsome. Ethan shrugged helplessly. If you want to play with the kids, just do it. There's no need to yell at me. Shurael happily took the child, not forgetting to urge Eli on. Kids are so cute. When are we going to have one? What do you do when your child cries? Eli always gets straight to the point. Shulaer's face immediately fell. Too much trouble, it's better to play with other people's games. After exchanging greetings, we immediately got down to business. Although Shulaer appears carefree, she is very serious when it comes to important matters. Would you mind if we stayed here for a few days, Your Excellency? No, sis, I was wrong. You can stay here if you want, it's our own home. Ethan quickly waved his hands and said. From childhood to adulthood, he always adhered to one principle. He could tease his older brother, but he could never make his sister-in-law angry. Moreover, his relationship with his older brother meant that even a simple don't make things difficult for her was enough to make him feel bad for a while. Thank you so much, Ethan. I won't stay here for nothing, here's the Vatican's token. Shul took out an exquisite brooch from the lining of her clothes. It gleamed with gold and emitted a faint glow. Sister, isn't this a bit too expensive? Ethan swallowed hard. He used to crave this stuff so much. It is an emblem symbolizing papal personnel, and its gold color is only one level lower than the white emblem symbolizing the Pope himself, ensuring great convenience wherever one goes. But when he actually saw it in front of him, he hesitated. You're just like your brother, so pretentious. You just take what's offered to you. Shure shoved the badge into his hand with a disgruntled expression. I bet you haven't gone to the capital to pay homage to His Majesty since you were promoted to Earl. With this, not many people should cause you trouble. And what about you? Shure wrapped her arms around Eli's neck. I'm going to spend some time with your older brother on your turf. Any objections? I have no objection. Then it's settled. If you fail to provide the best possible hospitality, I'll have Eli teach you a lesson. Must. After the matter was over, a yawning Shurael was led to the guest room by Wolf, leaving only the two brothers in the study. Eli, who had maintained a blank expression in front of his wife, finally revealed his true colors. He patted Ethan on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Tell me honestly, how many have you done?" Ethan held out his hand, revealing 3 fingers. "Where is Catherine?" "It's included." Eli sighed. "I used to urge you to get married, and now you even have kids. You must treat them well, you can't let them suffer any injustice." As the eldest brother, Eli always acted as a father figure to Ethan, thus compensating for any lack of formal upbringing. Then, his tone shifted abruptly, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. The image of the loyal husband and elder brother has vanished, replaced by the aura and power of a sword saint. Over the years, I've known nothing about the Empire. You've had a tough time, starting from scratch. Just tell me what's wronged you, and I'll stand up for you. His tone was flat, as if he were talking about something trivial. After thinking it over carefully, Ethan said, "I can handle this myself. You don't need to get involved." Eli shook his head. "Tell me what happened in the family first. This is none of your business." "Shut up." Eli frowned. "I'm the eldest son. I should handle everything myself. You don't need to worry about it." Ethan gave a wan smile and put his hand on his shoulder. "You should stay with your sister-in-law first. As for those people, I'll tell you about them later." Feeling the power emanating from Ethan's hand, which was in no way inferior to his own, Eli remained silent for a moment before finally backing down. He nodded. "I'll listen to you this time. Don't keep me waiting." The following day, after worrying all night, Eli couldn't help but seek out Ethan again. "Anyway, please tell me about the territory first, and I might be able to offer some advice." "Brother, I beg you, please rest for a couple of days with your wife. If you keep working yourself to the bone like this, she might get angry with me." Eli pointed to his sunken eye sockets. "I've taken care of her. She's still asleep." Seeing how hard he was trying, Ethan couldn't persuade him any further, so he simply told him about the development process and current state of the territory. The two brothers sat facing each other at the desk, Eli listening patiently with his head propped up by his hand. From his beginnings as a pioneering knight, fighting to the death to defend his territory against orc attacks, to later being promoted to Baron after surviving his first winter. Finally, after a great battle, he killed Viscount Northwind and became invincible on the battlefields of the Wasteland province. Ethan highlighted some key points, glossing over the difficulties in passing, but Eli still managed to pick them up. He scanned Ethan's entire body, confirming that his breathing was steady and he was unharmed. "If you're confident in your ability to assassinate the knight, then at least you can control the situation." He glanced again at the tightly closed door. "But why risk your life to help a spirit you have no connection with?" "Say." Ethan replied weakly, "Brother, you know me, I just acted impulsively, that's how it was." "You, sigh." Eli let him off the hook for the time being and changed the subject to the territory. He already knew the border map by heart, he understood everything with just a glance at the nobles' territories. Currently, the territory mainly relies on animal husbandry and the developing, forging industry, is that right? Eli didn't really understand what a factory was. Logically speaking, a factory made of such low-level products as hoes and axes couldn't possibly become a pillar industry, but the scale of the factory made him take it seriously. Ethan nodded slowly. It wasn't that he hadn't considered developing other things, but border areas were simply too poor. If he hadn't seized a portion of the Collin family's assets, he wouldn't even be able to afford to support an army. Although I don't know how you conquered the orcs, even including the lands of Eye Valley, the economic benefits you could generate would probably be limited. Ethan nodded. His older brother had a long-term vision. Even if livestock production reaches a certain scale, it is difficult to find markets to sell to other places. The reason is simple, the price of large livestock is not something everyone can afford. Slow growth in transaction volume will only lead to low economic efficiency. Aside from nobles who might buy a few to save face, only large restaurants and eateries have a stable demand for them. The greatest benefit of developing this is that it will provide the army with an ample supply of meat. In conclusion, it is one of the cornerstones of the territory, but it cannot be the key to development. And most of the people who raise your livestock are probably beastmen. Eli crossed his arms, his eyes revealing a shrewdness unlike his usual dullness. "So you came up with the idea of factories to solve the livelihood problems of the people and the flow of the economy. The territory sends orders to the factories, and the territory also pays the wages to the people, thereby improving the flow of the economy." Money only becomes more valuable when it circulates, Ethan said. Yes and no. While most of the money the workers receive will eventually return to you, a portion will still go to the visiting businessman. You mentioned before that the taxes in the Northwind territory are low, which is a good thing. But we also need to ensure that the Northwind territory is able to extract sufficient value from merchants. In other words, Bifengling must have its own core product. Eli is right, even after years of not handling territory management, he is still very skilled in that area. Yes, in terms of both literary and military prowess, he is no less capable than Ethan. Noble families generally raised their children in the same way. The eldest son received the best education, while the second son, as a precaution, also received a decent education. Moreover, Eli's talent is not much less than Ethan's. So, in your opinion, brother, what should we do next? Ethan understood what he meant. A trade surplus did indeed exist in Northwind territory. He just hadn't found a suitable solution. The problems of Northwind territory cannot be solved by this land alone. Your most valuable asset lies in Eye Valley, the territory of the orcs. Ethan's eyelid twitched. You couldn't find a better way besides this. If your factory truly performs as expected, then this is only a temporary sacrifice. Eli sighed and patted him on the shoulder. You're still so indecisive, even trying to recruit enemies. You treat others too little like human beings. As he spoke, he seemed to still be the Earl's heir, the future ruler of the territory. Ethan turned his back. Then we can work together. You can be the bad guy, and I'll introduce you to the leader of the orcs. Eli continued. I also had a few connections with slave trading guilds. Let's see if we can contact them and reach an agreement. Since you're so interested, I'll give you the position of governor. When you go out with your sister-in-law, you can keep an eye on my territory while you're at it. Eli gave a wry smile. You're using me as free labor again. We're all brothers here. Why am I being so polite? If you want, I can give you the territory after I've finished my business, and I'll take my wives and roam the world. Eli didn't ask him what he was going to do, nor did he want to take over his brother's territory. His early struggles in the southern part of the empire were so arduous that he and his wife missed the best period of their passionate love. So you mean, during the time I'm in the capital, the territory will be under my control? His eyes turned resentful. He hadn't expected his younger brother to really see him as a vengeful child, even wanting to hand over his territory to him. My wife can't go, since she has to take care of the children. I need someone I can trust to protect me. Sigh, what a life of toil. Eli waved his hand and walked out of the study. He only came to check on Ethan's situation, but how did he end up with a territory, and a count's territory no less? Thinking of this, he recalled the fear of having to face government affairs every day when he woke up, and immediately wanted to go back and sleep with Shulier first. That evening, Wolf handed the child to Catherine again, holding Ethan's arm tightly. Ethan, are you going to the capital alone? Well, this matter can't be delayed too long, otherwise His Majesty might not recognize my identity, which would be troublesome, he said casually. In fact, this situation had never happened to the Earl before. It'll take 3 months for you to come and go. Please be careful. There aren't many in the Empire who can harm me. I mean, I can't let another woman take him away from me, she said seriously. Don't worry, I'm the one who abducts other people's girls. That's not allowed either. Wolf pinched his waist reproachfully. Then, she adopted a weak and meek tone and said softly, Young master, I want. The capital of the Bateson Empire is simply called the Imperial Capital. It has no other name, nor does it need one. As the center of the entire empire, it boasts the best and highest geographical location and economic status. At the same time, the capital was also the private domain of the Badeson royal family. Since the founding emperor, Badeson I, established this vast plain as the imperial capital, the 30-meter-high wall made of pure white marble has never been disturbed by any bloodshed. But time has left its mark on the city walls, and countless green shoots have sprouted from the cracks in the walls, adding large patches of green to the smooth surface. As for repairs, there's no need for it, nor the financial resources. The capital city is filled with towering buildings, churches of all sizes, bell towers, and a few magic towers, forming the first scenic view. At the heart of the capital city stood the highest residence of this ancient empire, the royal palace. Compared to the towering cathedral, the vast royal palace appears much more understated, with only a tower at the center of the palace complex that is no less tall than the cathedral, thus highlighting the greatness of royal power. Even so, the palace's area was equivalent to the entire city of Northwind, and the two were of incomparable value. Inside a side hall of the royal palace, 2 elderly men with white beards were brewing tea and drinking together. Both men looked older than their age. The biggest difference was the length of their beards. The one with the slightly longer beard slowly lifted the teapot, swirling it in circles as he poured out a trickle of water from the spout. The pale green tea gathered in the small cup, creating delicate splashes. The man opposite him waited until the tea was finished, then eagerly grabbed the cup, ignoring the scalding heat, and drank it all in one gulp. Ravi, you're still as impatient as ever. You can't wait any longer. He picked up his teacup and slowly swirled it. This tea is meant to be savored slowly to truly appreciate its flavor. The man paid little attention and said bluntly, Your Majesty, please speak plainly. I need to go back and play with my birds. The man addressed as His Majesty placed the teacup in the center of the table, then slightly rose and rested his arms on the table. Was there any involvement with that Demon King cult in the north? As usual, you only need to answer yes or no. Despite the highly aggressive questioning, Ravi remained calm. Your Majesty, you know me. I would never betray humanity and collude with the demons. But you're not lenient at all with your own people. Ravi shrugged. Your Majesty has misunderstood me. The Joel family only chose to rely on us because they had no other options. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement. Baderson's gaze was piercing, sharp enough to be unbearable to look at directly. The Joel family, is that enough to feed your generation? Ravi shook his head, picked up the teapot, and poured himself another cup. I haven't finished eating yet, Your Majesty. That's all. Ravi's teacup froze in midair. Your Majesty, you think highly of that young man. Whether I approve or not is unimportant. What matters to me is that he's alive. Ravi reluctantly put down his teacup. In that case, we'll do as His Majesty says. In fact, he was just saying it. The few representatives from the north are extremely difficult to choose from. As someone who could keep the imperial system running smoothly, he wouldn't bother dealing with such a troublesome and unappetizing fellow unless he was starving. Not only that, but you have to pay for food, right? Ravi propped his head up with his hand, meeting the gaze of the empire's ruler. So, what does Your Majesty think? Badeson stood up and pointed at Ravi. You, and your wife, your brother, your sister, your father, your mother, your uncles, your aunts, your cousins, your ancestors for 18 generations. Badeson's sudden attack caught Ravi off guard, before he finally managed a smirk and said, Since Your Majesty wishes, then my entire family will move to the capital. If you understand, you can get lost. Badeson, completely lacking in decorum, splashed the still warm tea all over Ravi's face. I thought you'd tone it down, but you really do think you're the king now. Ravi silently took his leave, calling the man a complete idiot. This king was not originally the crown prince, but the second prince who had been fighting in the southern border since childhood. He later ascended to the throne with the support of the army generals. A true warrior, a highly respected general in the army. With his presence, the crumbling empire finally managed to breathe a sigh of relief. Having just temporarily calmed things down at home, he immediately handed the knife to Duke Koshitsa. Ravi understood that this was a way for him to establish his authority by using himself as an example. But unfortunately, I had no way to solve it. The law of the jungle, where big fish eat little fish, is the most primitive and cruel rule among nobles. He was relatively good, at least on the surface. He left some descendants for the Joel family. As for starting a war, he wouldn't say he definitely didn't have those thoughts, but in reality, Badeson established his kingdom through military force, and all kings inherited the Badeson name. If you say there was corruption, widespread suffering, and poor governance in all aspects, these kings all agreed. But there's one thing, when it comes to fighting, they're all experts, not a single coward is among them. If a war were to break out, the Empire and the Duchy of Koseki would probably have a 30/70th chance of winning. After 3 months, the Corsican was cut into 7 pieces. They could also raid another territory, significantly replenishing the Empire's resources and at least offsetting 100 years' worth of taxes. Even a fool would think that Kosek would choose to obey and not be used as an example to scare others. Moving was only the first step. In order to maintain his rightful status, Koseki also had to donate a considerable amount of money to the imperial treasury. He hadn't done the spending money to avoid disaster practice in a long time, but he deeply understood its principles. Big fish eat little fish, it's been that way since ancient times. After dismissing Ravi, Baderson took Ethan's file from the servant. He was somewhat curious about the young man. These days, it's almost impossible for a nobleman to rise from nothing, especially on the border, a place where people are prey to be devoured. Logically speaking, he should try to win over such a talented individual to demonstrate the authority of the empire. But given the current situation, it's somewhat inconvenient for me to show up. He thought it over, and finally muttered to himself. It seems we should find him a suitable master. Badeson looked up, a hint of tenderness appearing in his usually calm eyes. Summon the 6th princess to the garden. In a courtyard in the royal palace known as Tulip Garden, a young girl wearing a wide-brimmed hat and a long dress is engrossed in reading a book. Hearing the noise outside the door, she put down the book she was holding. The maid hurriedly pushed open the door and said nervously, Your Highness, His Majesty wants to see you. Don't panic, Caroline, did they say what it is? Caroline said nervously in a low voice, I heard His Majesty just gave Duke Koseki a good scolding. Your Highness, please be careful. Princess Atina was puzzled, and after failing to figure it out, she decided to go and see what was going on. Logically speaking, someone like her, a descendant of an emperor who made it clear from the beginning that she wouldn't be vying for power, shouldn't have any connection with the nobility. She stood up, her short black hair falling over her shoulders, white highlights framing her face, making her appear almost divine in the sunlight. Before long, she arrived at the garden where Baderson was, and, still holding a book in her hand, she leisurely called out, Greetings, Father. Upon seeing his beloved youngest daughter, even the usually stern Badson couldn't help but smile gently. Yes, sit down. He waved his hand, and the servants beside him immediately withdrew, leaving the two of them a quiet and private space. Artina immediately relaxed. What did Father want to see me about this time? Badeson looked at her intently, feeling that her features resembled those of her deceased birth mother more and more. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little more guilty and hesitant. Perhaps, this task could have been done by someone else. While he hesitated, Atina pressed Father, is there something you want me to do? Nothing. Bade's son then picked up Ethan's file, and Adina tactfully poured him some tea. He knew most of Ethan's situation, and then looked at Ethan's relatives. A poor soul whose mother died young, whose father married Ravi's daughter. He'll be completely exploited sooner or later. As for his wife, he raised his eyes slightly. Werewolves? His gaze involuntarily shifted to his daughter, making Atina sit up straight uncomfortably. He thought to himself, a man who loves the beastman. I, too, defied all opposition to marry a queen. Artina might get along with this kid. Thinking about this, he hesitated even more. However, after some mental calculation, he realized that the princes vying for the throne were all evenly matched in power, and even a count could potentially disrupt this fragile balance. If anyone does something irrational, the empire, which has just stabilized, will fall into chaos again. Besides, I just wanted to find someone I could trust to get to know this kid, and understand his thoughts and abilities. If it can be used for one's own benefit, that would be quite good. If they don't obey, this newly formed earldom won't last long. Without a stable backer, how long can he survive? By doing this, I'm essentially giving him a way out. Perhaps this is what it means for like-minded people to appreciate each other. Thinking this, he slowly said, Artina, I have a task for you. You can choose to agree or refuse. Adina chose to support her father's continued doting affection. You go first. There's a young count who will be coming to the empire to see me soon, and I'd like to get to know him better then. Artina began to ponder. It had always been a tradition for members of the royal family to curry favor with the nobles. But why should it be her turn? Is this the new earl? She asked. After receiving an affirmative answer, she readily agreed. As a princess, she shouldn't be unable to handle an earl without any powerful backing. After agreeing, she asked with a hint of worry, but, what about my identity? Bade's son affectionately patted her head. It's all right. Many people don't know I have a little daughter. As for your identity being exposed, it can be a good opportunity to see what kind of person that kid is. If he's worth trying to win over, even better. Artina blinked. Should I also try to win over the nobles? She added, my older brothers and sisters will be angry. Whether you try to win them over is your business. I guarantee your older siblings won't cause you any trouble. Artina's tail, hidden beneath her long dress, swayed slightly. In a good mood, she felt a touch of anticipation for the mission. Perhaps we can gain a different perspective from this nobleman? Bade's son handed the document containing Ethan's information to Artina and instructed her, according to the letters he wrote to me, he should arrive in the capital in about a month. I will send someone to inform you when the time comes. It would be best to make contact with him before he meets with me. Understood, father. I'll be going now. When facing this ruler of the empire, Artina never showed excessive respect or seriousness. A more intimate form of address and attitude would make the king feel younger and more like a human being. Bade's son even waved her off, as if seeing her off. At his level, the time he spends with his children is always very short, and meetings are almost entirely by chance. Only his younger daughter, who was kept relatively secret, could be seen frequently because she didn't pursue a career. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, realizing that he still had selfish motives after all. The Beastman Queen was not treated as she should have been, and even her descendants did not publicize her deeds. To make amends to her, he also gave the child complete tolerance and the right to choose. The only price to pay is that he will never be able to ascend to the throne. This is cruel, but it is also a form of favoritism. These days, Atina spends all her time reading in the library. She knows almost none of the 6 arts of royalty. Aside from being skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, he has no other strengths. Such a person would not become a competitor to her compatriots. In this atmosphere, Artina, who lost her mother at birth, grew up slowly, finding no sense of presence among her siblings and taking books as her only solace. Now that a task has been assigned to her, it has added a touch of color to Artina's monotonous life. Back at the tulip courtyard, she quickly opened the documents, eager to see what kind of nobleman this father valued. She was 5 or 6 years older than me, still considered young. For an earl, he was still quite inexperienced. The second son of the Joel family, with outstanding appearance, was appointed as a pioneer knight and sent to the border 6 years ago. 4 years ago, he was promoted to Baron for his military achievements. Later, after uncovering the conspiracy between Viscount Northwind and the Beastman, he successfully took his place. A year ago, orcs and cults wreaked havoc in the Wasteland province. He led the border nobles to quell the rebellion and was subsequently granted the title of Earl of the Northwind. Artina read the document slowly, and then quietly put it away. I knew it. Father would only ever favor brainless brutes. She said this, and then started reading the book. Comments. Previous such a warrior who only knows how to fight might please his father, but he probably doesn't find it enjoyable for himself. A born war maniac in his 20s would be a perfect candidate for an imperial general. It's a pity my father doesn't really need a general right now. The empire can still manage its territory for the time being, and it's not time for war yet. And he's a nobleman from the north. Her 2 older brothers preferred to capture tall, strong slaves from the north and order them to fight to the death. The people of the north are seen as savage and uncivilized in the eyes of the central region, and are hardly considered normal people. It must be exhausting to be around this kind of person. At this moment, Artina felt a little regretful, but she couldn't go back on her word since she had already agreed, so she had no choice but to put it aside for the time being. Before we knew it, autumn had arrived. Ethan rode his white horse to the royal territory, Baderson territory. Fallen leaves bring news from afar, the capital city is just ahead. However, they still maintain a considerable distance, not much, only about 200 kilometers as the crow flies. There's no other way, a vast royal family needs land to maintain its far-reaching influence and absolute control. Everything on this territory belongs exclusively to the Badeson royal family. Ethan only brought a horse and a suitcase with his luggage for this trip. He was a meticulous person. Since it was inconvenient for Wolf to bring the child, he simply decided not to bring anyone. Having too many wives can easily lead to dissatisfaction. Either we can have a happy outing together, or we can quickly finish our business and go home for the new year. There's still a long way to go, he'll have plenty of opportunities. The journey would normally take 3 full months, but to save time, he arrived at the capital in just 1 month. Now, he only needs 3 more days to reach the capital. To be honest, it was a very novel experience. The customs and traditions of the Badeson Empire varied greatly depending on the region, or rather, on the nature of its systems. These things, which he took for granted when he was still a nobleman, now hold profound meaning for him. In the official cities of the empire, everything was thriving, and the citizens born in the cities were free from the very beginning. Although nobles had some privileges, they were still subject to certain constraints. Inside, adventurers and mages, commoners and nobles, monsters and villages, make up the most familiar Western fantasy town. As for the nobles' territories, besides him, only merchants accompanied him on his journey. To others, the nobles were capricious and unpredictable, capable of hanging any subject in their territory with a single word. Even merchants wouldn't come to a place like this if it weren't profitable. Even he encountered a lot of trouble. Some audacious soldiers tried to steal his belongings, but after he drove them away, they went to his lord. The clueless baron couldn't decipher his documents and coat of arms, or perhaps he just wanted to see what was in his luggage. He was eventually hung up and displayed as a warning. Unsurprisingly, his relatives will take his place. As for what responsibility he should bear for this mess, in this respect, Ethan has been assimilated by the northern style. If you're so capable, go find him in the north. Then you have to be able to beat him. Hasso, the last city before the capital, served as the gateway to the capital and possessed a grandeur far surpassing that of other cities. It is also the only way to enter the capital from the north. At this moment, Ethan was crossing over from another noble territory, still carrying a sense of suppressed frustration. Upon seeing this city, one cannot help but marvel at its 50-meter-high city walls. The Badeson Empire has relatively strict control over the movement of people. Every merchant or traveling soldier needs the approval and signature of a local official or lord to go elsewhere. Therefore, at the gates of Horsur, Ethan underwent the routine inspection. He's a law-abiding person. He wouldn't risk a conflict with a few lowly gatekeepers just to show off. As for the necessary documents, the old marquis gave him one. The contents of the yellow parchment were simple. King Baderson 14 wishes to see Viscount Ethan Joel of the Northwind. It bears the distinctive grizzly bear seal of the Baderson family. With just that one sentence, the 2 soldiers in charge of the inspection forced a forced smile and apologized to Ethan. Your Excellency, we only looked at the documents because we knew you were a regular person. We hope you won't make things difficult for us. Ethan ignored them and rode his white horse into the city. The 2 men, naturally, dared not stop them and immediately turned around to let them pass. It was getting late, and Ethan was planning to find a hotel to eat and sleep in for the night before heading to the capital the next day. Unexpectedly, someone suddenly jumped out and blocked his way. Caroline was dressed as a servant, like a nobleman's maid. He was anything but polite, arrogantly declaring, "So you're Ethan, the Earl from the north." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, you wanted to see me. My young master wants to see you. Please come with me." After speaking with an unquestionable tone, she turned and left, completely unconcerned whether Ethan would refuse. Ethan was amused and annoyed by the Earl's lack of respect. He wanted to see which young master had such a grand air about him, so he immediately followed Caroline's lead. As they traversed the streets and alleys, the 2 maintained a comfortable distance. After walking for nearly an hour, Caroline's face was covered in a fine layer of sweat. She finally brought Ethan to a hotel in the city center. It's called a hotel, but by hotel standards it's far too luxurious. The glittering lobby is too dazzling compared to the gray stone path outside. It's more like a palace. Ethan looked at the sign and confirmed that this was not the city lord's mansion. Seeing him stop, Caroline scoffed, "You country bumpkin, hurry up and follow me." She's starting to resemble a snobbish clothing store clerk from an urban novel, Ethan grumbled, patiently following her upstairs. Caroline opened the door to a room on the 2nd floor and respectfully called out, "Young master, he's here." "Okay, come in." A soft voice came from inside the house, making it impossible to tell if it was male or female. As soon as Ethan entered, Caroline immediately closed the door and stood guard solemnly at the entrance. What comes into view is a spacious living room, where a young man wearing a leather hat, a fashionable merchant's coat, and with his long hair tied up, sits reading a book. "Please sit down." Ethan was able to observe him up close. He had black hair and black eyes, and appeared to have very pure noble blood. However, the white highlights in her hair looked natural, not like someone with pure blood. Even without the color, his face was still delicate, serene with a natural gentleness. The person opposite him closed the book in his hand. "Nice to meet you, Earl Ethan Joel. I am an insignificant person. Since you've been waiting for me here for so long, you should know I don't like this surname. Of course, it's just that I always like to make things seem more important. As an apology for my rudeness, please feel free to ask me any questions first. Ethan turned his head. Are you a sissy? Artina slowly pulled out a. She, who considered herself to have read thousands of books, was momentarily at a loss for words and didn't even recognize the word. She knew the man. Mother, she knows her too. But why didn't she recognize them when they were grouped together? Finally, she struggled to ask, what does male-female mean? Ethan gazed at her flat chest and said regretfully, a sissy is someone who is clearly a man but insists on dressing as a girl. Do I look like a woman? Artina countered. So, you're a man, and you not only have such long hair, but you don't even have a beard. Aren't you going to stay either? Do you think I look like a woman? Artina propped her head up, scrutinizing the man before her. He was almost too handsome. He didn't look like a knight on the march at all. You don't seem like, or even like, a northerner. Ethan leaned back in his chair. The person in front of him was too naive, even childish, and certainly not the heir to be groomed by any noble family. Is his appearance the most important thing to him? And with such a shoddy disguise, did he really think he wouldn't see through it? Okay, maybe they really thought they couldn't tell. Artina said very seriously, I read in books that the generals of the north are all burly and strong. How come you are so thin? Those are all stereotypes. To be honest, Ethan wasn't exactly skinny. He was just a bit smaller than the burly men in the north who were often over 2 meters tall. And you still haven't answered my question, are you a sissy or not? At this moment, Artina realized that the so-called male effeminate men were those perverts who thought they were women. She had also heard of some people having this kind of fetish. She immediately retorted, how could I possibly be that kind of pervert? So you're a girl. Do I have to be associated with girls? At this point, Artina was getting quite exasperated. She had already steeled herself to wear men's clothes, but she was still seen through. Just as she was about to awkwardly admit her identity, Ethan said, I know, you're the kind of effeminate man who doesn't have a P. Artina's supposedly brilliant mind went blank. Male, female, without P. How are these words connected? The barbarians of the north are barbarians indeed, they are so uncouth. She had never seen such an impolite man in her entire life, and she had lost all interest in continuing the conversation with him. You. Just as she was about to speak, Caroline's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, came through the crack in the door, interrupting their conversation. Young Master Morata, our master is unavailable to receive guests. Please come again another time. On my territory in Horso, there is no one I, Morata, cannot see. Today, whether I want to or not, I will see them. Outside the door, a brown-haired young man with an angry expression was confronting Caroline. The hotel staff next door didn't dare to come up and stop him, they knew all too well who the person in front of them was. Lord of Horsor, the young master of the Marquis of Horsor. As for the Marquis of Horso, given that he was able to serve as the Lord of the capital's gateway, it's clear that his background was extraordinary. His ancestor was a capable aide to King Bateson I, who was both favored and loyal to the Bateson royal family, which enabled him to obtain such a title and a lucrative position. The inheritance is hereditary and perpetual, with generations of descendants benefiting from the blessings of their ancestors. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, this position should continue to be held by the family. However, in the long course of history, all sorts of unexpected events have almost always occurred. For example, the current Marquis of Horsio is facing a very troublesome problem. He has only one son, all the others are daughters. If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad. The key issue is that, whether due to excessive pampering during his upbringing or something else, his son seems to dislike women. This was common knowledge in Horsor, yet no one dared to mention it. However, the city lord's doting on his son was almost limitless, and other nobles wouldn't dare to offend a powerful figure because of this. As a result, Morata became increasingly unscrupulous, and incidents of forcibly abducting men occurred frequently. Everyone turned a blind eye, at most giving the victims some compensation, and that was it. Just a few days ago, he bumped into Artina, who had arrived early in Horsor to wait for Ethan. A single glance he caught on the road plunged him into a longing that would last for millennia. So, men can be this beautiful too? He quickly obtained all of Artina's information within 3 minutes, thanks to his extensive connections. They found her residence that same day. After being refused entry on the grounds of illness, he, thinking that such a beautiful woman was so charming, thoughtfully arranged for a doctor and the finest medicines for Artina. Unfortunately, he still couldn't see the beauty's face, and he longed for her day and night, until a few strands of his hair turned white. After waiting anxiously for many days, he was gently reminded by his subordinates that it was possible the other person didn't want to see him. This might actually be seen as an honor by him, since he is so handsome and dashing that it's normal for others not to dare to face him directly. They didn't even consider the possibility that his name had already reached the capital. Therefore, faced with the ungrateful maid, without him even giving the order, his henchman roughly pulled Caroline aside, clearing a path for Morata. Stop! Do you know who this is? Morata didn't care about any of that. On his turf, even tigers had to lie low, and dragons had to coil up. He kicked the door open and immediately saw the person he had been longing for, and another person who was an eyesore. Before Artina could speak, Morata shouted at Ethan, "You ungrateful wretch, get out of here. A boring plot. As Ethan pondered this, he walked up to him, tilting his head and pointing his ear towards Morata, as if asking him to repeat himself. Do I need to say it again? Boom! Before he could finish speaking, Morata was kicked out of the door along with the door, leaving a clear shoe print on his freshly washed face. Ignoring the still stunned onlookers, Ethan turned to look at Artina. If you don't mind, I'll take care of this ungrateful BD for you. I was just kidding. If you mind, you still need to resolve this. Saving the damsel in distress was secondary. His main goal was to beat up this idiot. He provided the fatherly love that was missing and the complete childhood that was meant for her. How dare you? A spoiled brat like Morata naturally has a bunch of sycophantic lackeys around him. They were often nobles from small families with some blood ties, but now they swarmed forward like thugs to avenge their master and regain some face. In the face of their shouts and curses, Ethan simply yawned with one hand and swayed as he walked toward them. Some of them had martial arts skills, but Ethan thought they were too clumsy. Descendants who do not receive the full support and cultivation of their families are often only slightly better than ordinary people. The strongest among this group was actually the leader, a nobody, who was almost at the second-tier level. Without a doubt, it's from drug use. Within 3 seconds, the few people who had just rushed up were all sent flying. Morata, that name seems vaguely familiar. Ethan walked out the door, muttering to himself. Then, a look of sudden realization dawned on his face. I remember now, you're that infamous gay man from the Midwest, right? When he was still the young master of the Joel family, he had heard that there was a marquis's son in the central region who was into homosexuality. Scandals in aristocratic circles always spread very quickly. Morata's expression changed from joy to anger. He hated being called a dead gay man. He glanced at his groaning underlings lying on the ground beside him, and gritted his teeth, shouting, You wait! Don't you dare leave! In the blink of an eye, Ethan's silver dragon sword, along with its scabbard, pierced the wall beside his head, causing cracks to appear in the wooden planks. I said, it seems I didn't ask you to leave, did I? Morata was startled and cried out, Uncle, save me. Suddenly, a knight wielding a long sword slowly appeared before Ethan. He should have acted much earlier, but, if you take one more step, I'll kill you first. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged knight immediately stopped in his tracks. But outwardly, he still tried his best to salvage the chaotic scene. He said in a deep voice, It seems there is no one named you in the capital. May I ask your identity? Ethan ignored him, silently walked to Morata's side, and withdrew his long sword. He pointed to Atina, who was still sitting inside. If you want to leave, you'd better apologize to the young master inside first. Morata remained stunned, never expecting that his trusted uncle would be so easily frightened by a single sentence. This was a third-tier elite knight. Given the prestige of the Hasso family, who wouldn't give them some face? He knew this was not something he could solve alone. Now, we must go back first. After all, he was the eldest son of a marquis who had received an education. He couldn't possibly lack any critical thinking ability. So he turned over and knelt down, pleading with the person inside, Please, have mercy on me, I promise I won't bother you again. Morata regarded Ethan as Artina's bodyguard, and he had to treat such a person with caution. Artina tried her best to remain calm, though her heart was pounding a little. Her quiet nature made her dislike fighting the last thing she wanted to see. So she parted her red lips slightly and said, Let's go, don't come again. Morata kept nodding and thanking them, ignoring even his underlings who were still lying on the ground groaning, and hurriedly ran away. The middle-aged knight looked at Ethan, silently backed away, and then caught up with his nephew. Ethan was in high spirits after dealing with the thugs, and he even had the maids clean the floor and throw the eyesores out. He then closed the door and called to Atina, who was still sitting, It's almost time to leave. Marquis Horsio will surround this inn with his army in half an hour at most. We still have time to leave now. Artina's interest in the skilled young man was piqued again. She asked, Since you've gotten yourself into trouble, why don't you go all the way? Ethan shook his head. I'm not afraid of trouble, but getting entangled in situations where I can't directly vent my anger is too troublesome and boring. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Artina stood up, extending a slender, pale hand. Thank you very much this time, Earl Ethan. Ethan shook hands with him lightly, then turned and left the chaotic scene. Caroline walked over and said, He did something bad and then just ran away. What an irresponsible guy. A faint smile appeared on Artina's otherwise neutral lips. Let's go too, we should go back and report to father. On the bustling street, Morata, still shaken after running a considerable distance, roared at his uncle. Who are these people? Why didn't even you dare to attack them directly? Having confirmed his nephew was unharmed, the knight, still maintaining a calm and collected demeanor, said, Fourth tier. I sensed sword energy, that's beyond my capabilities. Morata's lips twitched a few times in frustration, but finally he roared with determination, Even at the 4th tier, you still can't resist an army, right? The middle-aged knight nodded slowly. Theoretically speaking, that's true, but this matter must be reported to the Patriarch first. I don't care, I'll go and mobilize the city's defense forces right now. The knight frowned, grabbed Morata by the collar, and dragged him back to the Lord's mansion step by step, no matter how much Morata struggled. Upon learning of this, Marquis Horso flew into a rage. He wasn't concerned about the 4th tier, but rather that Morata was so out of his mind that he was thinking of mobilizing troops to retaliate. It's possible that you could eliminate a fourth-tier enemy by assembling an army, but the problem is, what will His Majesty think, and what will the other nobles think once you do so? A fourth-tier opponent would require almost all of his subordinates to be deployed to deal with him. The sheer scale of the attack was overwhelming and impossible to suppress. In a fit of anger, he ordered Morada to be confined for 3 months. Even Morada's male lovers were caught in the crossfire and were all dismissed. At this moment, Ethan had already set off for the capital. Although he really wanted to ask how many divisions the Marquis of Horsio had, he knew better than to meddle on someone else's turf. On the way, he rode his white horse, savoring the feeling of their handshake. The final conclusion is, it's not as soft as Wolf. It's truly tragic, such a pure and innocent girl, yet she insisted on dressing up as a man to deceive him. The only thing that most resembled a man's body on Artina was a sheet of steel, and it seems like they never even considered hiding it. As for her identity, Ethan hadn't paid attention to the situation in the Midwest for several years. Judging by her age, she was probably the daughter of a duke who was still quite young at the time. In that case, Caroline's attitude is somewhat understandable. After all, some servants who have lived in the castle for a long time may start to think of themselves as nobles. Ethan didn't take this incident to heart, since he had come alone with the intention of getting things done as quickly as possible. The turmoil in the central region hasn't yet reached his northern borders. As long as he stays put in the north, no one can drive him away. Even the emperor had to beg him to stabilize the northern border before a suitable candidate could be found. Smoke from village chimneys and rosy clouds appeared in the distance. It was already quite late. As an area under official control, this village is relatively safe, and one can stay here for the night. We'll arrive in the capital in 2 more days. The village is always quiet at night, except for the tavern. Even small villages, being old and established near the capital, naturally enjoy a level of prosperity that remote and impoverished areas cannot match. After a long day of farm work, farmers can unwind with a refreshing glass of chilled ale for just a few coins. Add to that the dwarven jokes told by the bards who randomly appear in the tavern, and the place is always filled with laughter. The founding king of the Duchy of Bernal never killed prisoners smaller than a cartwheel, therefore he was called the Holy King by the dwarves. Loud laughter erupted from the tavern. Ethan sat alone at a table, listening contentedly to the idle chatter of those around him and the bard's undisguised denigration of the dwarves. The first Grand Duke of the Duchy of Bernard was known for his ferocity and bloodthirstiness, but he happened to have an ally in the dwarf kingdom. The bard raised the free ale the shopkeeper had offered him. Friends, do you know why ale sells better than fruit wine in the land of the dwarves? Before anyone could answer, he said, that's because the dwarves can't reach the fruit. Another burst of laughter followed. Ethan noticed the pointed ear under the bard's hat, and that made sense. The dwarf and the elf, what a tragic couple? The bard cleared his throat and told his last joke. Friends, don't worry about me being put in the dwarves' book of hatred, because dwarves generally don't carry that. That would require a book of hatred, a pen, and a bottle of ink. There's also a ladder that will allow them to climb onto the pages. The crowd erupted in satisfied laughter. The bard removed his pointed hat, held it upside down in his hand, and strolled around the tavern. Even if they don't receive it, it's all right. The bards always maintain an optimistic attitude. Moreover, they had an agreement with the tavern owner that they wouldn't starve even if they were struggling financially. As he walked up to him, holding up his hat, Ethan casually flicked a silver coin, which landed perfectly inside the hat. The bards bowed in thanks. Their attire clearly indicated they were tourists from out of town, who were often generous spenders and were the poet's favorite customers. 1 silver coin was equivalent to his weekly income. Moreover, he didn't have to share the profits with the tavern owner. This was a reward for his own hard work. According to the rules on the mainland, every bard has to share the copper coins and copper coins he earns with the shopkeeper. The fact that silver or even gold coins were not used was considered a sign of appreciation from the guests for the poet. Although there was no need to split the profits, poets would often treat themselves to a good drink. This is the symbiotic relationship between taverns and bards. As the poet sat at the bar and began chatting with those around him, the little tavern gradually quieted down. Ultimately, it's just a small village. Even if there's a nightlife, it doesn't stay out too late. The shops close earlier than the hotels next door. However, the inn and the tavern are owned by the same person. A light autumn rain began to fall, the continuous raindrops seeping through the door and making the atmosphere of the tavern even more desolate. Those who were still sober greeted the owner in 2s and 3s while trying to wake the drunkard who was snoring on the table. Ethan raised his glass and downed the rest of the drink in one gulp. He was about to leave. The grandfather clock on the wall ticked away. It was already 9 o'clock at night, which was quite late. Just then, 2 more figures appeared at the door, and the boss's eyes, which had been dimming as he longed to leave work, brightened again. He smelled the scent of money. Young master, it's so late, the tavern might not even have dinner left. Yes, gentlemen, the food in our restaurant will definitely satisfy you. Ignoring the boss's sales pitch, Artina went straight to Ethan's table. What a coincidence, Earl Ethan. Do you mind if I sit here? Of course, miss. As expected, you spotted me. As a reward for helping me out today, how about I treat you to a meal? I have a huge appetite, are you sure? Artina remained silent, but simply beckoned to the waiter. This situation was observed by the bard, who, as an elf, had always been very interested in beautiful things. He stopped the young waitress working at the pub, then turned and walked confidently into a corner. Ethan took a silver coin from his pocket, stood it upright on the table, and with a gentle push of his finger, the coin rolled to the ground. The bard gracefully picked up the silver coin and handed it to Ethan. "Sir, your silver coin." "No, these are your silver coins." Looking at the bewildered elf, Ethan said slowly, "What I mean is, take you and your silver coins and get out of this tavern." "All right, just you wait and see." While bards may not be the strongest fighters, they are undoubtedly among the fastest runners. Having practiced to perfection, the elf instantly cast wind magic without needing to chant, attaching it to his feet, and quickly ran out of the tavern. Soon, the expectant waitress arrived with paper, pen, and a dusted menu, awaiting Ethan's reply, and a small tip. Ethan, holding the menu, quickly made his decision. "I'd like some ham and eggs, a large piece of good fried steak with all the side dishes and lots of gravy, and a large glass of juice." This dish, which had once seemed somewhat mischievous, did not arouse any suspicion from anyone. Even the wealthiest farmer in the village wouldn't dare eat so much in one meal, but to be honest, all of this stuff together wouldn't be worth a single silver coin. As for the two ladies, Artina reservedly ordered only 2 salads and juices. Then they saw Ethan eat the rice as if he were taking revenge, and after finishing, he wiped the juice off the plate with bread and swallowed it all. "You can really eat," Caroline said. Ethan glanced at the almost untouched dishes in front of them, then turned and called the waiter for another serving. Artina thought to herself, "I must never underestimate the appetite of the northern barbarians." Afterwards, Ethan let out a loud burp, patted his satisfied belly, and said, "Thank you, miss. By the way, may I ask your name?" "Artina." Artina watched him with interest, her 2 cat ears, hidden inside her hat, swaying rhythmically. "So, Miss Artina, are you also heading to the capital?" "Of course, perhaps we can travel together." Ethan readily accepted the invitation. Having a pleasing young woman by his side was better than a monotonous scene. Artina stood up with satisfaction, then tossed a gold coin to the waiter to settle the bill. Finally, the tavern owner, bending over, escorted them to their inn room. This is equivalent to his entire year's income. Ethan and Artina were neighbors, while her maid had the privilege of sharing a room with her mistress. Actually, Artina is a little afraid of the dark. In the room lit by an oil lamp, Caroline cautiously asked, "Your Highness, what do you think of this person?" "Quite unique." Artina extinguished the oil lamp, and her swaying tail betrayed her feelings. "Unique." Caroline pondered, but couldn't figure out what His Highness meant. What does it mean to have a unique personality? Is this a good or bad assessment for your Highness? She didn't know either, but judging from His Highness's expression, it shouldn't be too bad. As is customary, she must wait until His Highness falls asleep before she can sleep herself, so that His Highness can wake her. Soon, she heard even breathing. Based on her experience of spending over a decade together, she knew it was time to rest. The next day, Caroline, who was an early riser, got up as usual. The sky was still starry, and the rain that started last night hadn't stopped yet, still drizzling down. As a maid, she had to take care of not only herself but also her master. Even though she's in a hotel now, she still has to prepare everything in advance, from food and clothing to other necessities. Just as Caroline came downstairs to ask the shopkeeper for hot water, Ethan was already in the stable in the yard feeding the white horse, adding plump soybeans and whole wheat grains to its manger. "You've had a hard time these past few days." Ethan stroked every hair on the horse's head, for a dignified warhorse was being used as a scoundrel, which was even a waste. "When we get back, I'll let you stay with the mare herd for a month. The war horses of the north are not gelded. Firstly, northern horses are very stable and generally do not cause any problems. The second issue is that there are too few stallions. Given the impoverished state of the northerners, each additional horse produced represents a considerable fortune." The white horse chewed on the wheat and soybeans, making loud chewing sounds. It seems it doesn't value the reward very much. After Artina woke up and finished washing up, Ethan was already wiping his mouth and pouring himself some tea. "Serve the 2 young ladies some white bread and jam, fresh ones. Also, prepare 2 freshly fried eggs." Artina sat down naturally across from Ethan. Ethan, you're up very early, even though it was quite late yesterday. A qualified knight doesn't need much sleep, and besides, Miss treated me to a lavish meal last night." The sound of a frying pan hitting the ground and the innkeeper's hurried footsteps came from the kitchen. He dropped the freshly fried egg on the ground, then hesitated for a moment before picking it up again. As for the 2 ladies, he decided to find 2 more double yolk eggs. How could a dignified earl possibly stay at a small shop like his? Thinking about this, he became even more frightened. He poked his head out of the kitchen and apologized to the guests, repeatedly saying that he was clumsy and had spoiled their fun. Ethan waved his hand before he went back to the kitchen to continue preparing breakfast. "Miss Artina, did you come all this way just to wait for me? The road back to the capital is long, we can talk slowly." Artina put her index finger to her lips. "It's mealtime now, no talking about it." Ethan expressed his understanding. After all, he also didn't like being disturbed while eating, which he considered a lack of manners. However, this person of considerable status couldn't figure out which duke's daughter Artina was even after thinking all night. If someone were to try and win him over, he would have been prepared long ago. But this mysterious demeanor doesn't seem like. Just as Ethan turned his thoughts to the marquee in the palace, Artina waved to him. "We should go." Ethan looked out the door and saw that a whole procession of carriages was already prepared, waiting for their master's arrival. To be honest, the entourage wasn't particularly grand, but considering it was in the capital, perhaps this young lady's background was more impressive than I had imagined. The guards protecting this convoy are all highly skilled professionals. The leader was a third-tier knight. With just one glance, the guard captain, who looked to be in his early 30s, wisely stepped aside from the carriage and moved to the front of the procession. So Artina opened the carriage window and spoke to Ethan. She wanted to sit in the front of the carriage, but the captain of the guards refused, saying that it was safer inside the carriage. Ethan had looked into the carriage. Once the door was closed, it was a magical artifact, constantly emitting powerful magical fluctuations. Your bodyguard looks very capable. Can you tell me his name? Ethan asked, seemingly casually. Artina, leaning against the window, replied, Heidi Edwards has been my bodyguard for 5 years. I see. He seems to be a very talented knight, Ethan replied casually, his doubts deepening. The Edward family, if he remembered correctly, was an earldom. This person appears to be the second son of the family. Minor nobles would place some of their collateral or even mainline descendants within the larger family as squires or train them as knights. This will serve as proof of the close relationship between the two parties in the future. This is all perfectly normal. It is rare for the second son to leave, since the head of the family usually prepares a backup heir. In particular, this is an earl family. Even the second son is incredibly powerful. Why would he become someone else's servant? Unless the gap becomes significantly large. He became a guard 5 years ago, which means he was already at the 3rd rank 5 years ago. Even if she can't compare to him, she can still be considered somewhat talented. It's one thing for the family not to put in the effort to nurture her, but why would they let her go? Ethan already knew the answer in his heart. Earl Ethan, what are your plans after arriving in the capital? Just call me Ethan. Ethan's tone held a newfound respect. I'm just here alone on horseback. I've come to pay my respects to His Majesty, and I'm planning to return home as soon as I'm done. There's much to do in my territory. Why not stay a couple more days? It's a rare trip to the capital. We can't leave without showing off a bit. Ethan calculated that he estimated it would take 3 months to complete his journey and return home. And it has only taken a little over a month. Theoretically, he has nearly a month of free time. Seeing that he didn't answer, Atina continued, there are many noble families in the capital, and even the least powerful have a branch settled there. Don't you want to make more friends? Most friends are neither important nor worth having. If you have money and power, you'll naturally have many friends. Look at my poor, pathetic appearance. Would anyone even look at me? Ethan stroked the white mane of his horse. A man without even a servant probably can't even get into someone's house. Artina laughed. Don't say that. At least you're allowed into the palace. You're right. There are more than just ordinary nobles in this world. Perhaps I should go and take a look around the streets of the capital. Being alone is a bit too boring. Hearing this, Artina finally found a reason, and she reached out and shook hands with the bewildered Ethan. I'm usually not allowed to go out when I'm at home, but maybe it'll be okay if I go with you. Ethan was still pondering why he wasn't allowed to go out, but he had already agreed, saying, then, shall we go for a walk together? Oh, by the way, my name is Artina Baderson. This generation of Baderson has 4 sons and 1 daughter, all of whom have a skill, and their family is considered happy and fulfilling, a fact known to all. The only daughter in the family is the 3rd son, who currently manages a portion of the empire's finances. I'm almost 30 years old, and Ethan glanced at the white highlights at the tips of her hair. Baderson didn't have the custom of dyeing her hair. Every strand of hair is a gift from their parents, who regard it as proof of their lineage. Most importantly, it's the surname. Baderson isn't a surname that's become commonplace over time. The founding emperor of the Badeson Empire had already learned from the fate of his predecessors and thus exercised extremely strict control over this surname. Most people with Baderson blood are not eligible to inherit this surname. Only the victors and survivors are allowed. There are 3 types of people who have surnames. The first type can only be one person, and the current emperor of the empire naturally has this right. Secondly, the offspring of the emperor are eligible to receive this honor, provided they are not illegitimate children. The third type is the old men like the imperial uncles who are still alive from the previous generation. Those who lost the struggle for the throne among their descendants had no right to have their descendants establish a new family based solely on their name. This system doesn't foster a high level of identification among members of the royal family, but it also prevents unscrupulous individuals from randomly selecting someone from obscurity to inherit the throne. Ultimately, however, the bonds between members of the royal family, who are generally cold-hearted, last at most only 1 generation. Those who are meant to help you won't refuse because of a surname, and those who aren't meant to help you won't even give you a second glance, no matter how great your ancestor was. Therefore, based on the current situation, this younger sister who likes to dress up as a boy, is actually the hidden 6th princess of the empire. Ethan gasped, and the temperature across the entire continent seemed to drop 2 degrees. Not really. He became as alert as Wolf had smelled the scent of a thieving orangutan. A princess of the empire, and one who is kept hidden, she must hold great weight in the heart of the empire's ruler, who would not intervene for trivial matters. What merit do I possess to attract the attention of such a person? There must be something going on here. What is this seemingly frail girl hiding? Hey, are you even listening to me? Artina reached out to poke his face, but the gap between the white horse and the carriage was too long for her to reach, so she could only wave her hand in helpless rage. Ethan turned around with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, Your Highness Artina, I was just a little distracted. Don't call me Your Highness, that's so insensitive. Behind Ethan's back, where he couldn't see, Artina's tail was wagging wildly in protest. Yes, Your Highness, as you wish. Snort. Artina closed the window in displeasure. The young man, who was usually so clever, was showing excessive respect. He seemed almost like a block of wood. After a brief moment of thought, Ethan decided to ask directly. After all, even before, he didn't really understand the situation in the capital. The emperor was far away, and in the city of Joel, he was the emperor himself. After arriving in the north, he used every means at his disposal just to stay alive, let alone gather information about the capital. This is also why he plans to flee immediately after meeting His Majesty. The longer he stays, the more trouble he will get involved in. So he asked through the window, before this, I had never heard of the empire having a princess. Why is that? The carriage window opened a crack, and a gentle voice came through. Of course, it's because I didn't want to fight with my brothers and sisters, so I gave up the idea of showing off. So that's how it is. But why did you approach me again? I like you, so I'll chat with you for a bit. That was a very perfunctory answer. It was obviously fake. Ethan, swayed by her simplistic rhetoric and naive ideas, momentarily believed that she was a harmless princess. Even if I'm this poor, I'm still a powerful earl. If your brothers and sisters find out we're in contact, it'll be hard to avoid trouble, won't it? After a long while, a reply came from inside the carriage. A newly promoted minor earl, don't think too highly of yourself. Ethan became interested, and his hesitation showed that his words had affected Artina. He decided to continue teasing her. Haven't you read the information? Even if I'm a newly promoted earl, I'm still the most powerful nobleman in the province, the only earl. The entire Wasteland province has to listen to me. Doesn't your older brother and sister crave this kind of support? No one spoke again inside the carriage. During this time, Ethan went over the situation again. According to his speculation, there are two possibilities. The first possibility is that Artina's entire behavior is a facade. Ethan has no chance against this kind of person who uses her status and power, so running away is the best course of action. The second possibility is that Artina really is a silly princess, but this time she approached him for some unknown reason, without considering the consequences at all. Or rather, she's been giving up since she was a kid, and now she suddenly wants to recruit me to her side. That's too late, but it's certainly a possibility. In this situation, you also have to run away. He was all alone in the capital, and even a duke was difficult to deal with, let alone princes and princesses. The only option was to run away, which was both easy and the best course of action. In short, running away quickly was the right thing to do. Staying to go shopping with the princess was a mistake. Ethan made his decision, and his expression finally relaxed. He rode his white horse and carriage closer, and knocked directly on Artina's window. Artina didn't reply. She simply closed the book in her hand and passed it through the crack in the window. Ethan took it and saw the words A Brief Geography of the Bateson Empire printed in large characters on the cover, bearing the marks of time. He only made a few boastful remarks, but unexpectedly, Artina actually went to see it. Then again, how could a princess possibly watch such things? He clearly remembered that the young ladies from prominent families in the capital should be fascinated by those melodramatic Mary Sue novels. Your Highness, why are you looking at this? Remove the words Your Highness from your title first, then I'll tell you. All right, I won't say it again, but you'll have to plead for me when I'm punished. Artina muttered, the Earl is no less than a prince, why would he blame you? She then explained, I usually just like to read books. Ethan was silent for a moment, then said, I've only ever heard of reading as a hobby, never actually seen it. He opened the book, and the bookmark was perfectly positioned on the introduction to the Wasteland province. Ethan, as if to make amends for interrupting her reading, read aloud, located in the north, it is an extremely cold land, bordering the Beastmen, making it an extremely harsh and difficult place. Even nobles do not wish to linger here. Ethan returned the book to her through the window. Actually, what this book says is incorrect. Has the north developed quite well in recent years? What I mean is, it's not that easy. 2 chapters today, all done. Previous. Next. The convoy slowly came to a stop, and Heidi rode up from the front, respectfully calling out, Your Highness, it's time to rest. We are preparing lunch. He turned back, still respectfully asking, Earl of the North Wind, will you join us? Before he arrived, he already knew about Artina's mission. She was a promising young count who ruled over an entire province. In addition, he is also a 4th-tier knight and has the potential to become a pillar of the empire in the future. Thank you, Captain Hein. Ethan and Artina were able to have a campfire all to themselves. To be precise, Artina insisted on joining them. Ethan never fully trusts anyone when he's out and about. He always checks everything himself before using it. As for enduring the hardships of traveling and sleeping in the open, he lacked the airs expected of an earl and was unconcerned about this minor hardship. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he's actually freer now that he's no longer reminded or waited on by his servants. Humans are strange creatures. They feel lonely when isolated, yet seek solitude when living in a group. For him, it felt good to occasionally leave everything behind. The same was true for Artina. She finally had the chance to escape her nagging maid and her constant nagging discipline. I came to stand next to a stranger. Thankfully, it was a stranger. That way, even when people talk, it's not so annoying. Two souls seeking solitude met in this way, quietly waiting for the sizzling sound and aroma of dried ibex meat over the campfire. The Himalayan blue sheep, raised in the lush pastures of the Ai Valley, have delicious meat with abundant fat. Even after drying, a few drops of succulent oil still drip out, making one's mouth water. Adina, quite unlike a princess, squatted down next to him, drooling as she pointed at the sizzling, oily mutton skewers. Is it ready to eat? Sure, but I've eaten too much, so I'm thinking of grilling it a little charred so it won't be so greasy. After hearing his reasons, Artina quickly pulled a skewer of meat from the ground. Ethan's aversion to rich foods is his problem, but he himself hasn't eaten much meat for 2 days. Ignoring the heat, she took a bite and immediately smiled with satisfaction. Ethan was grinning at her when he suddenly felt something brush against his back. He looked back, but found nothing. So delicious, meow. Ethan whirled around. What did you say? Artina shrank back. I didn't say anything. As he spoke, he took another bite of the meat skewer in his hand. Ethan felt exhausted, even his once proud senses were failing him. Maybe it's time to take a break. He wanted to escape, but Artina wouldn't allow it. She tugged at Ethan's sleeve and asked, I've never eaten this meat before. What's it called? Ethan replied dismissively, our specialty, the Himalayan blue sheep, is all hand-raised, so the quality is guaranteed. This emotionless advertising copy, however, piqued Artina's interest, and she pressed, then why don't you sell it in the capital? People here really enjoy lamb. Some people don't like me, which makes it difficult for caravans from the entire wasteland province to enter the central region. Ethan grew increasingly impatient. These kinds of unresolved problems always became more frustrating the more you asked. Artina, oblivious to his change in mood, said, the meat of this lamb is quite good. I'd like father to try it too. Let's order 100 lambs to start. Ethan's expression changed from annoyance to confusion, and finally to bewilderment. Finally, he gripped Artina's hand tightly and said earnestly, really, sister? I can give you a 20% discount. What do you mean by ordering 100 heads first? This is a large commodity. Her single sentence was equivalent to a month's worth of orders from all the nobles in the wasteland province. Before she could answer, Ethan continued, besides the Himalayan blue sheep, our yak meat is also exceptional, a perfect accompaniment to drinks. You should try it. He then pulled a packet of beef jerky from his luggage. As he opened the package, the aroma of beef filled the air, making Atina's tail wag even faster. Let me try it first. While she was enjoying her meal, Ethan cautiously asked, about the order. Don't worry, the caravan flying the Baderson flag will reach Northwind City, she said vaguely, giving Ethan a satisfactory answer. He never imagined that breaking the trade blockade would be so easy. Just a word, a verbal promise, was enough to convince Ethan. After all, she's Badeson's daughter. Given the age of this emperor, it will be at least another decade or so before he retires, so there won't be any major changes for the time being. Finally, after swallowing the last bite of dried yak meat, Ethan thoughtfully poured her a glass of red wine to rinse her mouth. The answer has been revealed. 100 yaks are also needed. Your meat is delicious, thank you. The two sat on the grass, and Artina patted her swollen belly with satisfaction. Ethan was already brainstorming how to export the livestock at a suitable price. Production volume is not the problem. The limiting factor for the scale of livestock farming in the Ayarwadi Valley is simply that sales volume has consistently lagged behind. If there are enough orders, Ethan is willing to let the grasslands of Ayers Valley be covered with cattle and sheep. Therefore, we must not let this opportunity slip away. At market price, a sheep is worth half a gold coin, while a yak, although it has more meat, is only worth about the same as a nag, roughly 5 gold coins. Ethan was determined to close this deal. After deducting the money spent on bribing the royal caravan, he would have at least a 30% net profit. Ethan didn't want to get too close to this princess, but she offered him just too much. An individual is an individual, and a lord is a lord. Although he could theoretically shed this identity, he couldn't. As long as the money is right, he can talk about life, ideals, and even recount his childhood traumas. Adina, having regained her ladylike demeanor, asked teasingly, Count, are you really that short of money? You don't know the cost of firewood and rice until you're in charge of the household. There are so many things to worry about. You don't seem like the type to be hardworking. If I don't work hard, I won't have the chance to come to the capital. Artina waited for him to finish his sentence, but Ethan remained silent. The autumn day, fresh from the rain, made him drowsy. He lay straight down on the blanket and started to sleep in a very unladylike manner. After watching for a while and getting bored, Artina went back to eating the beef jerky she hadn't finished, and finally left quietly. For a princess like herself, this was the first time she had to wait for others to wake up before she could set off. How much longer until we reach the capital? She asked. We'll be there in a day, Your Highness, Heidi replied. Judging by his stingy nature, he probably doesn't even have a place to stay in the capital. Let him stay at your place for a few days when he arrives. Heidi readily agreed. As a legitimate retainer of the Badeson family, it would be good to have more friends. Next. As one of the few megacities on the entire continent, the capital city alone has 48 outer city gates. It is further divided into 12 major city gates and 36 minor city gates. The princess's caravan, of course, could enter through the main gate. Staring at the magnificent, endless city walls, Ethan was momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, he truly seemed like a country bumpkin, a fallen aristocrat from the countryside. However, his main concern was how to capture the city. The final conclusion was that there was almost no solution. Without an inside trader working together, it would be almost impossible to break through this 20-meter-high city gate. Not to mention the rain of arrows shot from the city walls and the crossbow bolts powerful enough to kill a mammoth. Heidi, a knight considerably older than Ethan, held the young earl in high esteem. Perhaps it was precisely because of his background that he understood the meaning of the word earl so well. After obtaining Princess Artina's consent, he took a short detour to take Ethan directly to their residence and personally introduced Ethan to his elder brother. This courtesy and respect won Ethan's favor. After a brief introduction, Heidi hurriedly left. He couldn't keep the princess waiting. So only Ethan and a red-haired knight remained in the living room. Woody, that's his name, the current head of the Edwards family. He wasn't as enthusiastic as his brother, but he still earned Ethan the respect he deserved. As a retainer of the Badeson family, he was quite cautious in making friends with each person. After all, there are many people watching him. After Ethan explained his purpose, his expression visibly relaxed, and the scrutinizing look in his eyes disappeared. An earl who wouldn't stay in the capital for long, and might not even have the chance to return in the future, wouldn't necessarily arouse any suspicion or doubt in others. He had made up his mind not to be too good to Ethan, but not too bad either. In short, provide the necessary conveniences so that if we have the chance to meet again in the future, we can at least be considered nodding acquaintances. Before seeing His Majesty, would you like to rest for a couple of days? After all, you've traveled a long way and must be exhausted. Don't worry, I'll arrange all the necessary services. If you wish to go out during this time, I can arrange for someone to show you around. Ethan nodded and smiled. Thank you, Earl Woody. I'll go and rest now. Before long, Ethan was lying on the soft bed, enjoying a moment of solitude. The scale of the capital city still exceeded his expectations. With someone clearing the way, the journey was unimpeded. They entered the city in the morning and arrived at the Edward family's residence at sunset. The royal palace, however, was even further away. After all, this area can only be considered part of the Second Ring Road. Before he came, he had inquired and found out that those who could live in the Second Ring Road of the capital were all powerful and wealthy, and there were no even rich businessmen. The closer one is to the royal palace, the higher their status and the greater their influence in the capital. As for commercial streets and the like, of course there are. After all, even gentlemen need a flower and bird market to take their birds out for a walk, right? Even the industries were openly controlled by nobles. Therefore, the area is known for its excellent public security. If something really happens, and you find out who this one is, who that one is, the son of some earl, and who that one is, the son of some marquis, it won't look good if things get out of hand. Consequently, prices are ridiculously high. This was the first time Ethan had ever seen an inn where lodging was charged in gold coins, let alone a restaurant that noble gentlemen would actually frequent. Ethan can save at least 10 gold coins by staying here for a few days. He wants to save money where he should and spend it where he should. He doesn't want to waste a single penny. However, he felt awkward staying at Edward's house, so he planned to go see His Majesty the next day, say goodbye to Artina, and then leave. Even if Artina could provide him with orders, he didn't want to get too involved with the royal princess. In the capital, Artina is not the only one qualified to inherit the throne, and they don't want to have another competitor. After waving away the maids who wanted to help, Ethan gradually fell asleep. Your Highness, the water is ready. Please take a bath. Artina did not reply. The books she usually kept with her were casually placed on the table. After the autumn rain, the bright night sky shone faintly through the window. She simply propped her head up and silently gazed at the stars. Your Highness, Caroline urged, drawing out the last syllable of her voice. She would never have been so disrespectful to her master before, unless the circumstances were exceptional. His Majesty is waiting to see you. He needs your assessment to evaluate the count. Artina was finally persuaded. She sighed and silently got up. As is customary, Caroline would not follow, even though she knew why. She arrived at a small bathroom. The compact room was her specific request. Feeling that there were no more gazes coming from her, Artina breathed a sigh of relief and took off her ever-changing lady's hat. A pair of black cat ears were exposed in the mirror opposite her, as if mocking her race. These animal ears are quite small, perhaps only half the length of their kind, but it's still unacceptable. Every nobleman, even a free man, or even a slave known as a pariah, discriminated against all beastmen equally. This includes offspring born from the union of humans and beastmen. The orcs and humans have shed enough blood in history to fill countless rivers. Therefore, owning beastmen slaves is a very normal thing, and in some places people are even proud of it. The same applies to the orcs. The intense fighting between the two sides lasted for hundreds of years. Currently, the human race has the upper hand. Naturally, humans have an innate contempt for any being with animal ears and a tail. Artina didn't like this, even though she was a princess. One's status may be able to sway countless people, but it cannot stop others from casting strange glances. She chose to hide herself, and her father helped her in this regard. Apart from her closest relatives, whom you could count on one hand, no one knew she was a half-orc. Well, at least a few of those who knew about it didn't survive. Artina, naked, immersed herself in the bathtub filled with floating rose petals, finding a brief sense of security amidst the swirling steam. She slowly wiped her clean body. Even though she hadn't suffered any injustice on the road, the drifting dust still clung to her, leaving her with a dusty smell. She looked up and down, her flat chest as calm as a still pond. Artina couldn't help but purse her lips. She'd heard that men preferred bigger ones. This somewhat shameful thought only appeared for a moment before being extinguished. Her face slowly sank to the surface of the water. How could you think of such things? You have absolutely no shame. She resurfaced shortly afterward, her face flushed. I wonder how Ethan is doing, and whether the Edwards family has given him any trouble. It's all my fault. On a whim, I let him live under someone else's roof without considering any other issues. She was idly thinking, slowly rubbing her short tail in her hands to wash away all the dust that had accumulated on the road. If Ethan is dissatisfied, won't he be thinking of leaving sooner, and then I won't have a chance to leave the palace again. She secretly decided that she would go and tell Heidi tomorrow to treat Ethan well and make him satisfied with his environment in the capital. Artina was waiting to go shopping with Ethan. Speaking of which, what should I wear when I go to visit him tomorrow? She has never properly bought clothes. Her father usually arranges for them. As for what to wear, I don't usually go out anyway, so as long as it fits, it's fine. But now, they're facing a dilemma. I really should ask Caroline. As a noblewoman, she should know about the current trends in the capital. Before I knew it, one tail had been finished being rubbed. At the same time, the maid's urging voice came. Your Highness, please hurry, don't keep His Majesty waiting. Artina knew that her father wouldn't be angry no matter how late it was, but she still decided to go see him earlier for his health. She looked at the clothes Caroline had prepared for her, a complete, elegant court dress. It's a presence that instills fear every time I see it. Although he is the father, he is still the ruler of the empire, and the proper etiquette cannot be omitted. She angrily put on her hat and called out, Caroline, come in and help me. Caroline's hopes of seeing her master's heirs were dashed, so she obediently helped her get dressed, making sure the clothes were just right, showing off her figure without making the princess uncomfortable. After boarding the waiting carriages, a short procession quickly headed towards a side hall of the palace. This side hall served as Badesun's office and study, where countless important orders from the vast empire were decided and issued. Hearing the sound of carriages outside, Badesun rubbed his temples in a relaxed manner. He was able to see his daughter again. Before long, Artina, with a stern face, entered the study. Greetings, father. Badesun, as usual, let her sit down first, then asked, You didn't bring your books today, and you look like this. Did someone upset you? At that moment, he resembled a kind old father. No. Artina kept her head down. I know, it's that brat who upset you. Tomorrow I'll give him a good scolding and fire him from his post as governor of the wasteland. Artina hurriedly raised her head. Father, no. A strange smile played on Badesun's lips. His daughter was no longer a child. Oh, why is that? Artina lowered her head, her hands unconsciously clutching the decorative ribbon on her dress. He's very poor. He can't even afford a house in Beijing. Badesun let out a hearty laugh and began to teach his beloved daughter. You need to understand, nobles are the wealthiest group in the world. If you think he's poor, there's only one possibility, he's faking it. He leaned back naturally in the chair. Judging from your expression, you're quite satisfied with him. Artina responded in a barely audible whisper. Not bad. Badesun didn't press further, but simply turned a letter around and showed it to Artina. The Marquis of Horso has complained to me that a fourth-tier hero is causing trouble on his territory. What do you think we should do? Upon hearing this, Artina's eyes widened in disgust. It was his son who started harassing us, and he even tried to harm me. Badesun nodded slowly. In that case, let's remove his son from the nobility. That's more painful than killing him and stripping him of his position as city lord. Since there's nothing seriously wrong, I'll go see Earl Northwind tomorrow and see what's so appealing about him. Artina blushed and mustered her courage to say, could we see him a little later? I'm afraid he'll leave after we meet. She wasn't completely stupid, she knew how to create space for herself. Badesun sat up straight, his expression turning serious. A pair of pure black eyes stared at his daughter with an air of authority. A day or two isn't a big deal, but time simply doesn't allow it. But if the time frame is extended, then it's hard to say. But he was afraid his daughter would be angry with him because of this. Finally, he sighed inwardly that he had grown up and nodded reluctantly. This caused Artina to cheer and give him a long hug. Father is the best. It won't be like that for long, he thought to himself. The next day, Ethan got up very early. Although he didn't care about his appearance, he still dressed up, as a sign of respect for Mr. Baderson. After all, according to the laws of the Badesun Empire, as a pioneering knight, he was a noble lord under Badesun from the very beginning. His immediate supervisor. After tidying his clothes, he arrived at the palace early in the morning and entered without incident. No one bothered him, and no one paid him any attention in a side hall. It's all right, Mr. Badesun is very busy, waiting a little while won't be a problem. The maple leaves outside have begun to fall, it's already noon. Ethan remained in the same position, like a fly that no one paid any attention to. Oh wait, at least the flies in the palace have people specifically assigned to drive them away. He changed his posture and then waited. After he changed positions for the 6th time because his hands and feet were numb, a figure finally appeared in the open door in front of him. When did you arrive? Hasn't your father come to see you yet? Ethan shook his head. We've been waiting all day, and I don't know when His Majesty will be finished. Idna gave a sly smile. Father's been a bit busy these past few days. I'll go ask him for you. Then thank you very much, Your Highness. Don't call me Your Highness, it's too formal. With that, she turned and left, leaving Ethan to wait quietly for her good news. Not long after, the thin figure returned, bringing him utterly terrible news. Oh dear, what bad luck? Father's desk is piled high with documents, he probably won't have time to entertain you today. Artina leaned closer. He said you can go back first, and he'll send a messenger to Edward's house to find you when he has time. Ethan looked up at the clear sky. It was still early, there was still time. He remembered his promise to Artina to take her out of the palace for some fun. So he extended an invitation. Your Highness, since you have some free time, would you accompany me on a tour of the capital? A small, fair hand reached out. Of course. Ethan didn't dare to shake hands. It's always best to keep a proper distance. After all, his main purpose in going shopping was to buy gifts for his wives. Of course, if I were to say it out loud, I would be subjected to the princess's silent treatment. Just be friends, that's all, he thought to himself. The capital city is not only home to nobles and royalty, but also to ordinary people. However, these so-called ordinary people would be quite influential in other cities. Ethan was too lazy to remember the street's name, so he'll just call it the Third Ring Road of Beijing. According to the principle of diminishing marginal utility, this place would be inhabited by minor nobles and some wealthy merchants or free citizens of high status. Of course, if you trace back 5 or 6 generations of ancestors, then everyone would probably be an aristocrat, and they might even share the same blood. Although they are no longer in the aristocratic ranks, the connections, prestige, and networks accumulated over generations ensure that their status will not be greatly affected. Of course, he definitely can't pull off a scam against Ethan. He waited for Artina for another half hour before leaving the house. Even though her clothes fit perfectly, she insisted on changing them again. He couldn't understand women's thinking. To conceal their identities and avoid attracting attention, they didn't even have a motorcade. They simply rode in a horse-drawn carriage from a secluded exit of the palace. Before setting off, Artina repeatedly emphasized to Ethan that very few people in the entire capital knew of her existence, so she must never call herself Your Highness or any other strange titles in front of others. This time, only the two of them were traveling together. Without the supervision of guards, Artina transformed back into a carefree and innocent little girl, walking in front of Ethan and introducing him to the various sights and sounds of the capital city. She wore a fitted white dress and a wide-brimmed white hat adorned with gold thread. This outfit was said to be very popular in the capital. Ethan never paid attention to these things. Women often changed their clothes more often than anything else. Anyway, she wasn't his woman, so what she wore was none of his business. If he had to pinpoint a specific point of interest, it would be how many gold coins he could exchange for the gold threads on Artina's hat. As mentioned earlier, the people here are all wealthy and powerful, but looking around, the streets here are no different from those of an ordinary city. The street vendors were almost identical to those he had seen in his own city, and the shop owners still stood together chatting when they had nothing to do. The difference was that the shops had really good stuff. This scene is completely unexpected. These people are social celebrities who are talking loudly in a small town. Of course, prices were still within a range that made Ethan feel a little heartache, but were still within his acceptable range. Artina walked lightly to a small stall displaying tiny jewelry. She picked up a pair of earrings and called out to Ethan, "Do you think these look good?" Ethan immediately recognized it as a sterling silver artwork crafted by the elves. After all, he had seen many things he'd looked at when he was bored, like Alice's. He nodded. "Of course it looks good. If you want it, I'll buy it." Upon hearing this, Artina turned to look at the items on the stall. After picking and choosing, she counted out a pair of bracelets and a necklace. As I just said, we need 2 copies of everything. Having prepared himself mentally, he surprisingly stood his ground for once. In the end, he was just worried about the money, not that he was really poor. The stall owner was an elderly woman, and judging from her demeanor and attire, one could tell that she had been a lady of high birth in her youth. Such a large business deal was extremely rare for her. After commenting on the excellent craftsmanship of her own items, she went on to boast about how much charm these works of art could bring to her female companion. Although these items are made of silver, their value is calculated in gold coins. Soon, 10 heavy, gleaming gold coins were missing from Ethan's wallet. After receiving the gift, Artina was happy for a while, then she asked, "Why buy 2? Can't I buy it for myself?" Ethan replied dismissively. At this point, Artina became determined. She took one of the bracelets apart and forcefully shoved it into Ethan's hand. She held up both hands triumphantly. "Now we'll share one portion." Ethan could only respond with a doting smile to this childish temper. After all, she was a pampered princess, too naive. A young nobleman dressed like him, yet without any attendants and only accompanied by female companions, was undoubtedly a hot commodity on this street, commonly known as an easy-to-slaughter fat sheep. Ethan had no objection to this. He attributed all his efforts to Artina's help, considering it a deserved reward. Besides, it just feels a little weird to haggle so in front of a girl. As long as this master is kept happy, this small effort is nothing. The Champs-Élysées is like a Mobius strip that keeps looping and stretching forward. The two walked for 2 hours, and the surrounding environment remained unchanged. A street that seems to stretch on forever. If it weren't for the approaching darkness, Ethan would have seriously suspected they were trapped in a loop. Before he knew it, he had more and more bags in his hands. Artina picked out almost everything herself along the way, and as a friend, Ethan decided to offer her something so as not to seem too cold. After thinking it over, Ethan remembered the hat she always wore, which was different every time they met. She must really like wearing hats. The two entered a general store. While Artina was shopping, he looked at the many hats hanging on one wall. He then chose a short hat with a sky blue jewel-encrusted brim, a color that best suited an innocent young girl. He poked the girl's shoulder and pressed his hat against Artina's face as she turned around. "Do you like it?" The expected joy did not materialize, and Artina quickly lowered her head. After a long internal struggle, she finally stammered. "Like." Ethan glanced at the hat in his hand. Had he chosen a bad gift this time, one that didn't satisfy her? "If you don't like it, you can change to another one. I see you quite like wearing this thing." Artina snatched the hat from his hand and replied, "Thank you. I like it very much, you don't need to exchange it." Seeing this, Ethan naturally realized something was wrong. Who would react like that to a gift? At the very least, you should give yourself a hug, right? Could there be some secret hidden under her hat? Ethan looked at her short black hair. Its smooth texture was obvious to the naked eye. Unless, she's bald? Once the thought took hold, it was unstoppable, and his gaze involuntarily filled with pity. But I couldn't say that aloud, so I could only say, "Why don't you try something different?" "I like it very much, no need to try it." But human impulses are often uncontrollable, and for some reason, Ethan blurted out, "Let's give it a try." "No way, meow." Realizing they had said the wrong thing, both of them shut up and silently paid the bill and left. After that, the two remained silent, simply walking down the street. The awkward silence wasn't broken until Atina's stomach started rumbling loudly. Before she could even look at him for help, Ethan suggested, "Shall we go get something to eat?" There are always many restaurants on the street, and since the two of them didn't know how to choose, they soon entered a restaurant that specialized in authentic Central Huxia cuisine. The pampered princess had never experienced walking around all afternoon like this before. As soon as she sat down in the private room, she couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. Ethan was outwardly looking at the menu, but inwardly he was constantly pondering the same question. What does it mean when Artina uses meow in her speech? While it's cute, there's absolutely no need to use it when expressing strong emotions. A new guess suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that she couldn't control herself? Ethan quickly rattled off a long list of dishes to the waiter, while Artina rubbed her aching legs. She has never cared what she eats. Since it's a situation that's out of control, Ethan decided to play a trick on her. "You were very cute when you spoke just now," Ethan said with utmost seriousness. Artina paused in her movements, and the cat ears on her head began to tremble involuntarily. She glanced at Ethan's determined gaze, then silently shrank back down. "Really, really." Her face was so red it reached her ears, and even squatting down couldn't completely cover it. Ethan's large hand had already touched her hat, and Artina could even feel her cat ears deforming under the rubbing of his hand. "So comfortable. So could you say one more thing so I can hear it?" "No, meow." Artina covered her mouth. "You stubborn mouth, why are you so disobedient?" Seeing that Artina was already trying to hide under the table, he coughed to avoid any misunderstanding. "Miss Artina, you don't need to be so shy. Besides, it's really cute to talk like that." Artina shook her head. "I'm sorry, I just can't control myself." Ethan sat down next to her and, as usual, rubbed her head. "Don't worry, you can tell your friends any secrets you have. I promise I won't divulge a single word." Artina resisted fiercely, unexpectedly. "No, you'll hate me." "How could I hate you, Artina? Even if you're bald, it won't affect our friendship." Artina's trembling body froze instantly, the shyness on her face vanished in an instant, and her eyes were filled with cold indifference. "Who said I'm bald?" The voice wasn't loud, but it was filled with the princess's majesty. "Hiss dash. Aren't you one? Then why are you hiding it? Idiot Ethan." With that, she stood up and started to walk out. Ethan quickly grabbed her hand. "Artina, let me explain." "I won't listen, meow." During the violent struggle, Atina's hat was knocked off. The once noisy private room fell silent instantly. The two stared at each other, neither of them speaking. Artina picked up her hat from the ground and then sat silently in the corner without saying a word. Ethan's mind was a complete mess. He slumped onto the bench, dazed and confused, muttering to himself, how could this be? He never imagined that a princess of the empire would be a beastman, never in a million years. Having lived on the border for many years, he knew all too well how people would treat the beastman. Since she is a princess, she must be Baedson's biological child. Orcs? Ethan decides to activate his super brain to recall whether Baederson had a beast queen. The conclusion is that it seems there really is. Back then, Queen Baederson caused a bit of trouble because of this, but the emperor quickly suppressed all rumors with his iron-fisted methods. Artina sat on the other side of the bench, no longer wearing the hat in her hand, and simply sat quietly. My secret, which I've kept hidden for years, has been exposed by an outsider. Ethan leaned closer to comfort her, but Artina moved even further to the side. If you create trouble yourself, you have to pay for it even if it means death. He glanced at the panel, which hadn't been used in a long time. Artina's favorability rating towards him has reached 40, which is not low to be honest, but it is gradually decreasing now. To be honest, the system had already skipped the warnings several times, which was the source of his confidence to overstep the boundaries. He simply never had that kind of strategy in mind. Humans cannot provide him with any advantages, this was Catherine's answer to him. As for now, let's appease them for now. Ethan took a deep breath and struck the pose he used to use when he was trying to win over his wife. To be honest, you look better like this than with a hat on. Didn't your father say that? Artina's long eyelashes trembled slightly, but she remained silent. Her ears had never been shown to anyone since she could remember, not even her father. Don't stay silent, okay? You're clearly cuter than usual. Artina slowly tightened her grip on the hat, rolling the brim into an exaggerated arc. Orcs are ugly. She hated herself for being like that. Growing up surrounded by the Empire's discriminatory attitude towards orcs, it's hard for a half-orc not to harbor hatred towards themselves. He hated himself for having beastman blood. Seeing that she had finally relented, Ethan pressed his advantage. A warm, large hand stroked her head. You're no different from anyone else. Having orc blood doesn't make you any dumber or uglier. Ethan whispered in her ear. And frankly, I think you're prettier than the others. Artina pulled his hand away and then put her hat back on. Then I don't want you to see me. Don't worry, I don't have many other strengths, but I'm incredibly tight-lipped. No one, no matter who they are, can get a single word out of me. Artina laughed. When the time comes for someone to pry your words out, you'd better just tell them obediently, so you don't hurt your little body. Her smile was reserved, almost like the fake smile she gave to other nobles. After that, Artina was completely different from before. Her dignified demeanor matched everyone's expectations of a noble lady. Despite being extremely hungry, he only ate a few bites of beef and grass before wiping his mouth with a handkerchief. Ethan couldn't stand her affected manner and kept putting food on her plate. She simply laughed it off, saying she really couldn't eat anymore. Artina fell into a protective mechanism. When people are trying to guard against fear, they will unconsciously act in the way they are most used to. The fear of being exposed by Ethan still left a deep mark on her heart. Ethan, realizing this, disregarded his regret about the expensive meal he had ordered and instead reached out his hand to her. It's getting late, miss. Let's find a place to rest. Artina hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not shake hands with Ethan. On the street outside, she followed Ethan cautiously, no longer the innocent and lively girl she once was. It seemed that discovering her identity had really affected her a lot, Ethan thought, a sense of guilt welling up inside him. Suddenly, Ethan stopped, and Artina, who was following behind, almost bumped into him. We don't think we sent a carriage to pick us up before we came. It seems we'll have to spend the night outside. I can still hold on. Artina stared longingly, finding it hard to imagine how far it was from the third ring road of the capital to the palace. Clearly, as a single-minded cat girl, her thinking was also skewed, and she excluded the option of calling for a carriage from her list of choices. We can't ride in horse-drawn carriages anymore, that's how simple the cat's thinking is. No, you can't go on. Before she could reply, Ethan took her hand and led her into the roadside inn. The 4 large characters above gleamed, Hot Spring Hotel. Book 2 of the best single rooms, and also prepare a late-night snack and a hot drink for this lady. The gleaming gold coin was tossed onto the counter and spun around. The receptionist, quick-witted and agile, caught it, greeted them with a smile, and led them into the room. At this point, Artina, whose hand was being held by Ethan, was unable to utter a single word. This was the first time she had ever had her hand held by a man other than her father. Standing behind Ethan, being dragged along, gave her a strange sense of security. After watching her finish her food with an unyielding gaze, Ethan was finally relieved that he no longer had to worry about the princess's health. If His Majesty discovers that his daughter is so tired from going out with Ethan that she's lying in bed unable to get up, his noble life will be over. After saying good night to each other, Ethan left the room and closed the door behind him. Before the door closed, Artina finally spoke. Are you lying to me? Of course not, Artina. This world isn't just for humans, you're just as lovely. Tap. The door slammed shut, and Artina's room fell silent once more. Emptiness and coldness washed over her at once, and Artina huddled under the covers, trying her best to retain the warmth of her body. She started missing Caroline again. It was definitely a mistake not to bring her along. Now, she's a little scared. Artina looked at the oil lamp again, and finally extinguished it. The room was plunged into darkness. In less than 10 seconds, she activated the extremely bright magic lamp, and the entire room was enveloped in a soft, pale yellow light. I'm afraid to sleep. The cat girl's unique, single-minded thinking began to take hold. She was determined to find a way to solve the problem. Based on previous experience, the key is to find someone you can trust. Ethan shifted into a more comfortable position, stretching out his body completely. He was exhausted after serving the princess all day. Suddenly, a clear knock came through the wooden door. Didn't I tell them not to bother us? Ethan said with a hint of resentment. Anyone would be annoyed to be woken up as soon as they lay down. He flung open the door, the words he had prepared stuck in his throat, unable to be uttered. The waiter I had imagined didn't appear. Instead, there was a small, thin figure wearing a thin nightgown. Artina clutched a pillow to her chest, her eyes filled with expectation as she asked, "May I come in?" Ethan quickly pulled her inside, peered around to make sure no one was there, and then closed the door. "My little darling, if anyone sees my innocence, I'm doomed?" Artina remained silent, only blinking repeatedly. "Speak, what's the matter that you suddenly came to see me?" Ethan said irritably, adding that this wasn't how you play the cute card. "I am afraid of being alone." Ethan sighed, he didn't know what to say about this reason. "So what if you're scared? Do you really think you're trustworthy? So, what should we do? Stay with me." Ethan glanced at her slightly trembling body. He dared not let her catch a cold. "Go to bed and get some sleep. As for me, I'll sleep on the sofa tonight." Artina quickly burrowed into the still warm bed, completely covering herself with the blankets, leaving only her bright eyes showing. "Thanks." Ethan lay on the sofa, gazing at her from afar, and began to wonder if he had been overthinking things. This kind of intelligence is extremely difficult to portray. She was all prim and proper just a moment ago, but now she's wearing only a nightgown and dares to go into a strange man's room. She'll be kidnapped by someone else sooner or later. Silly cat girl. It seemed that having someone beside her made Artina feel a little more at ease, and soon she began to breathe evenly under the dim light of the oil lamp. Seeing this, Ethan began to wonder if he would be chopped into 4 or 5 pieces if Baterson found out about this. He casually turned off the light, concluding that he wouldn't die, but he would probably be forced to marry this princess. That was terrifying, he couldn't help but shudder. He's just here in the capital, not to find an ancestor for himself. If any marriage is not a good match, the weaker party will be in danger. Well, Wolf doesn't count, she's already taken the initiative. Fortunately, no one noticed. Ethan decided to go outside and sit down first thing tomorrow morning, making sure no one discovered that they were alone together in a room. What if Bidsun has someone watching him? It's not impossible. Ethan forced his eyelids down. The high-ranking knight's control over his body was unparalleled. He had reached the point where he could fall asleep whenever he wanted. Right now, he just wants to get through the night quickly. If he stays awake, there's no guarantee that something might go wrong. In the darkness, Artina opened her eyes and changed her lying position to one side. Her night vision was as sharp as a cat's. She could clearly see Ethan snoring on the sofa. Only then did the silly cat girl's thought process finally come to a head. She realized she might have overstepped her bounds. Wah! She pulled her head back under the covers, unwilling to face the truth. Why am I always so unreliable? I was even planning to ignore him. Then he saw himself without a hat. She inhaled Ethan's lingering scent in the blankets and couldn't help but roll around in bed a couple of times. Her flushed cheeks, unseen by anyone, symbolized her shyness. A young girl's blush speaks louder than words. She decided to try continuing this relationship. For some reason, her mind was in turmoil. I was so sleepy just now. Things will be better later. According to a cat's thought process, things will be better later. I don't need to worry about things now, but later. As dawn broke, Ethan woke up with a bellyful of worries, feeling that if things continued like this, something bad would happen sooner or later. He dared not make a sound to disturb the princess's peaceful sleep, and left the room silently, the only sound being the closing of the wooden door. The moment Ethan stepped out the door, Artina's even breathing stopped abruptly. She playfully opened one eye to make sure Ethan was gone. She then breathed a sigh of relief and pinched her not-so-thick skin. I should have gone back, but I was too shy to tell Ethan directly. How useless? When you should be mustering up courage, you don't dare to take a single step. Artina pulled the blanket up to cover her face again. It was definitely more comfortable lying in bed, now no one would disturb her rest. The door opened again, and the slight sound made Artina freeze. How could they be back so quickly? Ethan was holding a dress he had just bought yesterday and the sky blue hat he had given to Artina. What if this little darling runs around outside because he has no clothes to wear? As for the possibility of this happening, Ethan felt that with her intelligence, she was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. Ethan placed the clothes by the bed so that Artina could easily reach them, then turned and left the room. Before leaving, he made sure to close the door carefully. As the footsteps faded into the distance, a pair of cat ears peeked out from under the tightly closed blankets. Artina lifted the blankets a crack and looked at the clothes Ethan had brought. She reached into her coat and tucked the hat inside, speaking in a voice Ethan couldn't hear. I love it. Thank you. The hotel had a place to eat, and the receptionist, who had stayed up all night, naturally remembered this generous young man and hurried over to ask how many breakfasts he wanted. Before Ethan could reply, she continued her enthusiastic sales pitch. Would you like to try our all-natural hot spring later? We guarantee it will wash away all your fatigue from the night, and you'll fall asleep without even realizing it. Clearly, in her opinion, a guest who brings a female companion and gets up early is probably someone who didn't sleep at all last night. Ethan naturally refused. He and Artina hadn't reached that point yet, and he didn't want to. Give me one serving now, and prepare another one later. Ethan waited in the restaurant until the sun rose, its golden rays bathing the wooden floor, but he still hadn't seen Artina get up. The maidservant in front of him changed the breakfast 6 times, showing great patience out of consideration for his money, while also reminding this wealthy patron. It's almost lunchtime. Would you like to have lunch, young master? Ethan scratched his head and decided to go straight back to his room to find Artina. He didn't go back to his room before to avoid awkward situations, such as her changing clothes and him accidentally walking in a melodramatic scenario, and also to reduce misunderstandings from outsiders. But nowadays, who can sleep until noon? As soon as he entered the room, he saw Artina staring blankly at her desk. "You're back." Artina turned her head, her voice like that of a wife seeing her husband. "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm waiting for you to come back," she said matter-of-factly, her eyes sparkling. Ethan felt that her intelligence might not be as high as that of an adult border collie. "Can't you go out and look for it?" "Of course not. If Ethan comes back and doesn't see me, he might get worried." Ethan was speechless. He even thought that Artina's words made a lot of sense. In the end, all he could manage to utter was, "It's time to eat." At the dinner table, Ethan watched with great interest as the imperial princess ate without any manners. She had remembered to pretend yesterday, but now she didn't even bother to pretend anymore. Artina licked her fingers, still wanting more, and asked expectantly, "Where should we go today?" Ethan replied coldly, "Go back and wait for your father's news." In his view, nothing was more important than the important matter at hand. There probably won't be any news." Ethan's face was filled with helplessness. He had a feeling that something was wrong, but the worst had still happened. "So, Your Highness, how long will it take to hear from you?" Artina's hands were clasped together. The kind-hearted woman simply couldn't bring herself to make Ethan make several wasted trips to the palace. She hasn't learned how to lie or deceive people yet. About 20 days. Ethan fell silent instantly. He had previously said he had nearly a month of free time, but he hadn't expected that Artina would almost completely exploit him. It's almost impossible to express dissatisfaction with such domineering behavior. It's precisely because she's a princess that she has the ability to scheme against a count. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Artina shrank back. "I just want someone to play with me for a few days. If you don't want that, I'll have my father see you right now. Haven't you ever gone out to play before?" Artina tilted her head to one side, "Not as happy as yesterday, except that you pulled my hat off." Perhaps it was Ethan's kind nature acting up, or perhaps he couldn't bear to see the cat girl suffer, but in any case, he reluctantly agreed. He sighed. "Since that's the case, it's agreed that I'll stay with you for 20 days. Afterwards, you'll have to put in a good word for me with your father." Artina extended her little finger and hooked it with Ethan's. "It's a deal then, no backing out, okay?"